There we go. Now we can hit the button. Are you ready? Too late. I already did
Yeah.
it.
Okay. Well, I'm ready as I'll ever be.
Me too.
But are the fine people in chat, are they ready?
They prepared to chat about the Zillers.
Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? I hope you're having a fine Sunday. I know we don't usually stream on Sunday, but this might be what we do in the future because Mr. Hubert here has got a fancy schmancy new job.
In the big city.
The big city of Richmond,
Richmond,
Virginia.
Virginia. The biggest city, I hear. The biggest city in the world, is what I've been told by people who come from Virginia. They don't get out much. These Virginians. How's it going?
Oh, I'm doing swell. I've watched so many Godzilla movies in the past few days. My brain is Godzilla soup.
uh,
So I'm gonna count on you to help me keep straight what happens in which movies.
oh boy,
Because
yeah. Well, I don't think this is the one with the gumball machine. I think the one that's a different
no,
one.
yeah,
I like the
I think
one
you're right.
where there's a robot with people from Mars. That's one of my favorites.
Which one's that again?
I think that's the one where they build a giant robot Godzilla and then disguise
Is
it
that
as Godzilla. Yeah, Mecha
Mechagodzilla?
Godzilla. They disguise it as Godzilla, and then Godzilla and some monster named Caesar beat up Mecha Godzilla, but only
Mm,
after a woman in a kimono goes to a beach and sings a really weird, almost like James Bond kind of like opening song,
okay.
appealing to the monster named Caesar. Those movies in the
Yeah,
70s kind of went a little
they were
wild.
a little
They,
they were a little silly. Got a little silly with it.
and I'm here for it.
How big is Lizard compared to Amaya in episode 4? Oh, that's actually a good question. Let's
Man,
see.
how big? Yeah, is it about the same size? Is Forrest's Amaya
Um,
statue about like Godzilla? I bet you that's what he went to the
maybe.
builders with.
Yes.
If you've seen Godzilla, just make her look like that.
I feel like she is about like 1954 Godzilla sized. He ranges in size quite a bit across the films. He's been bigger lately than he has in the past.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
so
was.
today we're going to
That
talk
was kind of like
about Godzilla.
the marketing thing for
Oh,
'98, right? Was how big. Like it's like
was he?
I remember
I don't remember.
seeing a bunch of ads for it, and they would just like I would go to the movie theater, and there would just be like a giant footprint, like in the lobby of the movie theater, like Godzilla had walked
Mm,
through.
yeah. Oh, as Topaz dude points out, yes, I remember this. This the part where he says, and features one of the most violent scenes of the Showa era where Mechagodzilla breaks Anguirus's jaw. Do you
Oh
remember
yeah,
that?
I do remember that.
That was pretty gnarly
Yeah,
for like like people in like
that
puppet costumes
it
fighting
was
movie.
They get pretty fucking brutal with some of those special
Some of
effects.
them do.
Sometimes I really wish that Quentin Tarantino would make a Godzilla movie because I feel like it would really hit that 70s Godzilla stride for me.
Well, it depends on how. I don't know if he'd get that silly with it. Maybe,
I
you know.
think he'd like if I when I watch Kill Bill, I sit there and go like if this was a Godzilla movie, that'd be something special.
That would be something. So today we're going to talk about Godzilla Minus One, the newest. And oh god, I meant to look this up beforehand. How many movies there have been in this crazy
Oh, I think I
franchise?
can do that real quick.
You Google that. Godzilla Minus One, the newest film in the Godzilla franchise. And also, we'll probably talk a bit about some of the other notable entries, especially the more recent ones, Japanese and American alike. Going to be sort of a broad Godzilla conversation, at least to start, and then we'll get into the new film. Hugh, have you been able to determine how many films there have been in this wild and wacky franchise,
There are 38 Godzilla movies in total.
including the new one? Yeah.
33 Japanese produced films and 5 American ones.
Hmm.
And I
Does
think
that
they're
include
counting the new.
animated?
I think they're counting the one that's going to come out in 2024 in that number.
Oh, the Godzilla versus Kong
Yeah,
pile of crap.
Godzilla
Yeah.
X Kong 2. Dawn of the Monsters.
I know there have been some animated ones as well, none of which I've seen, but are they counting those in
You know,
that list or
no, this is
live
only
action only?
this
Yeah.
is only the actual movies. I do remember a cartoon version of the 1998 one though that I used to watch
Yeah,
on Saturday mornings.
people have said that that's like surprisingly good or something along those lines. Do you remember much about the details?
I literally remember the opening credits where he climbs up the Empire State Building.
Gotcha.
That's it. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
It was the same era as when they made. I think they started making a Ghostbusters cartoon around the same time.
I can
So
believe it.
yeah,
So, let's see where to start with Godzilla. I mean, I guess the beginning is a perfectly fine place to start. Perhaps, Hugh, you could start by telling us which of these 38 films that you've seen. Or maybe you don't have to recount all
oh
of
boy,
them, but
I don't
like,
remember. I used to have a giant Godzilla collection. Um, I think it was mostly my
okay.
brother's. He had a lot of Godzilla movies. I don't remember all the names. Uh, but I've definitely in recent memory watched. I watched the 2014 one a couple times, but not like super recent. That's a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I rewatched the original very recently, actually, like within the past 3 years, and I think I caught some parts of Godzilla versus Space Godzilla on TV a little while
Yeah.
ago.
The
Uh,
90s one?
I honestly I couldn't tell if it was 90s, 70s, or 80s.
I
They
believe it's
they
the
all
90s,
kind
yeah.
of blend together with the way the special effects work in those movies. But I've seen 98
There's
a
a
very long time ago, and I have not seen Shin Godzilla, although I've heard both good and bad things. Um,
Whoa, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you to notice that we have someone in the chat that's seen all 37 movies. I
Jesus,
didn't know that was physically possible.
I, I my
Topaz,
hat's off to you.
what's your favorite? If you had to pick one, one and only one of the 37, tell us what's your favorite. Anyway, Hugh,
Yeah,
continue while he informs
it's been
us.
a while. I remember seeing one where he fights a giant plant. That was pretty cool. I remember seeing,
Violante, I
yeah,
believe is how you pronounce that.
that's the one. I like
Hmm.
Rodan. Rodan's pretty sick. Mothra's
I
kind
like
of
the
lame.
money pit.
I don't like Mothra. Mothra is, it's fine, I guess.
Well, there's a bunch of iterations of Mothra. Like I haven't seen a lot of those. Like I can't keep them all straight in my head. I know there's like 60s Mothra movies, and then there's one in the 90s, and then all that sort of stuff. I don't know if they're all the same level of quality. I have no idea. I'm not. I'm more familiar with the recent ones and the original. All the Showa era and I've never actually seen it pronounced. Is it Heisei period
Yeah.
movies? Those movies. I remember I've seen a bunch of them when I was a kid because what I used to do is I would go to Blockbuster and I'd rent all the ones I could, and then I would fast forward through all the human scenes and just watch the monster fights. That was my that was my experience of the Godzilla movies as a kid. I loved it. I watched a bunch of those. Like some of the weird ones that aren't very well reviewed or remembered. Like the one where he fights a giant, like a squid crab lobster
Oh,
thing.
I
You
think I
remember
have
that
seen
one?
something of that. Yeah. He fights a lot of weird
Fights a lot
looking
of folks.
monsters. A lot of like
Yes, he
Power
does.
Rangers, Power Rangers monsters.
Yeah, well, and so there's sort of, broadly speaking, and Topaz, you know this franchise inside and out apparently, so you can correct me if I get any of this wrong. But my general understanding is there's the original Showa period, right? That goes like from 1954, the first one, all the way to the 70s, I believe. 75, I think, was the last one in that run. And obviously, we'll talk more about the original here in a bit, but the original,
The
a rather
The
serious.
Showa era ended in 1989. Actually,
Are we? Are you sure about that?
the
Because I
Showa era. Emperor Showa died in 1989.
okay. Well,
So Showa
okay.
era. So like
There's
the thing is like when they call it eras in Japan, what they mean is like which emperor was alive and reigning at the
gotcha.
time. So the
Right.
Showa era is when like from Emperor Showa's beginning of his reign in 26 all the way to 89, and then the Heisei era is immediately afterward. So 89 to
Okay.
yeah.
So if we think about, we'll just the focus is the area, like so the eras of the Godzilla movies, and then there was the original sort of run that started serious with the first movie, and then kind of got goofier and goofier and goofier till he's fighting Power Ranger villains on like nondescript sets where it's obviously just people in costumes. That sort of ends, I think, around 1975, and there was a big gap until 1984 with the return of Godzilla. And then that's the next era that goes
Oh,
until
okay. So
like
they count that as
two
the Heisei era.
yeah,
I'm
whatever they
looking at
call
it
it.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's around 2004, I believe, the last one of that block. And then there's another gap from there all the way to Shin Godzilla in the Japanese versions, right? And then the only American versions, excluding the slightly Americanized version of the original, is 98 Matthew Broderick Godzilla, and then 2014 Gareth Edwards, Bryan Cranston Godzilla. And then that set up the new Monsterverse, I believe is what they're calling
I have
that,
no. Who
which has been
knows?
it's mostly awful. Um, we'll talk more about this later, but rewatching 2014, it just sank even lower. It's a bad movie. I don't like it. We'll get into it.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
but
I
my
remember liking that
familiarity,
one when I saw it. The like, but
yes,
I really I don't think I've watched it since it came out. So
yes. So in for preparation for this stream, I rewatched a few of them all within the last week or so. I tried to focus on ones where Godzilla is the main antagonist, right? Because Godzilla Minus One is one of those films. Godzilla Minus One, if you haven't seen it, not a movie where he fights some other sort of giant monster creature. Um, there are more Godzilla versus movies in total than there are Godzilla being the lone main force of antagonism movies. So I tried to focus on those as a point of comparison, though I did watch the 2014 movie and he fights other monsters in that. Um, so I guess we're going to spoil Godzilla Minus One, definitely, in our discussion of it. So if you
oh, we
haven't
sure
seen it,
are.
I think a decent place to start would be to say that it's worth seeing and that you should go see it.
Yes.
Um, so if you don't want it spoiled, now's your time to go leave and go check out Godzilla Minus One. It's worth a watch. There are a lot of bad Godzilla movies out there. This is one of the good ones, so you'll enjoy
Yes.
it. Go check it out. Um, so the first one I rewatched was the original, which I think is still pretty great.
I love
I
that
have
movie.
some
Yeah, I
I
really
have
love
some
the
I have
original.
some I have some problems with it that we'll get into, but in general, quite like it. So this is 1954. I didn't watch the one where they like inserted the American actor into it. I didn't bother with that. I just watched the original. But it's really good and it holds up. Except for I mean, some of the special effects look really cheap, but you know, what are you going to do? It was 1954. But I quite like it. It's great. I think it really holds up. I still think it's one of the best,
Oh yeah.
honestly.
Well, yeah.
Um,
And this one, the minus one, has quite a few similarities in that regard.
yes.
And
It's
it
probably the
pleasantly,
biggest inspiration.
yeah, it
Yes, I
was a
agree.
bit of a pleasant surprise for me when I leaned over to my girlfriend and the thing. I was like, oh, this is kind of like the first one, basically. Yeah, I like that. Nice little
Yeah,
Easter
so
eggs.
as we go through some of these movies, I think I want to start first with what we want, broadly speaking, from a Godzilla movie, and then we can assess how these different movies live up to those standards. So there's a couple things you might want from a good Godzilla movie, if we want to consider it a good movie, period, right? You
Mhm.
want good human characters, right? And by good, I mean, I just mean compelling and interesting human characters, because you can't have the entire movie just be a guy in a rubber suit running around punching.
Yeah,
You know, even the 70s movies that leaned hard in that direction, you still had to fill time with human characters doing stuff. So that's got to be interesting and compelling, right? There's also the monster action itself. You can't have too little of it or else people will be annoyed. And if that's all the movie is, people like won't have a very compelling story. So you need good monster action, right? And
yeah.
then So and God, the monster action you could consider part of the story overall. It's a little bit of special effects stuff as well, but you want pretty good special effects ideally because these are very visual effects heavy movies in a way that many aren't. What else would you throw into this category? Because there's a lot of
Well, it
dimensions.
depends because I'm pretty I'm multifaceted in my appreciation of Godzilla movies in this regard. Like if I could consider it a good movie if it had sort of like because I do like the '70s movies. I did go back and rewatch Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla recently, and I do
Okay.
like how goofy and over the top some of the plots and subplots are. Even though I think Mechagodzilla does have a really solid political assassination subplot. It has good
Okay.
human action and good, like well for the time anyway, good monster action. Um, and I'm okay with a Godzilla movie kind of leaning more into the goofy aspects in order to give me Godzilla doing some kick-ass shit. But
Oh yeah.
if
I
I'm
mean, you
gonna
can
rate it,
definitely
you know,
go ahead.
if I'm gonna rate it at, like okay, this is like a legitimate like high quality kind of movie, then I want a little bit more, a little bit less on the goofy action and a little bit more on the leaning on the human drama dealing with this sort of ultimate force of nature that is terrifying but also really cool and kind of hard to look away from. That's kind of it's not really a good metric or rubric, but that's sort of my feeling on the thing.
Well, yeah, no, because you can play it straight and serious and scary. That's sort of one approach. You could play it kind of goofy and fun, especially some of those 70s movies where it's like you're rooting for Godzilla like he's a wrestler, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, yeah, go get him. And he's doing little fist bumps when he lands a good hit and stuff like
When
that.
he dances and they say a happy
Yes.
moment and then
Yes. Like that's fun. And I'm going to have some hot takes later about Godzilla 98. But Godzilla 98 is really goofy, and that can be quite fun and entertaining. So there's kind of you could kind of put them into two categories broadly speaking, one where it's rather silly and fun and one where it's rather serious and scary and dramatic, right?
yeah. And
I
I'm
think
okay with going
or
either
maybe you
way,
could call
right?
that a spectrum. Yeah, you could call that a spectrum. Yeah, because it can be successful in both directions, I think,
Yeah.
for sure. I don't only want one or the other necessarily, but yeah, so those are a couple of the factors you look for. I mean, in terms of world building, Godzilla changes a lot over the years in terms of um, how he's created or if he's created at all, and what he does, and whether he's sort of hero or anti hero or just force of nature, as we'll discuss in all the various iterations. And then the last sort of thing might be thematics, right? Because it's often said that Godzilla is, at least in the original, allegorical in some sense related to the atomic bomb and things of that nature and technology and nature itself. There's a lot to discuss there because it changes from movie to movie and that can be affected by the world building. So you think about like what you want from a good Godzilla movie, whether it's serious or whether it's more campy and goofy and fun, right? You need good human drama, right? Whether it's played for laughs or what, you need interesting characters to follow because you can't just follow Godzilla the whole time, right? He can't talk. He doesn't have, character arcs to go on or anything. And then you need good monster action, right?
What
You,
about
you
Son
need
of
some.
Godzilla when he learns to be a father?
Oh God, stop.
it's a pretty it's a pretty
And so
compelling character arc, a little narrative drama going on just almost from Godzilla's point of view. I don't mind
Yeah,
that.
so we're gonna start from the beginning. I've seen various questions about what we think of Shin and what we think of some of these other films. We'll get to those in order. I want to start with the original. It seems like a good place to start. Um, yes, yeah, there's a lot of questions. Or one I want to remind myself to come back to is the Monsterverse Godzilla even created by the atomic bomb? Because no, he isn't. But we'll get
No.
back to that. In the original Godzilla, 1954. We'll talk lore world building first, since we're on the subject already. Godzilla in 1954 is an ancient dinosaur-like being who is angered and maybe enlarged, though that's not entirely clear, by hydrogen bomb testing in the Pacific near Japan, right? So not the
Yeah.
atomic bomb. It's not the atomic bomb dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima that creates or even angers Godzilla. It's the hydrogen bomb testing that followed that knocks Godzilla out of his natural habitat deep in the ocean and causes him to come wreak havoc on land. So it's very much a sort of like the retaliation of nature against man for its like scientific and technological hubris type thing,
Yeah.
right?
Well, and that first movie has a lot of scenes where the characters have lived through getting nuked, and so
Yes.
they identify with Godzilla in that way, where it's like, well, how much more is this gonna, we've already lived through two bombs. There's been hydrogen bomb testing. There's definitely some of that political undercurrent in the film of like, oh, now they're testing even
Hmm.
bigger bombs, even though they dropped two on us and they were devastating. So there's a lot in there that is just kind of metaphorically rife with potential. So
Yes. There's another angle in the original that I had forgotten about until rewatching it recently. That there's an old wise kind of villager character who says something to the like he's the first person that calls it Godzilla, right? And he says it's an ancient being, like a dragon type mythological creature that they used to make sacrifices to. It would eat, if they weren't getting a lot of fish in the harvest or whatever in the catch, um, like it would eat all the fish, and then if it ate all the fish, it would come onto land and start killing and eating people. And so they in the olden days, they would make a sacrifice of a young woman to the creature to abate it, and then it would leave, right? That's the
yeah,
sort of
that's
story.
that's the
And
yeah
he,
on the island that
yeah,
yeah, in the first one.
and then he laments the fact that there's this ritual that they do, this ritual dance, that's all that remains of the sort of the initial sacrifice they would make to Godzilla. Now we just have this ritual dance. He kind of laments that the modern people of Japan have forgotten the old
Mhm.
ways in some sort of sense. That seems to be his attitude. That's like a thread that's introduced and then kind of disappears from the rest of the movie. Because immediately after that, we talk to a paleontologist guy who's like, oh, he's probably a dinosaur or something who lives down there. So you lose the sort of like, you lose a little bit of the mythical
Yeah,
uh,
just a bit, just
side
a
of it,
bit. I
a bit
mean,
of it. Because
they
then the
do
rest of the
over
movie,
scientize some of it, but I think
well,
they
we'll
they
talk
do an
about
okay
why
job.
they do it.
Yeah,
We'll talk about why they do it because that the rest of the movie, there's less to do with that thread of like, oh, modern Japan leaving behind the old ways and they're being punished for that. That's sort of one guy's perspective, and then it doesn't really come up again. What really the sort of narrative through line in Godzilla is, well, there's this, it's the revenge of the natural world, against them for all
yeah,
the nuclear testing and stuff like that. And they're trying to kill it, and nothing seems to be working. And then there's a scientist who's got an eye patch. He's cool.
yeah.
Who discovers, sort of stumbles into a discovery of what they call the oxygen destroyer, right? And
Oh
he
yeah, yeah,
discovers the ability to rip apart water molecules and rip the oxygen out of water and destroy everything that's in the water. And so he creates this dangerous technology. And at first, he's hesitant to tell anyone about it, right? But it gets to the point where it's really the only option for destroying Godzilla, right? And so there's this, it's a little bit like Oppenheimer in a way. This devastating technology is created, and this guy doesn't want it to be used in hindsight with seeing the atomic bombs and seeing all the advancements in weapons technology that have in a sense created this current problem. He doesn't want his technology to lead to destruction in the future. So the movie's logic is that they use this technology once, and then before anyone else can find out how he did it, the scientist sacrifices himself. He kills himself in the mission to destroy Godzilla. They destroy Godzilla, and also he dies with his technology. So the movie's logic is that, well, now no one will know how he did it, and this technology will be lost to time, and then it won't be a problem in the future. Which I think is a bit naive in terms of how that would work. But you can see what's happening there is they're wrestling with the question, the same sort of question that, Oppenheimer wrestles with to a degree, like need brings about like, you have to create this technology because we're facing this global horrible threat, but then like what happens to it after? You can't put it back in the box afterwards, you know what I mean? So it's very much thematically having to do with technology and the nuclear arms race and the effect that has and like how to square away that problem. And Godzilla the movie's solution is essentially, well, we use it once but then we throw it away so we won't have to use it again, sort of thing. It's an interesting
An interesting
um
solution, but
yes.
not particularly practical or realistic, I would say.
It's a little naive, at least like someone said in the chat, at least it will delay research into this, but I think, having such a high profile demonstration of this technology, like it's going to be hard for people. Like people will look into this, you know what I mean? But you can appreciate the sacrifice, right? And what's so interesting about the sacrifice is that it sort of does tie in to the elder of the village talking about how he used to sacrifice like a virgin woman essentially to abate this monster, and then you still have to make a sacrifice to destroy or get rid of Godzilla, and so it's the scientist who sacrifices himself, right? It's kind of an interesting through line. I think it's
Yeah.
pretty good. In terms of like the monster action and stuff like that, I have a soft spot in my heart for like the actual person in a suit. I
Yeah.
I wish with advances in modern filmmaking technology we could have another Godzilla movie where it is a person in a suit and miniatures and stuff like that, and you can find ways of making them look better than before because I miss it when it's a fully CGI creature,
It
especially
just
when the
doesn't,
budgets aren't that high.
and it just
Yeah.
doesn't look quite as good. Yeah, that was one of the, and I guess we'll jump sort of to minus one. Is there like it looks pretty good overall? I would say like for the budget particularly, it looks pretty good overall. But there are just like those moments where it lingers on Godzilla, where I was just like, I don't know. I just kind of wish this was a person in a suit. Like it just
Yeah.
doesn't. It's a little clunky, and I wish that they would have maybe tried to do something besides. I understand using CGI, but
Mhm.
putting somebody in a suit and then enhancing it with CGI, I feel like probably would have worked as well. Would have been an interesting choice. And mostly that's
I
when
agree.
he's like stomping through Ginza, and it's kind
Yeah.
of it's kind of very like it just very staccato, doesn't have a lot of rhythm to it. It doesn't look like it's alive. There's something missing there that the first one really nails just by having a guy in a suit. You know?
Yeah, and even as within like the Heisei or Millennium eras of Godzilla, they were in the suits then, but they looked even better because the cameras had gotten better, the suits had gotten better, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, we are jumping around a little bit, and that's fine. But yeah, one of the problems I do have with both Godzilla Minus One and Shin Godzilla is that the visual effects look a little cheap. And I understand they don't have a big budget for these movies, right? But my thought is that if you're going to have visual effects that are maybe not quite as good as they could be, right? I think the practical stuff has more charm when it doesn't maybe look as great as it could versus the CGI stuff. It doesn't have the same charm. Um, so I think maybe in an ideal world, a Godzilla movie would be shot kind of like an old Spielberg movie, where like it uses CGI when necessary and animatronics when necessary and miniatures when necessary, etc.
Yeah.
Um, I think the two most recent Japanese movies are almost all VFX, and they look a little cheap. It doesn't destroy the movie for me, but it would be nice if we had some way of doing more practical effects, just to, I don't know, give it a little bit more visual interest.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. I don't know.
But getting back
I
getting
haven't
back
seen
to the
Shin
original,
Godzilla apart from a couple of scenes on YouTube, and it's I have seen little bits too of the like the Attack on Titan live action movie that they made, and they look kind of similar. The CGI just looks a little I now like cheap for American standards. You know, it's no, and as much as I hate, as much as I hated this movie, it's no Avatar 2, you know, on the CGI, you know, like
No,
blending and
and
the
they
way that
didn't
it
have
moves.
a
And they didn't
fraction
have
of the
that kind
budget.
of budget, you know.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. I'm not huge into the way that Japan handles their special effects at the moment, or at least from what I've seen of modern
Yeah.
Japanese movies when I watch them.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah, I didn't think the visual effects looked especially great in either movie. I think a lot of it is not necessarily design choices, though yeah, I have some quibbles about those, but a lot of it is like the failure to understand the weight and momentum and physics of objects. There was quite a bit of that.
oh, we can,
Uh,
yeah. Well, yeah. There's a few.
we'll
I have
talk
a
more
few
about that.
gripes about that
But
myself.
let's go back to the original and sort of close off that one. So, you know, I like the guy stomping around in a suit, and I think they actually do a pretty good job in the first movie, especially because it is the first movie. No one had ever seen a Godzilla movie before, of using a decent amount of restraint and building up to the final moment where you see him in all his glory, right? I thought that was really effective in the first film. Um, some effects haven't aged very well, like especially when the fighter jets that are clearly like hanging from strings,
Hanging from
they're
wires,
shooting
yeah.
missiles that are also on wires. And then, but maybe more annoying than the fact that the effects look dated. I mean, it's not a whole lot you can do about that. Is that the missiles that keep firing keep missing constantly? In terms of the action, it's understandable because of the budget and the time period, but it's not, the best for the action scenes. But I really like sort of the themes and world building of the first one. I think there's a decent amount of like dramatic restraint when it comes to showing Godzilla and the escalation of the conflict. One of the problems I have narratively with the first film is the paleontologist guy who was like, "No, you can't kill it because we need to study him for science." It's like, dude, he's destroying whole cities. Like, I think your priorities are a little misplaced here. He says one line that I like a lot, and then he kind of changes his tact when he's trying to convince them not to destroy Godzilla. The first time he says something to the effect of, "He was baptized in the fire of the nuclear test. What makes you think you'll be able to destroy him?" I'm like, that's a good argument, right?
Yeah.
You need to think outside of the box other than just shooting guns at him, right? But then he goes on to just say that, like, no, we can't destroy him. We need to study him for science. It's like, you can still study him when he's dead, for one. And for two, he's destroying whole cities. Like, you gotta kill
He's
him.
killing
I'm
lots of
sorry.
people. Yeah, like there's a lot of people in Tokyo who probably would disagree with you, but like
Yeah, so that was a little
and we like
frustrating
them
because
now. This is post-war. We like them now.
I find that a little frustrating. I'm like his priorities are a little balked, in my opinion, but that's okay. Um, there's a sort of narrative, sorry, not narrative, like a romantic arc in the original that's a little weak or underdeveloped,
Yeah,
I would
it
say.
feels kind of like a like they put it in there because they were expected to, you know.
Yeah, there's like, oh, it's kind of like not a love triangle exactly, but
Yeah, a little bit of one.
yeah. But in general, I like the people having to discuss what to do about the problem, and then the scientist who develops the weapon only to sacrifice himself to prevent his weapon being used for evil deeds in the future. It's an interesting idea. And I think it's thematically coherent, right?
Yeah.
Like the origin of Godzilla, Godzilla's actions and motivations, what you can derive from them, and then the solution to the problem from the humans all kind of ties together in a really nice way. And that's one of the best things about it, honestly. Really good. And I mean, I couldn't not mention this. It has one of the coolest musical themes of all time. It's incredible.
Two of them, honestly. I feel like there's two really good musical pieces that are used in Godzilla, and they make an appearance in Minus One, which made me very happy. Actually, there were quite a few people in the theater who, when I know the one you're talking about, the strings, the kind of like rapid sort of like build of the strings with the tension, the da 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 da
Yeah,
da da.
that's the
As
one.
soon as that one started happening, there were like at least five people in my theater who, including me, who all started doing the conducting in your seat kind of thing with your hand. Everybody was very hyped to
Right.
hear that one, but I also really like the kind of the weighty one where he walks through and it dan dan, you know, that like
Yeah. Well,
that
there's a
bum
there's a
bum
sort
bum
of
bum.
heavier. deeper like register theme that shows up in later movies. It's not in the very first one. Um, it's hard to describe without playing them, and I don't think we can play them on stream, so we won't bother with that.
Yeah,
But yes, the music in the original is absolutely incredible, and you can tell because they keep using it in successive movies.
yeah, it's
Yeah, it's great.
really
Oh,
really
and
good.
oh god, sound design. Okay, so Godzilla's roar itself, iconic, right?
Yeah, that is one of the most satisfying sounds for me. Whenever I hear that in the movie, I know they've like I'm like, yeah, that's I want that like
Mm-hmm.
shift up in the pitch right at the end when he roars, you
Yes.
know? That's what I want.
Yeah, and I think it's changed a little bit from movie to movie in terms of how they achieve it. But if memory serves, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, the original one is obtained by, I believe it's a rubber glove sliding against the strings of an upright bass and
Yeah,
slowed down
it was either
quite
that
a
or a
bit.
cello is what yeah,
Yeah, one of
something
those
one of those
two.
two. The big
Right. So like
violin.
rubber scraping against the strings and then slowed down. It's an incredible sound. It's really quite clever. Resined glove, that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, it's incredible. It's iconic. Great. A big part of why the movies have been so successful as a franchise going forward. In a similar way that, Star Wars wouldn't be the franchise it is today if it wasn't for John Williams. Like
Yeah.
Godzilla wouldn't be the franchise it is today if it wasn't for that music. Great. Really, really good stuff. I really like the movie. It's not even all that slow for a movie of its time. A lot of like 50s sci-fi monster movies and stuff like that were kind of like slow and just boring people talking, stuff like that. But it's got a pretty good pace to it. Got a pretty good escalation of the conflict. I think it holds up really well.
I agree. Not a not a
So,
particularly interesting discussion, but yes, I agree with
no, I
I
mean
think it
we're
yeah.
covering the basics before we, go watch it again if you haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah.
Um, the next,
That one's streaming, right? You can get it on HBO or something like
yes,
that.
yeah, that one I watched on HBO Max.
Yeah.
Then the next, so then he goes into his versus phase, where he versus all sorts of wacky creatures, and the plot gets more and more silly and ridiculous. Like we said, that can have its own charm, but the first movie quite serious and very effectively so. Um, the next time they try to make Godzilla the main antagonist again, and so to sort of go back to the original tone, is in Godzilla Returns in 1984, which is also called Godzilla 1985 in America because it was re-released with some other scenes. I think they brought Raymond Burr back, the guy who they shoehorned into the original, and they shoehorned him into this one for American audiences again, which is funny. Um, because there's a Japanese version and then there's an American version, and they vary quite a bit, not just in terms of scenes that are in one and not in the other, but music and things like that that kind of changes the tone. I tried to rewatch that one the other day, and I kind of gave up after a while because I was bored. I don't even know if that's a reflection of the movie or just trying to watch so many movies in the last couple days, but I didn't finish that one. But what I do remember is that Godzilla Returns, as the title implies, is not another origin story. Godzilla exists already in the movie, and I'm pretty sure the events of the 1954 movie happened. So he is coming back. So it has more or less the same lore, I believe, as the original. If anyone is more refreshed on what happens in that film, they can fill in the details in chat if you'd like. I didn't get super far with that one. But
Never seen it myself.
and then I
But
guess
let's get to Godzilla versus Megalodon or Gigan
why?
because there's a beetle and the beetle shoots a heat ray out of its like rhino horn and that's pretty neat. I remember loving that when I was 8. All right. So, you take it up with 8-year-old me. We're going to talk about I don't even remember the monster's name.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's some yeah, who knows? It's some beetle with that shoots lasers out of its horn. They should bring that one back for the new movie cuz, at least then there'd be something worth watching about it.
Oh, I'm going to send you a picture and I want you to show it on stream because the return of Godzilla,
Godzilla versus the
um,
Meg. Starring Jason Statham. You know what? I'd go on Megalon. That's the one. Thank you,
I'm gonna,
Bainrax. Megalon.
so the return of Godzilla jumpstarts a new era. Obviously, that one, like I said, is Godzilla as the main force of antagonism. But then he goes straight back into versus mode, and there's King Ghidorah, there's Biollante, there's Space Godzilla, all the classics, all the hits. I believe it's Mechagodzilla 2 is in that run. But what's amazing about these movies in particular, I haven't had a chance to rewatch them because there's only so much time in the day, but are the posters. So I just sent them to you on Discord. I would like you to show those on screen
Oh, I can
because
sure
the
do that.
photos from what is often called the Heisei period are fucking incredible. They look so good. They're like some of the coolest movie posters I've ever seen, honestly. Yeah, show that shit on screen. Get it up there.
It's getting up. We're getting it up.
Slowly but surely in our old age.
Don't you worry. It's almost here.
Absolutely incredible posters. Puts the original ones to shame, puts the new ones to shame, especially. So cool. Like, why don't we make posters like this anymore? I mean, obviously, not all not all movies should have posters in this style because it wouldn't necessarily fit for like the holdovers or something. But did you get them on screen yet?
No, I didn't. I gotta do a
Oh
little.
my
I gotta do a
goodness.
little finagling here. You sent me a WebP file. I need this to be a
Oh,
JPEG, Jamie. Yeah,
oh, come
it's
on.
JPEG or nothing with me, and you know this.
Ugh, I didn't know that. I thought
You
you could
know,
handle it.
you
I
know
thought you
how
were
I am.
technologically savvy. It does happen to everyone. It's nothing to be ashamed of, Hugh.
It's almost here.
I'd like to
Don't you worry.
rewatch some of these movies. Maybe when I'm less tired, I wouldn't be bored and turn it off. Because I remember watching these especially when I was a kid. I remember Space Godzilla pretty well. I had a Space Godzilla action figure thing that was pretty cool. I have my own Godzilla action figure.
There we
Well,
go.
action figure is maybe not the right word. It's pretty big, but it's up on the shelf here. It's great. Yeah, now we got it. Look at that. Beautiful. Those are incredible posters.
They
I
really
love
are.
them so much. Yeah.
Mega Godzilla one is so fucking good. Holy
Yeah.
crap! It's got that like pulpy sci-fi novel cover vibe to it. You know?
Yeah.
Ah, they look so good. I'm gonna watch some Godzilla movies this week. That's gonna be my after work wind down.
Yeah.
Old
Yeah.
Godzilla.
Why watch them before the stream talking about Godzilla when you can watch them after? That's what I always say.
That's a good question. That's a good point. We'll have to stream again about Godzilla next week. We'll pick a Godzilla. We'll pick one of these Heisei era movies, and we'll talk about that.
Sure, fuck it, why not? So, haven't rewatched any of these recently, but as a kid, me loved them.
Me
So I guess
loved.
that brings me loved.
Kid
Kid me
me loved.
loved. So that brings us, or brings me anyway, to one I watched last night, and that is Godzilla 98, the first American Godzilla movie starring Matthew Broderick and directed by the one and only Roland Emmerich. This movie is not well liked. If you spent any time on the internet, you know this movie is not well liked at all. And
Yeah, it
I'm
is it is pretty lampooned in general. A lot of
yes,
people are
and
not a fan.
I'm gonna come in with some hot takes here, okay? I think it's nowhere near as bad as people act like it is. I think it's
That's
goofy
spicy.
and
That's a
stupid,
spicy take.
but it's fun, damn it. I like it. It's not good in any sort of objective sense, don't get me wrong, but it's a lot of fun and I like it. I don't mind the redesign. Obviously, it's not classic Godzilla, but I do like the choice to make him look a bit more like an iguana. I think the design makes some logical sense in terms of how he moves and how he's shaped and things like that. It gets too much flack there. I said it.
Oh
I
boy.
like it. I enjoy it. And I watched two movies last night. I watched Godzilla 1998, and I watched Godzilla 2014. And I liked 98 better by a lot.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That is a
Well,
spicy take. Oh,
someone
man.
someone says I feel like the take isn't as spicy anymore. I hope that's true. I'm not attached to it being spicy. If people have finally come around to the idea that like it got a little too much hate from like Godzilla purists and stuff like that, I'm happy if the tide is turning a little bit in favor of that movie, but it has awful reviews if you go look it up. The redesign
Yeah.
is ass. It's different. It's very different. The redesign is not ass. It is not. I'm sorry. I hate to say it. It does
It's
actually look like a giant irradiated mutated iguana, and that's what it is. It's pretty neat. I like the way it moves, especially when it's like swimming through the subway systems. It like crawls along kind of like an iguana. It's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, the characters are like the movie wants so bad to be Jurassic Park, but it can't because Roland Emmerich is no
is no
Steven
Steven
Spielberg.
Spielberg, yeah.
But there are a lot of like rip-offs of Jurassic Park that I find fun. If you're gonna rip off a movie, it's not a bad one to pick. The CGI is not great, but it was 1998. If I'm gonna be a little harsh here, the CGI is not great in Godzilla Minus One either, and that came out this year. So let's cut Godzilla 98 some slack. How about that?
This is like defending the prequel trilogy right now. Is what you
No, because I'm right. No, it's not a great movie. It's not it's not a great movie. Do not get me wrong.
Jar Jar did
It's
nothing
got
wrong.
it's got a lot of stupid shit. The stupidest aspect I think of Godzilla 98 is what the human military does in trying to kill it, because they're just blowing up buildings and like timeless New York landmarks like it's nothing, shooting and missing constantly. And then the other major part that's stupid is the fact that like it manages to just disappear.
Yeah, well,
And the
God, I remember. One of the lines that I remember very well from that movie is Matthew Broderick like being asked to explain why Godzilla picked New York, and he just says, "It's perfect. It's an island. There's water on all sides." As if that doesn't apply to anywhere else in the world that might be an island. Like, why God?
Yeah, no, see, it's stupid. Don't get me wrong. That part's stupid for sure.
And then like the baby Godzilla velociraptors being tripped up by gumballs in Madison Square Garden. I remember
That's
that
fun.
so well.
All right, that's goofy fun.
That's how they defeat, how they escape from the monster. Gumballs on the floor. It's so cartoony and like in a way that only pre 9/11 movies could be. Like 9/11 did not only change America, it changed cinema. And we weren't allowed.
Fun.
Suddenly, we're not allowed to be goofy anymore. James Bond is having a heart attack, and where's my funny gadgets? That's all I want to know. Thanks, Osama. Thanks for that. Ruined the movies of my childhood.
Let's talk about the different components, right? Godzilla 1998. I think let's talk first about like the lore, world building, right? So kind of not dissimilar to the original Godzilla, in that it's except with the added bit that it's mutated and that it's grown exponentially due to hydrogen bomb testing. This time in the French Guiana or something like that? It's somewhere.
Somewhere where the French are responsible for it. I think the French are the problem, right? And not just in the movie, like in general. Like
the French are also the solution in this movie. It's strange. There's the mysterious Frenchman angle isn't very odd
like
choice.
Leon the Professional's in this, right? The guy who plays
Yeah,
it's
pretty good. So yes.
What a weird
so it's an iguana that has been irradiated and develops into this giant iguana-like monster thing due to hydrogen bomb testing in the Pacific, right? And then for reasons that don't really make any sense, but the movie tries to pretend they do, it comes all the way to New York City because they want the movie to be in New York City. That's really the reason.
He needs to climb the Empire State Building and have babies underneath Madison Square Garden, man. That's how you
Yeah,
do a
man.
90s movie.
Uh,
New
it's
York.
dope. It's so fun. Okay, it's so fun. So, and the other thing I'll say about this movie, obviously Roland Emmerich is no Steven Spielberg, but he's trying really hard to be, and sometimes it works, right? Like the movies, there's a lot of fun zooms and camera movement and stuff like that, and there's a lot of really good cinematic stuff. Like good reveals and good like shots of people that kind of show the scale and good that he does a good job escalating how much we show of Godzilla as he comes closer and closer and stuff like that. There's fun stuff like when they first bring Matthew Broderick in and he's like showing him the sample and he's like, "Where's the sample?" He's like, "You're standing in it." It's like, "Oh, boom, giant footprint." That's fun. It's a nice visual reveal. There's cool stuff like that.
Oh, and he was really
I think,
riding high off of Independence Day too, because Independence Day had come out before this, and people were feeling that one. It was like 2 years
yeah.
before this. This was his follow up.
Oh, and there's some Independence Day like moments, like when they blow up Madison Square Garden, and it's this big triumphant, massive explosion. The explosion looks awesome. All right, it's a mix of like miniatures. It's like the Independence Day explosion. It's
Yeah,
pretty good.
I like
There's a
Independence.
lot
You know
of
what? I
really
like
good
Independence Day. I don't know if the tone or
or
the
the story.
temperature of the
But
room has changed on Independence Day. I know Independence Day 2 kind of sucks, but I enjoy the original one. I think it's not a
oh,
it's not a mistake to give the guy who made that movie Godzilla until you find out what he's gonna do with it. Maybe, I don't know.
so someone says, never forget the tagline for the '98 movie was "Size does matter." Hilarious. See, you know what's great about that tagline is that's perfectly in keeping with the tone of the movie. Like, it's honestly, I'm complimenting it. Like that's the tone of the movie. It's great. Um, someone has corrected me to say she. Godzilla actually isn't a she in this movie. They keep calling it a he over and over again. It actually reproduces asexually. So it's more
It's
hermaphroditic
because
or
of all the
androgynous.
chemicals around Manhattan,
Yeah, all the
turning the
chemicals in the
friggin'
water.
Godzillas gay.
Yeah, listen, go watch the '98 movie again and just have
No.
fun. All right, live a little. Um, okay, so no, there is more to talk about. So the human characters, you can do far worse in a Godzilla movie than the human characters in Godzilla '98. Matthew Broderick is fun in the movie, though his character is kind of static. He doesn't really go on an arc so much. But the woman, whose name I do not remember, played by not Meg Ryan. I don't remember who actually plays her, but it's Discount Meg Ryan. She goes on an interesting little arc. So she's working as a news reporter, and she's trying to work her way up the ladder at this news agency. And she's just an assistant. She's trying to be a reporter, and her boss is taking advantage of her because she's not confident enough to stand up for herself and assert herself and all that sort of stuff. And her friends are like, "Sorry, you're just too nice. You got to be cutthroat. It's a dog eat dog world." And Hank Azaria is there, and he's funny anyway. And so she's like, "Well, I got to be more cutthroat to make it in this business." And so she reunites with Matthew Broderick, who's here as a scientist trying to help study and figure out what to do with Godzilla. And she betrays him to steal information that's confidential and goes to the news with it. Right? So she betrays his trust and fucks him over. And then it gets him fired, and then she feels really bad. And so she tried to be cutthroat, to try to make it in the business, and she fucked over someone that she cared about. And so then she has to go risk life and limb to go try to find him and make it right and get the story. And in the end, she does get the story. She does help them save the day. And in the end, she tells her boss to go fuck himself because now she's gonna go be a reporter on her own. God damn it! And it's a nice little arc.
Yeah, she's
It's
gonna
fun.
start a blog.
Yeah, it's good old '90s feminism. Much more enjoyable feminism. I, it's you could do far worse, and they certainly do in 2014. I think sometimes the characters in this movie get a bad rap because they're kind of goofy, but like some of the comedic performances are really good. And Kazari is really funny as the cameraman guy.
Isn't
Some
his
like
name? His name's Animal, isn't it? It's
yeah, they call him Animal. I don't know. I don't remember why.
it's just there's a lot of weird names going on in that movie because somebody mentioned
Yeah.
that his name is
Well, they
Totopoulos.
keep mispronouncing it, and he goes, "It's Totopoulos." They kept calling him like Totopoulos or random shit like that.
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
there's
his name is Nico Totopoulos.
yeah, and that like so that they got that going. They got Philippe Roche or Roche, however it's
Yeah,
spelled Roche, which makes sense because French. But
I don't remember if how they say his last name if they do. Yeah. But then you got the sort of like kind of fat, selfish, bumbling mayor guy. Like this it's fun. It's a fun, campy, goofy movie. It leans hard into the goofiness factor. It's got some really nice cinematic set pieces. You know, it's not Godzilla like you've known him before. It's a different take on it in
this
terms of the
ain't your
design and stuff like
grandmother's
that.
Godzilla.
But I think it's relatively successful in that regard. Thematically, there's not a lot of meat on the bones. Obviously, he's created by nuclear testing, but because it was the French that did it instead of the Americans who did it, there's no real sort of sense in which the narrative is trying to grapple with
Yeah.
anything regarding the problem of escalating, technology and things of that nature, or the atomic age in general. Doesn't really bother with any of that, which is fine because it's a goofy, fun adventure film. It's got some great kind of scary sequences, like good children's horror, I would say. It's scary for kids. Um, there's a little bit of romance there. There's some moderately interesting science stuff, and this one actually is probably one of the better ones at nailing the sort of Godzilla as tragic figure, like that it's a little sad when we kill him in the end. Obviously, he was destroying a lot of stuff and he killed a lot of people, but there is something that they actually quite nail, I think, about like a little bit of sadness when they have to kill him, because in this he isn't just because in the original he's sort of like destroying cities, right? He's melting beams and killing people left and right, whereas Godzilla in the 98 version is more of an animal who's just trying to survive and nest. He's going to be a giant problem and they have to kill him, and all his little hundreds and hundreds of little velociraptor knockoff babies, but but like he isn't killing people indiscriminately in the same sort of way. And
Yeah,
so when they
yeah,
have to
yeah.
kill him at the end, there is a little bit of that like King Kong sort of tragicness to the end. Like the Ishiro Honda quote that we have on screen. It's a little bit like that. And so like it's not a bad movie. It's not a bad movie. It's like 4 out of 10, maybe maybe 5 if you're being very, very, very nice. There's a lot of stupid stuff in there, but the hate it gets, I think, is a little overblown. Yeah, they drive out of its mouth because they use an electrical cable and he shoves it into its gums. It's fun. It's fun.
Maybe I will go rewatch Godzilla 1998.
Well, you'll have a better time, I think, than watching some of these other ones, like the next one in our list,
Godzilla
Godzilla
2014.
2014. Holy shit, is that movie dull? Oh my god, it's so every character that isn't Bryan Cranston is a wet blanket personality vacuum. There's nothing there. It's Hero Man needs to go back and find his family. That's his story. That's all there is to it. He doesn't have any interesting personality quirks. He's not funny. He's not he doesn't have any like flaws really. You know what I mean? He just oh
Yeah,
god.
he's
I have a
just
lot of
there.
complaints. I have a lot of complaints about this movie. Because I watched it in the theater and I remember thinking, that wasn't great, but some of the monster action was cool and it looked great. It was honestly, at the time anyway, the best looking Godzilla movie I'd ever seen.
Yeah,
You know
I
what I
do
mean?
still really like the design from 2014. And like before I'm gonna jump straight to the end here. I love the part where Godzilla grabs the evil monster and just fucking fire breathes down its throat. I
Yes.
love that part, and the music
That's
that
like a
plays
solid two
afterward.
seconds.
It's a really really good scene in a whole sea of forgettable bland characters. Like
Yeah, so let's talk about this mess of a movie. Let's start with the lore. Probably the most confusing lore I've seen in one of these Godzilla origin movies, and it all happens more or less like in this opening montage where the implication is that Godzilla is this ancient creature. There were many such Titan-like giant creatures that lived on Earth way back when Earth was way more irradiated, had less of an atmosphere,
Yeah,
was
so we're
hotter,
already
all that
sort
sort
of
of stuff.
setting up for like a potential Marvelization of the Godzilla thing because they
Yeah.
have the rights to King Kong and King Ghidorah and everything, so you know that's what they're planning on doing, and this is when everybody's kind of high on the Avengers, so
Hmm.
we got to make sure that we have that little Easter egg in there at the beginning.
Yes. So yes, yes, and that's definitely a big part of why the lore is like it is. So these giant Titan-like creatures lived, and that's honestly, if you want to set up all the versus films that come later, start it from the beginning. That's fine with me. You know what I mean? Because in some of the originals, because like in the original movie, spoilers for the 1954 movie, they kill him in the end. And then he's just back in later movies. I don't remember how, but there was never any indication that there were other giant creatures that would factor into it. And so they end up introducing like time travel and monsters that come from space and all sorts of stuff like that. If you're going to set up the sort of Marvelized Godzilla franchise and you want to do all the versus movies, having it be that in ancient times there were a bunch of these giant creatures that battled, you know, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
However, what they do is have it be that they like lived when it was much hotter and much more irradiated, and then they disappeared below the surface. They don't even say
Into the
deep into the
Mariana
ocean.
Trench is basically what the Marianas Trench is
Yeah,
basically what they
yeah.
imply. Like
And so,
they're living at the deepest part of the Earth's core because
yeah.
there's just not enough radiation on the planet's surface right now, so they just said fuck it and took a deep dive.
Yes. Okay. So fuck it. Whatever with that. And then what's also implied, and it's the most vague of any of the lore dumps in this franchise, as far as I can tell. The other thing that they imply but don't make entirely clear how this happened is that Godzilla must have emerged in around the same time as he did. No, he must have. I don't. He must have emerged around when the original atom bomb went off because they show footage of the sort of famous hydrogen bomb tests that took place in the Pacific at Bikini Atoll. Is that how you say it? I don't know. I don't know
Atoll
how to
or
say it.
Atoll,
Yeah,
one of those two. Who cares?
those famous hydrogen bomb tests. They show that and then imply that those weren't tests. Those were attempts to destroy Godzilla that we just never heard about. Um,
Oh, do
I
they
have
do
problems
that?
with this. They do do that.
They
They
couldn't have
do
just
do
left it at like, oh yeah, we did that, and now there's radiation that he's on the surface that he's coming to eat. Like they couldn't have even just
Nope.
left it at that.
Nope. Nope, it's worse.
Oh
Because
boy.
they imply that the hydrogen bomb tests weren't tests. They were attempts to destroy Godzilla, and somehow no one ever heard about this. Um, and Bryan Cranston is like the conspiracy theorist type character who ends up being right, obviously, who's like, they've been covering this up. They're turning the freaking Godzilla's gay. Um,
You
but like, okay, so
remember in
what
New
that
York with the
implies,
gumball machines?
and so that
It's
I
all
think
connected.
part utterly destroys the connection metaphorically, thematically to the atom bomb that Godzilla is supposed to have because it's not something that's created by or enraged by or mutated by our hydrogen bomb testing and our,
Of the
ramping
nuclear,
up
yeah, the
in
ramping up of the
explosive
nuclear age and everything.
technology. No, those actually, we weren't doing a bad arms racy thing and threatening to destroy the world. We were actually trying to save the world because we were just trying to kill Godzilla back then. It's like that's really stupid, I think. And it kind of ruins any potential for Godzilla to be something of a response to, or at least related to, the atomic age itself. Because later we'll find out that like the like there's other monsters in this movie too. It's not strictly that Godzilla is an antagonist in this one. Um, the Muto things, they like eat nukes. They go num 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 num, and they eat the nukes. and so, like, and so they have to find some other way of. Well, they don't even come up with another way of killing them because Godzilla just does it. Because in this movie, the logic of the movie is like, no, we shouldn't just try to nuke all our problems all the time. Godzilla is some sort of great equalizer force for good on the planet
He
that
will
will save
fight
us.
for humanity when no one else would.
It's so bad. It's so dumb. I hate it. Because okay, so Ken Watanabe character is the one who says that. He's like, no, I think he will bring balance. And he ends up being right, but there's no reason to believe that. Like there's no evidence to believe the fact that like, oh, if we just let Godzilla fight these creatures, he'll destroy them and then bring balance to the force for us. Like he's basing that on nothing other than having read the script already. It's really
Let them
stupid.
fight.
Yeah, let them fight. Exactly. Uh so the lore and the world building I think is as confused and unbelievable as ever and kind of ruins the themes, right? Because the themes are kind of a preachy sort of let nature do its course, don't intervene, nature will bring balance to itself, kind of boring, generic environmentalist sort of thing. That's all, like that's what the
Yeah.
movie is. It's lame. It doesn't really answer any important questions about technology and balance with, you know what I mean? It doesn't answer any of that shit. Um, So those parts sucked. Let's talk about the human characters. There's Bryan Cranston, who you start the movie and you're like, "Ooh, Bryan Cranston, he's going to be our main character." And then if you're watching the credits, you go, "Wait, why doesn't he have top billing? Why is he and Bryan Cranston in the credits?" Oh, it's because he's going to die less than a third of the way through the movie, and then he was the only interesting character, and now he's gone. Great.
Yeah. Also, kind of interesting to note that Ken Watanabe's character in this movie shares a surname with the eye patched uh, scientist from the original movie,
Oh,
Serizawa.
really?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're both Dr. Serizawa. One is Daisuke. That's the original one is Daisuke, and I think he's Ishiro. So I don't know. Like they never make that connection from what I remember. But
Not even
yeah,
thematically.
yeah.
Not even thematically. He's just the Japanese character, so he's right. Um, I guess they meant that as some sort of like respect to Japan. Like that sort of
Like, yeah,
seems to be part of.
this is
You
Japan. This
got the
is your
most
thing, right?
popular.
Like this is your guy. This is your guy, right? Like what's he saying?
Yeah, I don't know. It's bad. So Bryan Cranston is working at a nuclear facility in Japan.
Isn't it like Fukushima? He's like because this is a few years after that time.
No,
Like oh no, okay.
I think it's somewhere else. It's some other facility, and there's been these earthquakes that he doesn't think are earthquakes. He thinks there's something else because they're not random the way earthquakes are. Anyway, there's these earthquakes and then it threatens to destroy his nuclear facility and he's got to shut it down and get everybody out. Uh-oh, but then his wife is down there and oh no, I got to get my wife out of there and then he doesn't. He has to close the door to seal her in so that whatever toxic gas fume things that are coming out don't spread any further. And so that's kind of a nice little heartbreaking sort of scene choice he has to make and says a lot about his character. And I'm like, oh, this is actually not so bad, right? And then years later, the kid has grown up and it's
Aaron
Aaron
Taylor
Taylor
Johnson.
Johnson.
Yeah.
And I like him in some other things, but he is the wettest of blankets in this movie. There's just nothing to his character. He's generic man and he's a soldier. He comes home. Elizabeth Olsen is also a wet blanket in this movie. It's like, I love my wife and my kid. Uh-oh, my dad is in trouble in Japan. I got to go to Japan. And then his dad's, kind of conspiracy theorist man who thinks they're trying to cover something up, Morty. And eventually he's proven right. And then they kill him off in the dumbest way possible. Like he's just dead now. There he goes. He's gone. And we're just left with generic man who's got to get back to his family and then also along the course of it just kind of happen to find himself in all the important places where he can be involved in the mission to destroy Godzilla even though he has no reason to be there. That's essentially the whole rest of the movie from a character perspective. There's nothing to it. It's horribly dull, and I can't stand it. Now, one of the
Yeah.
big criticisms that Godzilla 2014 gets, and I saw someone mention it a couple minutes ago, was that there's only, I believe someone did the math at some point, and I've heard different numbers, but it's either something like 8 to 11% of screen time goes to Godzilla itself, which is not a lot. Now, I remember being annoyed with that the first time I saw it because a lot of people are like, "Oh, we just need more Godzilla, more Godzilla, more Godzilla." And then you get that in the some of the
You get that
successive
in King
movies.
of the Monsters and everything, and it's not better.
And it's bad. It's not better, right? But the problem is that 2014 has nothing else of value to offer as soon as Bryan Cranston dies. There's nothing else that's worthwhile at all. The human plot in terms of just the logistics of how Aaron Taylor Johnson finds his way to everywhere he needs to be and then just worms his way into missions, even though it's like, who the fuck are you? You're just some random dude. Like
Yeah.
all of that is awful. He has nothing in terms of a character arc. There's nothing in terms of personality or quirks so that we can make him flawed or relatable. Nothing to offer. So all there is the monster action. And if all there is the monster action, people are going to want more of that, right? And so I understand why people are like, "Oh, I wanted to see more." But if the human drama was better, I don't mind how little Godzilla there is in Godzilla because I do like the way he builds it up, right? We see a lot of, we see little bits and pieces of him, and it's in the darkness at first, and we see a little bit of him, Godzilla and the monsters on television. I like seeing everything from human scale. I like seeing things from the ground in Godzilla movies because it makes it look bigger and kind of puts you in the eyes of human beings. The closer the camera gets to eye level on Godzilla, the more like we lose the sort of human connection. So I like the scale. I think someone else mentioned this earlier that Gareth Edwards is quite good at delivering on scale, right? Godzilla feels huge in this movie. I mean, he is the biggest he's ever been, but in terms of everything feeling like monstrously big,
Yeah.
no pun intended, like he does a really good job. And what little action there is, I think is all right. It's not amazing, but it's all right. It's the best part of the movie. Someone mentioned that they think it's way too dark. I thought that watching it at home last night. But when I saw it in the theater, I didn't think it was too dark. It's interesting. Like I mean, it's definitely not as well lit as, the 98 movie, which was made in the 90s. I really miss the way we shot movies in the 90s, by the way. But setting that aside, it is too dark, I think, for home viewings. In the theater, it's not so dark that you can follow a little better. But watching it at
Yeah.
home, it was there's a lot of dust and there's a lot of stuff to sort of hide the CGI and make it look as good as it can be, which I understand. And I like the restraint to a degree, but since there's nothing else to latch onto, it does make you wish there was more action. That's sort of how I feel about that aspect of it.
I have not watched it since I saw it in the theater back in 2014, or maybe I have. I remember enjoying it when I saw it, mostly because I like how cool Godzilla is in that one when he is on screen. He is
I
pretty
like the
fucking
design.
cool. The
I do
design
like
is
the design.
cool. I like the scene where his back scales kind of first light up and then he starts breathing fire. I thought that was pretty sick. And I like when he opens the jaws of the evil monster and breathes fire down it, and he gets to be the good monster, and he has the roar. And he has the roar, which I didn't notice it in King of the Monsters or in Godzilla v Kong: Dawn of Justice, but it was in Godzilla 2014. So it hit that point for me. Although I don't remember it having the really good music.
No, it doesn't have any of the original score in it, which I don't mind in
Lame.
principle, but the music they have is kind of forgettable. It's
Yeah,
okay, but it's not.
if you're gonna replace it, at least make it. You got to make it as good, which is it's a tall
I
order.
also
So maybe just don't
I
replace
also
it.
don't know if they had the rights to it. That might be part of it,
Oh, maybe.
actually.
In,
Because this
hmm.
is not a Toho movie. They have the
Oh,
rights to the story, not the maybe not the actual like iconography. You know what I mean? The music and stuff.
maybe.
I
Yeah,
don't
that makes sense.
I don't actually know. Maybe they just wanted to go in a different direction. I'm not sure. But the music is fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
uh, Another point of praise I would give the 2014 movie is those Muto monsters. They're called that because they're like mutant, unidentified terrestrial organism, I believe is the phrase. Uh, all the other scientists and like military characters are nothing burgers as well. By the way, I'm just picturing some of them saying those
Yeah.
lines.
Ken
They're
Watanabe
there.
is lended some gravitas by virtue of the fact that he's older than the rest of them and more Japanese, and I think that's really the only thing his character has going for him.
Yeah, and his like stupid commitment to like, no, Godzilla is definitely going to bring balance to the force because that's what the theme of the movie is. So I know it.
He really likes to go work with Gareth Edwards because he doesn't have all that much he has to do, you know?
It's true because God, Gareth Edwards does not get good performances out of people in this movie. People who I know are good in other things, and
Yeah,
it's
Aaron Taylor
frustrating.
Johnson is pretty good in Kick Ass. Uh, I
I liked him. I
He's
liked him
okay
in
in
Bullet
Bullet Train,
Train.
right? Yeah, he's pretty good in Bullet Train.
Those him and Paperboy are funny in Bullet Train. I like them. Yeah, I was just gonna say that the Muto monsters are cool, and I like that there's a sort of male female. So like and there's a size difference, and I sort of like the way one of them flies and the other doesn't. They're kind of neat.
Yeah,
They're kind of cool, and they're laying a bunch of eggs, and we got to destroy them before the eggs hatch. All that. The monster stuff is fine. There's just should be more of it probably, and it'd be great if the movie had anything else to offer. That would be cool too.
yeah,
This movie is much worse than I remembered it. I think the plot, we don't have time to get into it, but in terms of how we get from A to B to C is like the creator levels of bad. It's a mess. It's a
oh
gigantic,
boy.
stupid mess.
Oh man, and
I
here
do
I
not
thought
like
he
it.
was just like on a downward slide. So you're saying he started at the bottom, and
Well,
he's still there
Godzilla isn't as preachy
as
as
the
the
creator.
creator
Oh.
was. No, so it doesn't have
And
that.
he had the opportunity to do it too, but he did good on him. He decided not to do any anti-nuclear armament preaching in this one. Probably not his choice. If I had to,
Well, it's just that the human beings are so stupid. Like all their plans are like, "Oh wow, this thing is feeding on nuclear energy. We got to nuke it." And it's like, I know you're going to realize in 45 minutes that that would actually make it more powerful, but why don't you realize that right now? You morons.
or like when Aaron Taylor Johnson pulls out his pistol to intimidate the Muto at the end, right before Godzilla saves his ass again.
That's so stupid. Um, Topaz dude points out that they use music from 2001: A Space Odyssey in the trailer for the Halo jump sequence, and I think that's the same music they use in the movie. It's got that sort of like atonal choral vibe
Yeah,
as they're
yeah,
doing the
yeah.
Halo jump. It looks really neat. I like seeing Godzilla from the perspective of like a skydiver. That's a really cool perspective, especially with like the goggles kind of obscuring part of the vision. The music is really hip. It looks really cool. But then the whole time I'm watching it on a rewatch, I'm like, why are they Halo jumping
Yeah, I
again?
was just about to say why do they do that again?
They
Like
didn't
what's
need to. They just did. That's just what they did. I guess
man.
they wanted to get close. I mean, okay, so the Mutos especially are emitting EMPs, which like disable technology nearby. So I guess they wanted to get their guys in close without a ship being knocked out of the sky. So maybe that actually was the reason that they had to drop them from way, 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 way up so that the plane would survive the mission. I guess there was no other way of getting them close as quickly. That might have been the reason. Okay, we'll give them that one. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, there's
so
not a whole lot else I have to say about it. I found it painfully dull, and lackluster and underwhelming and really stupid. Um, and I so much more enjoyed Godzilla 1998. There you go. There's the hot take. There's the capital O opinions you've been
you've been
waiting
waiting
for.
for the yeah. All right,
I don't
interesting.
like it.
Interesting. Maybe I'll
I
have to
really don't like it.
well, but still better than like when we went to see King of the Monsters. Like that movie
Oh yeah,
was a
okay, yes.
fucking disaster.
Probably worth highlighting is that, and yet, the 2014 Godzilla is leagues better than King of the Monsters and Godzilla vs. Kong. So there's that. and it will probably be leagues better than this new one that they're going to do as well, because it looks bad.
Does King Kong still have Mjolnir in this one? Is that
Oh God, who knows? Maybe he's got to forge a new weapon out of the
you know?
dying
I'm
star.
gonna I'm gonna go off on a little bit of a rant here, but like, did you ever when you were a kid watch the original King Kong versus Godzilla?
Yes, but it's been ages.
And I remember like being hyped up for that movie after watching a bunch of Godzilla movies. Like, his I watched them out of order. I was, just whatever way my parents rented them for me from Blockbuster, right? But I remember sitting down to watch King Kong versus Godzilla, the original King Kong versus Godzilla, and I hyping myself up like my favorite football team was in the Super Bowl. And I'm like, there's no way Godzilla is going to lose this fight. Right? Like, there's no way in hell that a giant monkey that got killed by some biplanes while climbing the Empire State Building, as tragic as it is going to beat a fucking atomic lizard that shoots fire and laser beams from its mouth. And then King Kong won in
Yes.
what was the very first example of like just pure absolute utter heartbreak of my young life. Okay. Like, I still am not over that. And when they re-announced Godzilla versus King Kong, the remake of it, I I was worried. Okay, I was very worried that this bullshit was gonna repeat itself twice, and it didn't. It ended up being sort of like Batman v Superman, where it's not really about them fighting. It's just more about like them having to
Getting
come,
people into
yeah,
seats.
getting
Yeah.
people into seats. But I don't know, that movie's still it's still lodged in my brain, and there's no fucking way that a giant monkey beats Godzilla.
No,
I'm just saying,
no,
like,
I agree.
if we're going with versus Godzilla, like, unless it's King Ghidorah, Godzilla's gonna win every time. Like, King Ghidorah, I could see having a chance. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and some of the other ones like Space Godzilla and the
Space
Biological and
Godzilla
all
is a
that.
good matchup. Yeah, that's a good matchup because, like, they're
But
pretty
King Kong,
evenly matched. Their technique is pretty similar.
yeah.
Their fundamentals are both good. Godzilla's footwork is a little better.
Yeah, King Kong. Yeah, he doesn't stand a chance. I've never quite understood that matchup.
I don't
agree
even
with
understand
you.
why people like King. I'm not gonna get into that. Like, yeah, I get it. King Kong is, an original monster, but like, we can leave that in the past, right? Like, we're not. Are we really attached to King Kong like we are to Godzilla?
When's the last time you watched either the original King Kong or the Peter Jackson Long Kong?
Long Kong. Very, very long time ago.
Okay, because we should watch the long one, the Peter Jackson one, at some point. I want to see how that holds up.
Yeah,
With my
that
new
might be
watch.
that might be interesting, actually, because I haven't
Because
seen too many Peter Jackson movies other than Lord of the Rings, so I'd like
yeah,
to see how he handles those.
yeah, because I've seen the '30s one a couple times, and there's a lot to admire about it, especially the fact that it was made in like what, like 33, 34.
Yeah, yeah,
You
it's
know,
early.
it's definitely like a really solid and important part of film history, but I've never really been super attached to Kong as a character the same way Godzilla. It,
Yeah,
it, it doesn't compare. He
but
simped for a lady and died. Great monster.
Big Monkey.
Big- yeah, I mean, I don't not get the appeal, but it just didn't really do it for me the same way.
Yeah, I mean, I remember watching when I was a little kid, watching the original King Kong and being very upset that they killed him, because it's just like, he's not doing anything to anybody. He's just trying to live. He's just trying to grab a white woman and live. Like, what's the problem?
Yeah.
I don't understand. Isn't that the dream? Isn't that what we all want? But here we are. And then I did watch
Um,
Skull Island, which is kind of a sequel to 2014, I guess. And
I didn't see that
I
at
don't
all.
know.
How was
It's
that?
like, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not a big.
All
I
right.
don't like King Kong, man. Like, I don't know. I don't get. I don't.
That's
John C.
fair.
Riley's really funny in the movie. It's like Apocalypse Now with King Kong is like what they were shooting for. They didn't quite nail
Okay.
it, but Brie Larson, is that who's in it? I think Brie Larson's in it, and Tom Hiddleston, and
All right.
they're fine. They're not
Okay.
particularly memorable, but yeah, Skull Island's kind of a cool name.
Yeah,
They do,
it's got a
yeah.
cool name. Yeah, so someone earlier, I want to highlight this comment, said kaiju films tend to be terrible on average because the viewers don't demand much out of them. Yes, and that is a
Agreed.
big problem I have with especially, anyone who liked Godzilla King of the Monsters. And oh boy, were there a whole bunch of them, unfortunately. I hated that movie, and everyone who liked it seemed to be like, "Oh, but cool monsters. Who cares if it's stupid?" I'm like, "No, we need to raise our standards a little higher than that, guys. Come on." Like we can have both. We can have cool monster action and interesting characters going on arcs, and we can have themes about technology and the relationship between man and nature and all that sort of stuff. We can do it. I believe in us. We can do it. Speaking of which, before we get on to Godzilla Minus One, because
Did you want to
we
talk
should
about
probably
Shin?
start talking about that, but I want to talk about Shin Godzilla. Now, you have not seen this. Is that
No, I
is that
haven't. I
correct?
haven't seen Shin Godzilla. I saw one scene from Shin Godzilla where he. I think it's the first scene where he uses his laser,
Yeah,
and
that's a big one.
that one,
Well,
I'm
if
just
you
gonna
don't
I'm
mind,
just
I'm
gonna
gonna.
give the like my quick. I don't mind that scene, even though I'm not a huge fan of the design of Godzilla in Shin. From what I've seen, I like the sort of tragic nature that the way that they do the way they do the effect in that scene implies. I like that it
Oh, with
kind
the
of
music and everything?
with the
Yeah.
music and the way it looks like it doesn't know what it's doing and that it's kind of like in pain while it's launching that laser out. I liked that bit a little bit. I thought that was like it's pretty effectively done, I would say. Like
Yeah,
to
I
get
would
that
say
across.
he's more of a force of nature in this than in some other ones. He ain't no superhero in this one, or anti-hero, or even a villain. It's just kind of this raw energy and potential being blasted out. Um, it's kind of a question as to how smart it is, but it definitely, has self-defense mechanisms. Anyway, Shin Godzilla. I didn't love it the first time I saw it, but I rewatched it again today, this morning, and I appreciated it a lot more this time. I think it's pretty good, though a couple problems I have with it, like you, I don't love the redesign in this movie. There are parts of it I like, but so part of it that I do like is that it's scary and ugly looking in the
Yeah,
sort of
yeah.
like that's kind of fun, but I don't now, a lot of Godzilla designs have this. It's far from unique in this regard, but I don't like the chunky thighs that so many of them have. I don't like just in terms of believing it exists as a real creature and the way it moves and everything. I don't quite like the design in Shin Godzilla, and I don't think the special effects look great. But what I do really like about it, especially in the first half, is that it's kind of a farce. Like it's not goofy in the way 98 Godzilla is goofy or that some of the Showa era movies are goofy, but it's kind of like a comedy of errors and ineptitude from like a bureaucracy that's moving too slow to do anything
Yeah.
worthwhile in response. And that can be really fun. And, it's got a sort of social commentary angle going for it in terms of like what the point of being a politician is. And obviously, oh, I will start with this. So one of the things that's interesting about Shin Godzilla is that it does not take place in the same world as any of those other films. This is a Godzilla that it basically born and exists entirely in the current year of the movie that it comes out or close to it. And rather than being about hydrogen bomb testing or things of that nature, it seems to be a lot more related to thematically and subtextually to the Fukushima disaster.
Yeah.
And I find that really interesting.
Well,
There's a lot of
Shin
imagery.
for it Shin means new in Japanese.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes. And so I really like that. There's a lot of imagery of like giant floods it's sending through the streets of like carrying boats and houses with it, which is very reminiscent of the original of the sort of the what's the word? Is it tsunami?
It
Is
was
that the
yeah,
word I'm thinking
the
of?
tsunami and then the subsequent nuclear
Yes.
meltdown.
And so it's very much a commentary on the ineptitude with which the Japanese government handled that disaster, which it seems to have been great, that ineptitude. And this,
Yeah.
it's kind of played, it's played for laughs at first, kind of, how slow they are to react. There's funny scenes about how like, oh, I don't know if we want to go public with this just yet. It'll cause a panic, and then it'll cut to people outside already in a panic, running from like waves of water and debris that are rushing towards them, and a monster that's destroying buildings. There's a lot of really good comedic bits that I like in terms of the farcical nature of it. It kind of loses its comedic tone eventually. And it sort of, there's a little bit of a lag in the middle for me, but then it like comes through in the end, and it sort of becomes about these scientists. So with all the ineptitude of the government and the bureaucracy, and like having meetings to decide who should be in charge of leading this response team while the monster's still out there killing people, there's a lot of comedic scenes that take place in boardrooms that are pretty effective, about like arguing about who's technically in charge here and whether we should do this first, or who, all that sort of stuff. Meanwhile, people are dying and they're not doing anything about it. Eventually, that kind of gives way to that scene that you talked about, where it shoots its atomic breath. That's like the most damage it ever does in the movie, and it's catastrophic. It destroys a whole bunch, and it completely irradiates that whole region of Tokyo, right? Really bad. And then it comes to be a conflict over whether they should, because the U.S. and the UN, I think, led by, I think, Russia and China especially, want to nuke Godzilla to destroy it. And they're sort of like the Japanese government, the high levels of the Japanese government are just kind of like throwing up their hands like, oh, well, we got to do what they want to do. Meanwhile, there's these Japanese scientists who are trying to find some other way, because they don't think that the nuke will actually kill Godzilla, because
Yeah. Well, because it
it's
was
built
caused
on
by it. Yeah.
radiation. Yeah, and all that sort of stuff like that. And so they come up with a different plan that involves a certain, it's a little bit sci-fi mumbo jumbo jargon, but they basically want to freeze its blood because, or like like clot its blood and things like that, because basically Shin Godzilla is like a thermonuclear reactor in a living organism, right? So its blood is like coolant keeping the reaction at bay. So after like going onto land and destroying a bunch of stuff, it had to go back into the water to stay cool and cool itself down, right? So it's like a living nuclear reactor wreaking havoc, right? And so they have to find a way of disrupting that sort of biological process to kill it, and then they kind of freeze it in place, and that's how they defeat it in the end. So, like, scientifically and sort of in terms of people coming up with a plan and executing the plan, I think it's probably one of the strongest ones I've seen for that. I quite like it. Um, you know, like some of the other attempts in other movies of like how they go about trying to destroy Godzilla don't really feel connected to the overall story other than the original movie. But this one I really like. I think it's really interesting. It's kind of about the feeling, at least from the filmmaker, but likely a lot of the people watching the movie as well, that this government did such a bad job handling it that it's time to like clean house and start over with people who will actually take responsibility into their own hands instead of pushing it into other people's hands like bureaucrats tend to do, right?
Yeah.
Like, and that's sort of the central essence of the story, if you will. And I think it's really good. I think that part of it's really good. Like I said, I don't love the design of Shin Godzilla all that much, and some of the action and the CGI looks kind of cheap. Not a whole lot you can do about that, but the story I think is pretty good. I like it quite a bit.
Okay. Well, I'll have to check that out at some point then.
I think it's worthwhile. I think it's definitely worthwhile, especially yeah, like I said, my only real problem with it is that it kind of there's a little bit of a section where I think it drags in the middle, but overall I think it's pretty good. It's a lot better than I thought it was after watching it the first time. I don't think I appreciated how funny it was, especially in the first half. I don't think I appreciated that the first time around, and I was so disappointed at the 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 sort of lack of monster action, because it's a very slow moving thing. It doesn't really have any sort of personality to it. It's just kind of it's a force of nature that doesn't really seem in control of itself in some sense. It's got really kind of stupid but
Yeah.
funny and also scary googly eyes,
Yeah,
and it's just
the eyes in that scene where it uses its laser are the thing that kind of got to me at one point, where it's like it's
yeah.
not aware of what it's about to do when it activates that, and then when it's kind of like freaking out when it's happening, and it's the laser's cutting through the buildings haphazardly, and it has no control over it whatsoever. I was like, I like it, but at the time when I saw it, I didn't. I was kind of like more like, I want to see a Godzilla that actually, like, I want to see Godzilla the wrestler, not Godzilla the theme. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's not classic Godzilla in the design by any means in terms of its behavior either. Um, it's much. You could maybe argue, if you're being harsh, that the Godzilla in this movie is more subtext than text. But um, I quite like
Fair
a lot of
enough.
it,
Like, well, compared
I
to some of the yeah, the Japanese are very well renowned, I think, world over for their ability to be understated, and yet somehow that doesn't translate to acting in the modern.
I do think. Well, yeah, that might be a decent place to jump over to the new movie, but I do want to say that I think the acting in Shin Godzilla is pretty good,
Okay.
and it doesn't have um some of the what should we say, like overly sentimental and over the top
The melodrama, like
melodrama.
anime-esque melodrama that a lot tend to. It wasn't as big. Like, I watch a lot of Japanese, like, Kurosawa movies from the 50s 60s era, and they don't
Mhm.
have as big of an issue with this, with like the overdoing it, kind of like the hyper real emotions coming through, as a lot of modern ones tend to. um Acting or writing, well, in more classical Japan.
You're talking about acting, right? In this, that's
I'm
what you're
talking
talking
about
about now.
acting in this one because I think like Japanese writing, even modern Japanese writing, like Murakami, tends to be pretty understated in emotional impact. Um, it's mostly, now I'm thinking like novels and all that, but like mostly it's the acting. Like mostly it's acting and script writing in modern stuff that they tend to have a problem with. Um, they're not.
Well,
Yeah,
I think we're about ready to jump into it,
I
but I
think we
know
will.
that's one of the things you didn't quite like about Godzilla Minus One. Before we jump into that, is there anything you wanted to say before we jump into a full and proper discussion of Godzilla Minus One?
No, I think
No.
I'm
All
no, I
right.
think we're
Well,
good.
then let's do it. Let's transition into the movie theater, and away we go. I suppose, why don't you tell us what you thought overall of Godzilla Minus One?
I liked it a lot. I enjoyed it a lot. I thought I really liked the bones of the story. I thought pretty much
Mhm,
the all of the character drama was really interesting, right? Like the main character's story and the struggle that he has in reintegrating into society after World War II. The period piece aspect really helps it out a lot, I think.
yeah.
It's really good. It's sort of a remake of the original one, sort of. It has some very close similarities, like when he's walking through the Ginza district and, destroying the telephone lines and picking up the tram car and,
Mhm.
kind of walking around like that. Um, a lot of good moments for character development and for writing that are sort of torpedoed by anime style overacting. Quite a few of those, although they do in certain points manage to nail it, which I really enjoyed. I like the design of Godzilla in this one a lot, although the CGI is kind of clunky at points, especially in that scene where he's trampling through Ginza. Um, and then, there's just some things where it's like they're kind of hitting the right beats just a little in too much of a predictable way. We'll get to that when we get to the end, I'm sure. But there's some things that I was just kind of like, well, yeah, like, of course that's what happened, of course. But I don't know if I
No, I know exactly what you're
Yeah.
talking about, and there's a little bit of convenience that I don't like about the ending as well. But
Yes.
continue.
No, I mean that's basically. I mean, I really enjoyed it. I really, really
Yeah.
enjoyed it. I thought it was. I thought it used the score very well. There's a lot of scenes that evoke other movies that I like. I mean, I'll jump ahead a little bit here, but the scene on the boat where it's chasing them gave me a bit of a Jaws vibe, and I loved it.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
loved
Yeah.
that whole sequence when they're on the boat and he's chasing them is awesome. Is really really good. Um, there's moments where the main actor really shines, and then like he'll just kind of overdo it just a little bit, and I'll end up looking like there's that one scene that I was telling you about earlier where he slams his head on the counter to beg the mailman to keep looking for the mechanic that he needs, and the mailman kind of gives him this like really like cringy like what are you doing dude kind of face, and that was me in quite a few of the moments where he kind of states his emotional state out loud. You know, like it's just a little too much at points for me. But I most of it is very solid. I think it's got great bones and it's working pretty well. I would recommend it. It's pretty entertaining.
All right. Yeah, I'm in a similar boat. I liked it. I don't think I loved it. Some people seem to really, really love this movie. I can appreciate that, but I think there's a couple things that hold it back from being great. I like it. I think especially so if I think about my two favorite of the modern Godzilla movies, it'd be this and Shin Godzilla, right? And I think there's a sort of subtlety to Shin Godzilla that is absent from this movie. I think, especially in some of the emotions that it's going for, and some of the dramatic. It's a bit melodramatic. It's a little ham-fisted at times. It lacks subtlety in some ways, but I do think the human drama is slightly more interesting in this than in Shin Godzilla. So, for example, just to go back to Shin Godzilla doesn't really have much in terms of uh like fleshed out character arcs, so to speak. It's all about handling the problem. Like we don't know the backstory of any of these characters, right? We don't know their personal relationships really. We don't see anyone's home life. Whereas this movie has a much sort of more gripping, basic bones of a character arc about a what you might call a failed, depending on who you ask, kamikaze pilot who decided not to go forward with his mission because he didn't want to die, and dealing with the feeling of regret and survivor's guilt. Feels like he, didn't live up to his duty. He was dishonored by what he did, and then having to go through this arc of determining like what he should do now and how he should move on, and whether he should sacrifice himself in order to save the day in the end or not. That has much more meat on its bones in terms of character arcs than anything in Shin Godzilla. But I do think Shin Godzilla does a better job of like the scientists trying to figure out what to do about this problem. So I think
You didn't like the plan in this movie?
no, I don't like the plan in this movie.
Give
And I'm
Godzilla the
sorry.
bends.
I mean, it's not the worst idea I've ever heard or anything, but I think narratively, it's not as connected to the main story, and it just kind of comes out of nowhere. It's like, here's this plan we've been working on, you haven't heard anything about, but here it is, and it's not really thematically related to anything else we've been doing. It's a perfectly fine plan, I suppose. It doesn't end up working, but it's as good idea as any, I suppose. Dealing with this like impenetrable regenerative monster. You can't just shoot guns at it. So what do you do? Like, it's not an awful plan in that regard. It's way better than the plan in the 2014 movies. Like, it's
Yeah.
not even close. But I think it is kind of like there are aspects of this movie that I don't feel like necessarily all congeal into one unified whole. And the plan is just sort of something that like, oh, by the way, we've been working on this plan. Here it is. It's not really thematically connected to anything in the same way that the Shin plan is about these scientists who've been working this whole time trying to figure it out, and that's been one of the main focuses of the story. So I think between these two movies, it has a lot of what I could ever hope for out of a Godzilla movie. But one, if you combined them, the best of both, you'd have maybe something like a near perfect Godzilla movie for me. Um, but overall, Godzilla Minus One, I think it's quite good. Um, I don't love the design. We can talk more about the details of that, but I think part of it might just be the CGI and the way they have it move that I don't quite like.
Yeah, it
Um,
is very, very clunky when it's in motion, like in a way that's kind of distracting at times. I mean, when it's walking through the city in that it like in its big, reveal scene and its big moment, it's
yeah,
it
the way it
looks
moves and takes steps, I don't. It doesn't make sense
it
to
does
me.
yeah,
It doesn't
it
feel
just
right.
feels like it feels like a robot, right? Like it's like
A little bit, yeah.
clunk, clunk, clunk.
Yeah,
Kevo, you know what, Kevo? I'm gonna agree big time with you. There is a gigantic lack of subtlety in modern Japanese media. This is one of the reasons why I can't really get into anime because of how melodramatic and over the top the emotions being felt by the characters are. They are screaming constantly. They are talking out loud things that I know that normal people would not say about what they're
yeah,
thinking out loud constantly. And that is what drives a lot of character drama in it. And more and more when I read, like, I read a lot of Japanese stuff, and so I go back more to older, like post-war stuff when I do this, because there's like, I mean, if I'm reading Mishima novels, there's so much more internal stuff going on that is just such a huge refresher from watching modern Japanese media or partaking in modern Japanese media.
yeah.
Murakami does okay, but we could get into that at some other point if we ever, like, that's not really the point. The point being, this has a lot of really good moments in it that kind of just get, pushed a little too far. And it
Yeah,
happens
it's like the
quite a
kind of.
lot.
I think it's the kind of thing for me where I get what they're going for, and then they make it a little too explicit, and I'm like, no, I got it, I got it. It was good before like, like they say one too many things, and it kind of
Exactly. Yeah.
detracts from it a little
There's
bit.
a lot of
And
stuff where,
not in a way
like,
that it's bad, but I think it does have a little bit of a lack of subtlety problem. It's going for at worst, there are moments that are a little ham-fisted in terms of the emotions they're going
yeah.
for, and the ending is a big one for me. I don't like certain things about the ending. We'll
Yeah,
get
well,
back
and
to. I wanted to.
there's one scene right before the big, like, the execution of the final plan, where the characters are in a bar together and kind of discuss, or not in a bar, but like you basically drinking together and kind of discussing what's going on. And they're having this conflict, and one of them grabs the main character and asks him a question, and he responds, and they react to the response in this really understated but like understanding kind of way. I think you know what I'm talking about. And I leaned over to my girlfriend in the theater. I was like, please just end it here. Please don't say anything else. Just leave it. Just leave it. Go. And then it
Yeah,
faded to black. I'm like, thank God. They
yeah.
actually just, like, they knew what they had there, and they cut away from it at the right time. They
Mhm.
let it breathe enough. But there were so many moments earlier on in the movie that kind of just tilted those moments over the edge, that I was really,
Yeah,
really worried that
but they do it
that
there.
they do
Yeah.
it there too. Yeah.
I want to before we get into the world building, lore, and then the plot and all that sort of fun stuff. I want to respond to someone who said, "I liked the plan to kill Godzilla as an homage to the oxygen destroyer without it being a shoehorned sci-fi device." Now, I'm going to disagree because I think the destroyer in the original movie is thematically relevant to the problem of, like, escalating weapons technology, and very much ties into the overall theme. It's not really shoehorned in as far as I'm concerned. Whereas this one, I feel like the flotation device sinking him and then floating him back up again is totally shoehorned in. It doesn't have any sort of relevance to anything else that's been happening earlier or any sort of thematic connection. It's a plan they come up with, and it's not a bad plan, but it does feel shoehorned into the story a bit. Like it doesn't quite connect to some of the other pieces. Um, Yeah, and that's how
Yeah.
I feel about that. So,
And I'm going to
lore.
respond to to James Moore in the chat real quick. Who's the line in the anime that says, "Just say what you actually mean, or else you'll never know for sure." I don't have a problem with bluntness. I do have a problem with melodramatic detailing of emotion in a scene. You know, like because people don't do that in real life, right? Like if
When
you
people say the subtext out loud.
yeah, like when people say when people say the subtext out loud, people don't do that in real life. Like you don't you don't sit there and like eat a chocolate ice cream cone and say stuff like, "Oh my gosh, this chocolate ice cream is so good. Oh, it tastes so incredible." Like you don't do that. That's not how that's not what people do.
Maybe
And
you don't. You just not really enjoying ice cream like the
maybe
rest of
yeah,
us
maybe
are.
I'm not like the Japanese, that's for sure.
Um, so lore world building for this one, a little bit different than the original. It's very similar. This is in many ways very similar to the 54 movie, but one way that it slightly differs is that Godzilla exists as a creature before the hydrogen bomb testing, like he does in the original, except that he was kind of smaller. He was a bit more like a big T-Rex from Jurassic Park, a little bigger maybe. And then because it happens very quickly, but because of hydrogen bomb tests that take place, he is irradiated and made much larger now. Um,
Yeah,
but it's
that's
basically the same idea as the original Godzilla. So one thing about the original Godzilla is that like he's got that sort of atomic breath from the beginning. His spine doesn't light up and it's not blue. Well, it was a black and white movie, but it's the effect in the original is just kind of like wind dust blowing out of his mouth, you know?
yeah.
But it's meant to be like this giant wind that melts things, right? It turns metal into like liquid, very hot breath, whatever you want to call it. Um, that's not really explained in the story in the first one, because in the logic of the first movie, he's this ancient dinosaur being that is awakened by and angered by hydrogen bomb testing. But I don't know if he's like specifically given that power by it. He's not like mutated in the same way that he is in later movies. Like in this movie, he's kind of dinosaur sized, and then because of the hydrogen bomb tests, now he's way bigger. He essentially looks the same, but he like stands up a bit more upright now. He kind of lurches a bit more like a
Yeah, at the
T-Rex
beginning, yeah.
in the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, and so we'll jump into the main character's story here too, because it coincides. So the main character is a kamikaze pilot, and he returns to an airfield where a bunch of mechanics are still there, and he's claiming that there is a problem with his plane, and when they start looking over the plane. They realize that we've scoured the whole thing. We can't find a single thing wrong, and so we find out that we find out eventually that he made a promise to his parents to stay alive and to come back home alive. But he was a kamikaze pilot, and so he had this struggle of deciding whether or not to sacrifice his life for the country in the moment where most of the soldiers on the ground would have known that the war was over, right? Like they knew that they weren't going to win. They knew that America was going to come in and there was no potential way to achieve victory in this war, but the government was sacrificing lives at this massive rate in order to try to get more favorable surrender conditions just by making it harder on the allies to take the island. So, what can you do, right? The plane is busted. I really wanted to I really wanted to blow myself up, man. Exactly. So he's dealing with and then of course when he meets his neighbor later on after the first incident with Godzilla, she gives him the business over this. Like if you had just if you had just been more courageous and hadn't shirked from sacrificing your life for our country, my children would still be alive, right? Like if
Yeah,
we
pretty
gave
harsh.
more and realistic in
Yes.
the post-war Japanese psyche. It's I really, really like the representation of post-war Japan in this movie. It's like, and the use of the main character being a kamikaze pilot who is conflicted about not wanting to throw his life away for nothing, right? Like for what
Especially
is
when
nothing.
Yeah, especially when from his point of view and some others, they felt like the war was going to end anyway,
Oh yeah.
right? That like, yeah,
Well, like everybody on the ground knew it. Everybody in the higher ups in the government, they all knew it. The only reason they were having these kids do this, and like they were kids, right? Like they were in the 18-year
hmm
old crop that just came up, right? Like the only reason they were doing this was to get more favorable surrender terms so that the emperor wouldn't be executed on war crimes charges.
mm,
And
yeah,
the film does a really really good job with that, right? Like, and I'm going to jump ahead a little bit to the scene where all the other veterans of the war come together to sail the ships to try to defeat Godzilla, and they have that speech where they say like, this time the war is about fighting for the future, not just throwing ourselves into a meat grinder for no reason. Like I
yeah.
really like where it ends up going with this character. I think that it's a really solid. It would have made a good movie even if Godzilla wasn't involved in it.
I think so. Yeah, that I'm so glad you said that because that's how I feel about Godzilla movies. That for a Godzilla movie to be good in some real sense in terms of the human drama, it needs to work without Godzilla. Just pick another sort of conflict. It could just be a war with another country, whatever. Like it needs to work in that way. The human stuff needs to stand on its own. And I think it does in this movie. I think it does.
Yeah,
Um
it really does.
uh,
It works
I
really
have
well.
some questions about what this movie has to say about self-sacrifice. I kind of like what they do in the end, but I have some questions about it. But I want to save it. I want to build up to it.
Yeah.
Um, so you talked about, a bit of his arc. Did you talk about the first scene where we see sort of smaller Godzilla?
No, I did not. I did not go into that.
Okay,
Why don't you
so
do that,
he,
and I'll be right back.
all right, he comes to this island after, and he's like, "Oh, my plane's busted. I totally would have done it, but the plane's not working." And they're like, "Ah, your plane seems fine, dude." He's staying at this island that's mostly just a repair stop for kamikaze pilots. And at night and pretty early on into the movie, they're attacked by a T-Rex sized Godzilla. And it's, oh no, it's scary. And one of the things I do quite admire about this movie, because we've seen so many Godzilla movies in the past, do the slow build up and escalation in terms of how much Godzilla we see. This was almost a bit like The Witch, in that it's like, yep, there's a witch, there it is, it's right there. Instead of like having some mystery about it or like waiting to reveal it. Like it's like there's Godzilla, he's right there. You can see him right there. Look at him. We're not hiding him. There he is. Like there's something kind of bold about that I appreciated. Um, Perhaps it doesn't give you as much in terms of dramatic reveals for later, but there's something bold about that approach to just like there he is, there's Godzilla, though he is in his like slightly smaller form. He's attacking this island, and this is a part that maybe you guys in the chat can help me out. I've seen so many Godzilla movies in the past week or so that they're blurring together in my head. Are we told why Godzilla is attacking in this scene? He attacks at night and he ends up killing some folks and doing a bunch of damage, right? And we'll talk about the drama how that plays out. But I don't remember why he attacks. Does anyone remember? So anyway, he's this giant dinosaur-like monster is attacking, and um, the only soldier really to speak of is our kamikaze pilot, and he's told by one of the head mechanics, "You need to go into your plane and you need to just shoot at Godzilla. You need to shoot him with your guns." So he kind of goes into the plane, but the Godzilla's right there, and it's pretty scary. I like the way it's handled a lot. It's got a horror atmosphere for the scene. I like it a lot. And so he doesn't pull the trigger. He's kind of too scared to, too cowardly to act, right? Kind of tying into his problem or part of his problem or his perceived problem with failing as a kamikaze pilot. He doesn't act, and instead, Godzilla, the other mechanic characters start shooting, perhaps unwisely, at Godzilla, and then he kind of goes crazy and starts killing a bunch of them. The bullets do essentially nothing, and he's grabbing people and tossing them around. He does that a couple times. I don't quite love that. I wish he would have just like eaten them or bitten them in half or something, because he keeps doing this move where he grabs people and then throws them, which I thought was a little silly. But once it's fine. Like 3 or 4 times in a row, it's like, I don't know. It was a little goofy. No reason. He's bored. Just territory. Hangry Godzilla. Yeah, one of those, I think. I'm pretty sure that's just what he does. The people of the island know about it, but the military people don't. That's what he does, meaning he just comes onto the island, I guess, looking for food or to attack or... Anyway, so he shows up. I'm not like, see, I think one of the things that works better about the original is that he's angered by the nuclear testing. He's driven out of his natural habitat deep in the ocean, and then he comes to wreak vengeance, so to speak, or at least as a force of nature, not really thinking, upon the people of Japan. And in this one, he kind of attacks the people on that island. It's a pretty good scene, it's effective, but I'm not really sure why he's there, and maybe kind of diminishes what Godzilla represents slightly, I guess.
Yeah, are we talking about why Godzilla is
yes, in the initial
on the initial island? Yeah, I don't know that we needed to see the whole thing necessarily.
What do you mean? See the whole thing?
The whole initial rampage with Godzilla. Like, I don't know.
I'm not talking about cutting away from it. I'm talking about like why he's there.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. I'm just saying, like, I don't know necessarily. Okay, yeah, I don't know that we needed to keep the entire scene necessarily, but I don't mind it. I understand what you're saying. I don't know why he's there, and it doesn't really add anything to the thematic.
Yeah, that's sort of my only. It's not a problem necessarily. It's just the absence of meaningful. It's not a problem that he's just there on the island. It's just it lacks meaning compared to.
Yeah, I wish there was more of a reason. Like, I guess what I'm saying is, like, I wish there was more of a good reason for him to be there, than just sort of to show us that he's there already and that he exists. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because eventually what they're going to do is they're going to have him say, like, if this is the same Godzilla that I saw on that island, many, many years ago, then he must have gotten even more bigger and powerfuler, and I don't know. It's one of those things.
What did you think of Godzilla, like, repeatedly picking people up and then throwing them instead of like eating them or chopping them in half?
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, it's almost like the annihilation bear, right? Like, it's only there to spook you and to be like, oh, man,
he does kill some folks, but I mean, like, I don't know, that
just by sheer virtue of him being huge is the only reason why he kills him. Though, like, he could have easily have just, like, yeah, if he was smaller, he wouldn't have killed them. It's like, it just yeah.
It was a little weird. That's all. But I like the scene in general. I like that he fails to shoot his gun because he's kind of scared. Well, it's a little bit of fear, but also like maybe we shouldn't shoot at him and he'll just go away. And then the other guys start shooting at him, and then everything goes to shit. So you could chalk it up to him being a little scared to pull the trigger there, but also thinking maybe he shouldn't in that moment.
Yeah. Well, and learning later on that it probably wouldn't have mattered, right, if he had pulled the trigger, or not. I mean, I guess.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't have. He probably would have died.
Yeah, like literally everybody would have been dead, including him, if he had pulled the trigger, as opposed to him not pulling the trigger and two of you living. So, really, like,
Godzilla doesn't eat people. It's not his thing. I mean, well, it could be. I think
like, we can make up whatever rules for Godzilla we want. We're making.
Well, I mean, we're also changing things for the sake of this movie, so I don't see why they couldn't have him do that. But I think the better question: why is throwing people his thing?
Yeah, like, he may not want to eat him, but why is he, like, picking them up and tossing them around like rag dolls?
Yeah, it was just that he kept doing it like it's his one move was a little weird. That's all. You've already talked a little bit about like what happens when he goes back, and finds his village mostly destroyed. His parents have died in that
Oh,
destruction.
I think that's Tokyo.
Is that Tokyo?
Yeah, because Tokyo was fucked up by the firebombing earlier in the war
Hmm.
before we dropped the bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. So I'm
Okay.
pretty sure that's supposed to be Tokyo.
Hmm.
So he comes
Gotcha.
back home and finds that his neighborhood has been absolutely fucked up by
Yes.
what
And
we
you
did
already
to
talked about,
Dresden. Yeah,
yeah, the neighbor who blames him for it.
I loved that
Um,
scene. Honestly, I
yeah, it's
really
really
when she
good.
sees him
Really
and
good.
is like, "Oh my god, like it's you, you're alive," and then she goes, "But wait, weren't you a kamikaze pilot?" And that disgusted look that she gets on her face is so good.
It is
That
good. Yeah,
actress is
I
one of my
agree.
favorites in the movie. She's
Oh
really
yeah.
bringing it in every scene that
Hmm.
she's allowed to be in. She's really really
And I
good.
like what she represents in terms of that attitude,
Yeah,
that set of beliefs about why everything failed. You know what I mean? It's
yeah.
good. What I was gonna say? Oh, then he runs into a vagrant who like is holding a baby and being chased by presumably like I don't know police or someone like that. And she kind of
Somebody
doesn't
she
she
stole
like pass
from.
the
Yeah, she passes the
yeah
baby off to him and
and
keeps
then runs
running, and
away and he's
which
like
is
oh
funny
shit
because
now I got
when
this
I saw that
baby yeah
at first I was like, wait, is that what she stole? Like she stole that baby? Uh,
I don't think she stole the
no,
baby
no, no, because
but
they would
I
have
know
just gone for the baby. Like
yeah
that's how I know. See, that's good filmmaking.
yes. No, I like that scene, and then he's stuck with the baby just sitting there for a while. He thinks about leaving it and decides not to. That's a nice little detail. And then as he starts to walk away, she was like, "Oh, like she was waiting for him to not stand in such a public place so she could come get it again without being spotted." There's a nice little bit of there's some comedy in this movie, you know? There's some like
Yeah,
character stuff like I especially like the dynamic between everybody who's on the Jaws boat. You
yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's a
and
fun
speaking of
dynamic.
the Jaws boat, one of my favorite jokes in the movie that's very like they don't state it out loud necessarily, but he goes like, "Oh, I'm gonna be on. Don't worry, I'm gonna be on a specially made boat for detecting mines." And then he gets there
Yep.
and he's like, "What the fuck? Like this is a piece of junk. This is
Yeah.
specially made." And the guy explains like, "Yeah, well, it's not magnetic." So, that's
Mhm.
probably the best thing for, going out and getting mines. And I'm like,
Yeah,
yeah, I like that. I like that a lot, actually. That's really funny.
and
And it
it
tells me a lot
that
about the
joke
character who hired him, too.
yeah, and the joke is well edited as well. Like, as soon as he says that, we hard cut to the boat, and he's like, "What a piece of shit," you know?
Yeah.
Like, the timing of the joke works. I quite like it. We can jump around a little bit, but in general, I like the characters.
Yeah.
I have some mixed feelings about our main character, but I like the dynamic. I like that he has, the woman who he helped evade police and is taking care of the baby, he offers to let them stay with him, um, because the baby isn't hers, it's another orphaned baby that she like promised to take care of, right? And so he gives them a roof, a place to stay, and so they're living together as a sort of weird found family. But there's an interesting dynamic in that like he went eventually I'm fast forwarding a bit, but when his Jaws boat friends, his coworkers, they come to have dinner with him, they think that they're married and he's like,
Yeah.
"No, we're not married actually." And he's like
They're
and
like,
he kind of
huh?
he resists he doesn't like thinking of them as his wife and child, you know what I mean? And he's like, "Oh, like the daughter, she's not really my daughter or whatever." Is
Well, she tries to call him daddy, and he goes, I told you, I'm not your dad.
Yeah, and but this
Uh,
and so like that really put me off him as a character for a moment. I do like everyone else's response. They're like, "What the fuck? Don't say that.
yeah.
Like that's horrible. Why would you say that?" I like them. I'm totally in their boat in this in this moment. I think he
That can be a very, the one guy who says, like, that's a very damaging thing to say to a child.
yeah.
It's great. The long pig thing. Yeah, yeah. Woodhouse says as much, in that episode of Archer.
Yeah. So let's go broad scale. Let's talk about his character and his character arc in general.
Yeah, so
Obviously,
he's a kamikaze pilot who
yeah.
faked having technical problems, so he
Hmm.
turned around. Uh, and could not make the final plunge there. And
Mm.
his whole character arc is that he believes himself to be what, like a coward, would you say? Like does he believe him, he believes himself to have failed, right? Like he feels
Part
like
of him
he's,
does,
yeah,
if not all of him. Definitely part of him feels like, and he sort of resists. I think part of the reason he resists this sort of found family he stumbled into. Part of it, you could say, it's like, oh, well, it's not the family I would have chosen. I would have liked to find a wife, that I love and that sort of thing, and have my own kids. Maybe that's part of it for him. But the other thing is that it seems to be that like he can't figure out exactly how to move on with his life, what he's meant to do now, right? He takes this job as the guy who's trying to help clean up mines after the war, right, out in the
yeah,
water. I think he takes it partly because it is dangerous, and that he could die, and that he would
yeah,
die doing something worthwhile
which
because he
is,
doesn't really feel like he deserves to live on, or something
yeah,
like
it's
that.
something like, and that's one of the examples of like a good understated character moment
Yeah.
in the movie, is that she doesn't even have to say anything, and he looks at her and goes, "It's not like the kamikaze pilots, right? It's not like that.
Mhm.
It's like
Yeah.
it's dangerous, but I'm not going out deliberately
Important work.
expecting to throw my life away, right? Like it's not the same."
Yeah.
And I liked that moment quite a bit. I that
Yes.
and that conversational moment between the two of them, where he says, "It's not, no, it's not like the kamikaze pilots, it's not like that,"
Yeah.
gets a little undermined later on, where they're having their big conflict, and he reveals, and I'm putting that in heavy air quotes, right? He reveals to her that he faked the kamikaze pilot thing, because when he said that, I was like, oh, so he told her. Like he would have,
Yeah.
like
I thought. Yeah,
he would have told her, right? Like if he's telling
I
her that he
thought
was a
so.
kamikaze pilot, like he's there's no getting around that, right? Like of course he told her, but no, apparently not. That's fine, whatever. Like I'm dumb for assuming so, I suppose. But yeah, like
Yeah, so like part of it with I think part of the whole thing with his family is that like he's he doesn't want to move on really. He
yeah,
still feels like he failed and has to do something. So he a because it pays well, but I think a big part of it is that like it's a dangerous job that needs doing, right? So like he's so here's what I'm a little confused about with his story. Eventually, this is we're jumping around, but eventually he'll conclude that he doesn't want to sacrifice himself to destroy Godzilla, or that he doesn't have to. So a big part of his arc is learning that he doesn't have to sacrifice himself necessarily. He can live on, that living on is a sort of honorable thing in and of itself for him. Um, what's weird about it is that I feel like based on what happens in the movie, it could have easily just as easily have been that he sacrifices himself to kill Godzilla, and that would be heroic also. You know what I
yeah.
mean? Like
I
it's
was
a
a little
little.
conflicted about that when we were going, because I'm like, are they really about to tell me that like he should have kamikazed himself? Like, is that what this movie's about to imply to me for a
Well,
while?
like
And I should have
because
known
okay,
that it wasn't going to end
yeah,
up that way, but it does
I
lean heavily towards that he thinks that
yeah,
that's the solution, and for a while that's sort of like the presented solution of the film, right? Like you
hmm
kind of know that that's what they're aiming at for a little, at least for a little bit.
chunk of it, yeah.
Yeah,
So okay, so here's my I don't know if it's an issue, but here's my question about it, right? Because you could have the arc be that like he was going to sacrifice himself as a kamikaze pilot for the war effort, but that partly because of cowardice, partly because he felt like it wasn't a worthy sacrifice, he doesn't do it. And it brings him a certain amount of dishonor, and he can't let it go. He feels like he failed a little bit. But then later he finds a more noble cause to sacrifice himself for, and then he does sacrifice himself to kill Godzilla, and that's presented much more nobly because no one no one no one thinks that self-sacrifice isn't a heroic thing in the right context, right? But this movie presents it more like no, it I don't want to say that this movie's anti self-sacrifice because that's not necessarily true, but it's almost more that like he like that he's obsessed with that, but really he should a heroic thing for him to do would be to live on instead. And I'm just like not
Yeah.
sure. I'm
Well,
not
I
quite
think
sure
I
what this
think
movie thinks about
I
self-sacrifice.
think I don't think it's particularly, you know, difficult to parse that out because the self-sacrifice of Japanese lives in World War II was a really tragic misstep for the government of that time.
Yeah.
Um, and I think the movie is very much clearly leaning very heavily into the idea that like, yeah, you can do it, and yeah, sure, it could be heroic at certain times, but isn't it more heroic to, live on for the next generation and to, survive and to you stay alive and rebuild the future? And I don't think it's particularly confused about that. I think it knows where it's going with it. And I
Yeah,
like
I
that the
think my
character is kind of confused himself about what exactly it means right until the ending, reveal, which also gets stepped on a little by over explanation, but that's okay because it's
yeah,
fine.
but we'll get to that. But I think my issue is with the part that like, isn't it more heroic to live on and build for the future? I don't. I think because I don't know if it's a question of whether one is more heroic than the other. Because I think self-sacrifice is a very strong narrative in the history of human storytelling, right?
Hmm.
And so it feels weird to try to act like that isn't heroic, but I feel like it seems to be that he's convinced in a sort of fatalistic way that he has to, and he doesn't recognize that like well maybe there's a way to do it where you don't have to kill yourself, dude, and then that's what he finds in the end, and then he has the courage to live on because I feel like it's an arc specific for him that makes sense because he's kind of obsessed with this idea of whether he should have died or whether he should have sacrificed himself, and he's unwilling to move on and live on and recognize that like that's his path, that's his destiny, right?
Yeah.
But I did get this weird feeling a couple times with a couple lines, and I think you summed up the thing that I have a slight twinge of a problem with is that like that it's more heroic to live on. You know what I mean? Because I feel
Yeah.
like in so many other stories, like the self-sacrifice is like one of the more noble things you could do if it's necessary. Obviously, killing yourself for the cause when it's not necessary isn't really heroic, but you know what I mean? I guess I was a
Yeah.
little confused at like what they were saying about it.
Well, I think given the cultural significance of like the waste of life that happened in
Yes.
those last years of World War II,
Oh,
it's
definitely. Yeah.
more like it's more geared towards being like, let's not jump straight to self-sacrifice, and we can.
Living on and building for the future is heroic also.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. No, that makes sense to me. It's like there's a couple little things, and I don't remember specific lines, but just like I wasn't quite sure. There's one line that you mentioned that you liked, but I had a little twinge of like cringe, a little cringe twinge, if you will, when it happened. Is when the guy was like, during World War II, like we tried to throwing bodies into the meat grinder, but now we'll do it without having to sacrifice anyone. And it felt a little like, well, yeah, obviously that's the intention, but like, what if you do need to? Like, people will necessarily have to make self-sacrifices in a war,
yeah. That's a
right?
good point.
I don't know.
Yeah, yeah,
It was a little, I don't know, it felt a little, I don't know, naive and idealistic in a way that I didn't care for. But I know that it was trying rather unsubtly to hammer home the point about how, like, I guess we shouldn't, um, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying there.
yeah. I mean,
Someone says,
it's
I
a
took
little
it as,
overstated. They do a lot of overstatement of theme in this movie, to a point where it is a little frustrating at times, where they kind of just tell you what the theme of the scene is or the theme of the it lacks subtlety in a lot of spaces in this movie.
I think more so this specific point, and I'm thinking very specifically of the scene where the guy who's a scientist on the Jaws boat. I'm so bad with character names, but he is giving the speech in the end about how like you know like hoping that we can do this without having to like sacrifice people that they can live on and all that sort of stuff. It just felt a little naive or maybe a little
Yeah.
simplistic. Not necessarily bad, because I understand how it connects to. I like the idea that telling someone who's convinced that the only way they can have a noble um, death is to like sacrifice themselves and isn't really thinking about how they need to move on with their lives and live on in the future. Like telling them that like it can be just as heroic to live on and build for the future as it is to like die heroically in battle. Like because like the sort of answer to the warrior spirit who thinks like like, oh, if I die in battle, that's the most glorious thing a warrior can do. And you're like, well, it can be just as heroic to live on for the people that matter and depend on you and, help build
Yeah.
a better future.
Yeah.
Like, I get that. But I think trying to broaden it out a little too broad kind of muddies it a little. Because when it's very focused on this character and his sort of weird attitude toward sacrifice, makes sense for me and it works.
Okay.
Hope is like
Yeah.
the
Fair.
fun.
Hope is like the sun, always rising on Japan.
I took it as let's not die for a lost cause, let's live for a brighter future. Yeah, that's definitely it. But then I have questions about what about dying for a good cause?
Like
Like
saving your homeland from a giant tyrannical lizard that might blow
yes.
everything
So
up. Yeah.
like one wonders what the film thinks. Like, okay, what if it were such that I feel like you wouldn't need to change much to devise a situation in which he actually does need to sacrifice himself to kill Godzilla and save everybody else. That would be kind of heroic in its own right. I don't know. It's just a little. It's not a big problem. It's just something I thought about when I was watching it. I was a little like, what are you
Yeah.
trying to
No.
say about self-sacrifice exactly?
You can
Yeah,
take
like
it. You can
leaving.
take it a step farther and call it propaganda for the next world war. Let's not have Japanese people just constantly, killing themselves for a lost cause. Let's live on for a brighter future without China in.
My hot take on this movie would cut Noriko out entirely. Ooh, not
Noriko.
entirely. That's the lady.
Yeah, no, I don't know about
I would not.
entirely. Maybe from the third act.
Yeah, like maybe entirely from the third act. Let's get into let's talk about the plot so we can talk about stuff that happens at the end. So, they're on the mission to clean up the mines and stuff like that. And we get a nice little dynamic between that group that I quite like. He's proving himself as useful to the group because he's a good shot on that little machine
Yeah.
gun that they're using to blow up the mines and all that sort of stuff.
I love
Um,
all the Jaws boat stuff in this movie.
I wish there was more of it. I
Yeah.
wish there was more of it. That was some of the best stuff in the movie for me. And I think the stuff that happens in what city is that Godzilla destroys?
Oh, it's in Tokyo, but it's the Ginza district.
Okay, yeah, I that stuff wasn't as strong for me as all the Jaws boat stuff.
Yeah.
Uh,
When
if
he's
if
half
because
submerged in the water. Sorry, I got some ice from my drink in my mouth. But when he's half submerged in the water, the design looks a lot better, I think. And maybe it's
I
just the
think so too.
CGI is less clunky. But
Yeah,
when he's swimming after them and his eyes are kind of poking up over and they kind of have that lion look to them,
yeah,
it's really effective. I really like
yeah.
that.
There's a chunk of this movie that's committed to the like Godzilla but Jaws theme or
Yeah.
a vibe, you might say, instead of theme. I like that. We kind of lose that for a while. Um, we kind of come back to it a little bit with their final plan, but there's a decent chunk of the movie where they stop doing the Jaws thing, and I was like, oh, I wish we did more of that. Because the Ginza district stuff was some of the weakest for me. I didn't like the way Godzilla was moving. It didn't feel super real. Like a lot of the destruction and stuff didn't seem to obey the laws of physics.
Well,
I
I'm
didn't feel
gonna
like the
I'm gonna
CGI
qualify
artist.
I'm gonna qualify this with like how he's kind of walking through Ginza, but his arms are barely moving, and he's just kind of like like gritting his teeth. His eyes aren't moving. He's just walking straight ahead. The only part of him that's moving is his lower body as he's taking steps.
Yeah,
And it just doesn't look like a natural creature. It doesn't look like a person in a suit. It looks like it looks fake. It looks really fake. And it
I didn't.
doesn't
Yeah,
work
exactly. I didn't like
well,
that much
you
either.
know?
No, that felt more like Shin Godzilla, but Shin Godzilla works because it's this like monstrosity thing. It's not really a creature in any conventional sense. Like this is supposed to be a dinosaur-like ancient creature that has been mutated by atomic stuff. Whereas Shin Godzilla is this horrible monstrosity that keeps like evolving and shape shifting. It's like a nuclear bomb in lizard form. And it like first it's a tadpole and then it like morphs and changes and it looks diseased and like burned and scarred and horrific and it's dead behind the eyes and the way it moves makes not a lot of logical animal sense, you know?
Yeah,
That
this one
really
is clearly
works.
supposed to be more of an animal. Like
Yeah, and the way
they
it
even
moves
give
in
it
the
the
Ginza scenes.
animalistic the animal like later on in the movie they'll say that, oh, I think Godzilla has added Tokyo to its territory, which is like, if it's going to be a territorial animal, at least make it seem alive, you know?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like there's any life in it. It's just like an animated figure on a screen. I don't know how else to say
Yeah.
it.
I
Like
didn't
when it's walking through there, it just feels like it's if it breaks the immersion. Maybe he's smiling because he's happy.
Yeah,
Fuck
you ever think about
Tokyo,
that, Hugh? No one ever people always say why Godzilla and not like how
not how
Godzilla. How is
Godzilla.
Godzilla? How is he feeling? No, I agree.
A happy moment.
I think the Ginza district is the weakest part for Godzilla action for me. I know there's a lot of destruction, a lot of that's in the trailer. But I didn't really believe or feel super compelled by what Godzilla was doing, how he was moving around, what he was up to. Um, I did like that in the Ginza scene. Oh, so I'm jumping ahead, but fuck it, let's just jump ahead. Um,
We'll just discuss it as we
Noriko, sorry.
Noriko.
She's in a
Noriko.
train car, and it's kind of classic. It just happened again in the trailer. Okay, so I hate as an example of the VFX being rather kind of cheap and not feeling real to me. When that train car gets thrown and then lands on the train tracks, it's moving sideways with such force, and then it lands flatly like it was dropped from straight above. Like there's no conservation of momentum. Like the physics of a lot of the like the VFX calamity stuff just doesn't look
Oh
good
my
to
god,
me.
and
Like
the
I don't.
tanks, like the CGI tanks look like crap. Like they look terrible. They don't look like real vehicles. They look cartoon animated, right? Like if you
Yeah,
asked a cartoonist to draw you a tank, that's what we got there, right? Like that's by far the weakest part, right?
I
Is
think so.
yeah.
I think so. Though I do like when there's Noriko's in the train car and then she drops out into the water and all that sort of stuff.
Her plot
Eventually,
armor, yeah. Yeah, when she
well,
like
she's got well,
everybody else
yeah,
in the train car gets like, falls straight out of the thing
yoink, yeah,
like
yeah.
instantly, but she catches herself on that one thing and then waits just long enough until he's standing over the bay and then she drops into it. Like,
You
yeah,
know what? I can. It's believable
fine.
enough, but
I'm
because
fine
then
with it,
because
dude.
she's
It's
about
fine. She's a main character.
she's about to die in like 2 minutes, and I
Put heavy air quotes around die, please. Thank you.
well,
'Cause she's
so there's a scene where Godzilla running amok. I think is he shooting his big fiery breath at this moment or no?
No,
He
no, no,
he
no, no. That's the big climax of the whole thing, of this whole Ginza scene, where he shoots his atomic breath and, like, a shockwave tears literal buildings in half, right? Like, just
hmm
crumbles them into
and then it
dust.
sweeps a whole bunch of people off the street. Noriko very heroically kind of pushes main character man to safety, like into this alley where he isn't swept up by the force of all this like seismic wave
Yeah, but it was
thing that
ripping
happened.
buildings like apart,
I know.
two feet
Well,
away from that. Actually,
okay.
somebody in my theater, when she did that, when she pushed him into the thing, was just like, why didn't she just tackle him into there?
He should have tackled him. That was handled clumsily as well. And also, it's like, well, she sacrificed himself for him. I thought it was more heroic to live on for the future. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just a little confused about what it thinks about self-sacrifice, but it's fine. So she pushes him out of the way instead of like tackling through him, so they both get to safety. But I get what they're going for. She pushes him to safety because his destiny is to live on, right? And so she gets swept away,
Sure.
and she's definitely dead.
She's dead.
She's so dead.
120%. This bitch is dead. Okay,
She
she just
dead.
tanked the shockwave of like of an atomic blast, right? Like of Hiroshima or Nagasaki. She just tanked that. She's dead. She
Yes.
ate that all.
She's dead. And I'm like, oh wow, okay, so we're gonna actually, the narrative will have some teeth and some major people will die. That's cool, because she is very dead. Oh boy, so dead.
She sure is. Oh man,
She's so dead. And I'm like, wow.
there's no way that bitch coming back.
I mean, part of the fact that she like pushed him to safety instead of tackling and saving herself in the process, like it did pull me a little bit out of it. But I can understand that being a big moment for people, you know, like emotional in terms of the narrative. You know, she's dead, leaving him alive in all this destruction with that kid to take care of now, and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
And
well,
she's
okay, and
remember,
so-
she's definitely dead.
She's
very
definitely dead. And so, real quick, I want to talk about like I think you mentioned this earlier, but I do find this to be a bit of a problem with his character. Right? Is that like after she dies, his resolution, despite the fact that they were essentially raising this kid together, and so earlier in the movie, we're gonna backtrack a little bit before I jump ahead. She gets a job in Ginza, which is why she's here, riding the train when this happens, and he's kind of like off put by it. He's like, "Wait, what are you doing? Like, I kind of like what we have going on here. You know, where you stay at home and you're with the kid, and you know, I come home and I bring money and everything, and then we just spend time together, right? Like." And she says this thing when she reveals to him that she's gotten a job in this area, that like, well, now you'll be able to find a wife. And he's kind of like, it's like another example of, you know, the understatedness of the movie being functional is when he kind of is like reacting to this, being like, well, okay. And you know, he doesn't want somebody else. Like he's kind of attached to her.
Yes.
Right?
Deep down, he likes what they have. He likes their little family. He might refuse to admit it, but yes.
And then he thinks she's dead. And his almost immediate response is to, well, basically it's to scream while some black sludge falls on him from the sky, which they never really get. Like, I don't know what that was, the black sludge that rains from the sky, which that's some anime overacting right there. Like the screaming into the camera while some random shit happens. Like okay, not loving that. But his reaction is to be convinced that it's time to sacrifice himself, like to fly a plane into Godzilla's mouth and blow himself up instead of staying alive for the daughter he was raising with this woman.
Yeah. Like, okay. So there's yes, I agree, and I'm gonna bounce off of that. So this is where in the movie I start to like not really feel strongly, but like in a good way about his character anymore. Because like you said, this isn't enough to get him where the movie will get him eventually, right? His reaction to her dying is also a little nonplussed. I didn't love that. I thought it was a rather tepid reaction to her death specifically. And then like you said, he's not like ready to like take responsibility and ownership and like love for the child at this point. And that's a little disheartening because he's like, well, I got to go sacrifice myself. And it's like, what about the kid? I feel so bad for that kid, especially because later in the movie, when there's a twist reveal that we'll talk about, it's definitely not anything to do with Noriko because remember, she's dead. But like, I feel like we do stuff that kind of undermines the relationship with the kid, where like it could have been a more central focus about living and taking care of this kid, but it takes him so long to get there in terms of caring about the kid as much as he should that it's very off-putting for me. How else is someone supposed to react when their lover got killed? Not scream? No, it's
No, that's not what I'm saying. Is that like is the screaming is very delayed, and it's very like what it's very melodramatic. Like it's not.
I remember thinking that his reaction to her dying didn't feel appropriate for
No,
this situation.
it feels so. First, we get the standard solitary gasps of an anime character, like a that kind of thing, right? Like, which is not a natural sound for me. Maybe I don't know. I haven't. I
Oh,
haven't.
here's another example of this. Like, remember earlier in the part of the movie where he finds out his parents were killed? He was kind of not impressed about that too. I didn't care for that. Anyway,
A little bit. Yeah,
there's a
yeah,
couple little moments, but like a big part of it for me is that like I don't feel a ton of sympathy for him, like especially after Noriko dies, he just doesn't really seem to give much of a shit about this child, and that's off-putting to me. He'll eventually sort of care about her later, but then that's kind of undermined by a focus on someone else.
yeah.
I don't
And
know,
of course they do the thing where we don't see her body, right? Like she's just disappeared. She's gone. She's flown down the street in the shockwave.
but it's fine because she's definitely dead.
She's
So
definitely dead, so it doesn't matter. But no, like it's not. It's not that the reaction is unwarranted. It's just that it feels staged. It feels like acting when I'm watching it. There's not really a better way to describe it. It's
yeah.
just too dramatic. Like to the point where I've like it's reached over the point of believability to the point where I know that I know like I don't know. It doesn't feel like a right.
Everyone's gonna have a different line for
Yeah.
that. No one doesn't have that line.
Yeah.
And if his reaction worked for you and that was a super emotional moment, that's fine. It's hard to argue that it shouldn't have been for you, but
It just
I
didn't work
think,
for me. It did not work
yeah.
for me. And a lot
Um,
of those moments that happen in this
Later
movie,
on in the movie,
well, not even just
especially.
later on, it's happened before this at certain points. Those don't work for those feel like too much for me.
Yeah.
And it's I don't know. It's hard to convince me that like if they worked for you, fine, that works. But
I think I've thought about this a lot because I've had a few conversations. I had one recently with Mahler and Fringy about Mike Flanagan's work, specifically The Fall of the House of Usher. And I have a big problem with a lack of subtlety in Mike Flanagan's work that doesn't seem to bother those guys at all. They really liked Fall of the House of Usher, except for a few things that we agree were kind of cringe. But I think everyone. So I've thought a lot about this, and I think everyone has a line in terms of subtlety and believability, and like something can be so ham-fisted that almost everyone can agree that it was kind of bad and over the top, and some things can be so subtle that it's like not really enough for most people to pick up on. And so there's a balancing act, right? But it's going to be hard to argue in any sort of objective, unbiased sense where exactly that line is, because some people will not understand at all that we found this movie kind of painfully unsubtle in certain moments, and other people will be like, "Yeah, it was pretty schmaltzy or overly sentimental in
yeah,
in
yeah,
certain moments." Not everyone will agree, and that's fine. The best we can do is try to explain like what about it felt a little over the top or like crossed the line from believability into like feeling staged, feeling performative, feeling like a little bit like maybe you don't trust the audience to pick up on the finer subtle details, you know what I mean?
yeah,
Those sort of
exactly.
things. Um
But yeah, of course. So we don't see her dead body when she gets blown away by the atomic blast that shatters buildings, but somehow not the one that not the one that he gets pushed behind. Of
he's
course,
fine. He's
he's
fine.
fine. She shouldn't be though.
But yes, no, she's definitely dead. So before we move on to what happens afterwards, I do want to talk a little bit about the Jaws sequence that we glossed over. but is probably my favorite sequence
Of
in
the
the
movie.
movie.
Yeah,
There's
big
only a couple
agree. It's
small
so good.
o- only a couple small problems I have with it. One of them is that sometimes it seems like he's standing up in the water, but like I feel like we should be out in open ocean where you shouldn't be able to stand on the bottom, even
Oh,
Godzilla.
we're gonna get to that when we get to the big like finale of this thing.
Yeah, there's
Don't
just
you
they
worry.
play a little fast and loose with physics in this movie in terms of like what it would actually take for Godzilla to move around the way he does in water. Like, is he standing on the bottom? Is he floating? You know, when he's swimming sideways, it's more believable. And I especially like the sequence where they're trying to put a they're tasked essentially with at least delaying Godzilla or distracting him until bigger naval ships can arrive, but part of their strategy, like Jaws style, is to try to get a mine into its mouth and then blow it up. They do that eventually, but it's a nice tense sequence where he's swimming
Yeah.
after them, and that had the most raw sort of like, oh god, here he comes, he's scary, oh shit. Better than anything in the Ginza sequence, better than the finale. I think this is where the human versus Godzilla action really shines. The best stuff in the movie, in my opinion. And when he's swimming after them, I quite like it. Eventually, a bigger boat will arrive to help them, and Godzilla just destroys that immediately. He uses his atomic breath. I believe it's the first time we see it in the movie. And what I like about the atomic breath in this movie is that it basically he shoots it at stuff and it causes a nuclear explosion. And I remember the
Yeah.
first time it happened, I was like, "Holy shit, that's yikes!"
That was fucking cool. With the first
I liked
time.
it.
So
Yes, a
I
couple
just read
people have
I think
mentioned
Kevo in the chat. To be fair, if someone left me with some random kid, I'd want to die too. Facts. Agree. Big agree. Here we go.
no, no, no. The hatred of children is cringe. So yeah, a couple of people have pointed out that there's a lot of Spielberg influence, especially with Jaws. My only complaint is that I wish there was more of it, or at least that more of the movie was committed to the Godzilla but Jaws thing.
Yeah.
I would have appreciated that. What was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? Oh, the nuclear explosion. I like that a lot. It's pretty OP. One of the things they do to sort of help counteract that in terms of the humans being able to stop Godzilla is that he has to recharge. And I think it was Topaz mentioned. I don't know if you caught this. I didn't when I actually watched it. That it hurts him to do was the implication. Did you get that when you
Is
watched
that
it?
in this one or is that in Shin Godzilla? Because in Shin
No, this
Godzilla, I
one.
really understood that when I saw that one scene. You know that
I
it's
thought I
like
thought I thought Topaz in the chat mentioned something about in this movie that using the atomic breath caused Godzilla pain, or it appeared to.
one of
I
the
don't
thing.
remember
The
that
main thing that I
detail.
noticed about the atomic breath is how he kind of like it looks like he's breathing in and then he snaps forward. And
Mhm.
I thought it was a little clunky on the design.
It's
It
the way he moved. It's like too fast at times and then too slow at other times. It
Yeah,
doesn't feel something of that size would have a certain like weight and rhythm and movement to it. There are moments when he moves really abruptly that don't feel like he should be able to move that fast. You know what I mean?
yeah. And so somebody, Rakuza in the chat just noted that he looks burnt after he used it. I don't remember noticing that until after he uses it in the ocean. Like when after he comes up with the bends, or after he's kind of like. But that makes
It
sense.
melts the bottom of people. Multiple people have said it. I believe you guys. I just don't remember that as a detail. It's an interesting detail. Um, so the atomic breath, he has to recharge and build up energy to do it again. So that kind of helps. There's a later point in the movie where they get him to do it, and then he blows up a ship, and it's like, okay, now we have a window in which we could. And they kind of do that in Shin Godzilla as well. There's this power he has to shoot like purple lightning bolts essentially
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
his back, and that like weakens him. And so they try all the conventional things that they were doing that weren't working before in order to tire him out in the final plan. And I thought that was a nice detail. Shin Godzilla's got some good stuff in it. Uh,
as does
anyway,
this
so
movie.
the Jaws, yeah, so the Jaws stuff, best stuff in this movie, if you ask me. So remind me, you've seen this more recently. What? Okay, immediately after Noriko dies, and she's definitely dead. what happens next?
Oh shit. Immediately
I'm
after.
counting on you because they're all blurring together for me a bit. You can do it.
Immediately after.
Or
Um,
like what happens next?
he okay. So this next is when he starts trying to chase down the mechanic. Right, like that's sort of the.
Oh, okay. So there's a couple things that happen. So we reveal that there is a citizen-led plan to try and
Yeah, because the Japanese
fight
government, the
Godzilla.
U.S. doesn't. The U.S. doesn't want to involve themselves in using actual weapons against Godzilla because it would antagonize relations with the
Soviet
Soviets.
Union. Yeah,
That felt like a little bit kind of. I don't have a huge problem with it, but it
that
you
didn't
know
bother me.
it
I like
didn't.
that
Well,
part.
no, it didn't bother. It bothered me a little bit. Okay, it bothered me a little bit because it's mostly just because I know how important Japan was to the Allied rebuilding efforts after World War II. That, like, especially
Hmm.
after China fell to the communists, they needed an ally in the area that was stable. So the US kind of really placed a lot of importance on Japanese rebuilding. So if there was a giant lizard destroying the country that sort of like the whole Asian plan hinged on in the post-war world, I feel like the US probably would have done, like, realistically the US probably would have done a little bit more. They probably wouldn't have given too much of a shit about this. Like about scrambling the
Okay.
jets and all that, but
I
that's
can-
fine. Like I don't mind it. Because it's getting to a point where we're having, Japanese people solve their own problem, right? Like that's fine. I
Yeah,
don't mind it.
narratively, I like what it allows for, but I think
Yes.
maybe you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. Um.
Um, Topaz mentions that he didn't like the way his like spine moves when he like when his back like glows
Oh
blue before he
yeah.
shoots his beam.
I don't know. I
What did
didn't
you?
mind that. I
Yeah,
kind
it
of
felt a
liked.
little weird.
It was weird, but I kind of liked how it's sort of an homage to one of the good scenes in 2014.
Well,
Like
yeah, I
when
think
the tail
technically,
spikes light up.
yeah. I think it's like that they jut out a little bit is a little.
It is a little jarring. I will
It's the
agree it's a
biggest.
little jarring, but I don't mind it too much. Like it
It's
doesn't
such
bother
a
me.
it's such a nitpick, but as a person growing up on a lot of Godzillas, I have a lot of like autistic level opinions about the design choices in all the different movies, and the fact that they jut out when his back lights up is a little. I don't know. Don't care for it.
Yeah, and
Shin Godzilla America.
I haven't seen Shin
Sorry.
Godzilla, so just like, like when I'm talking about this stuff, like Jamie's seen it, I have not. So that's the
Should we not spoil it for you?
I
I
don't give
think I
a
already
shit.
spoiled it. Shin Godzilla America was willing to nuke away Japan's Godzilla problem. Yeah, they were willing to drop a. Well, it's not just America. Shin Godzilla, it's Russia and China. It seems to be. I don't know if it's unanimous, but a majority opinion on in the UN that we should probably use nukes to stop this thing. And there's a sort of sentiment among the scientists who are trying to find a better solution that they think will actually work. They don't think the nuke will work, and they kind of resent the prime minister for just throwing his hands up and being like, well, he's pushing off responsibility. There's a lot in Shin Godzilla about refusing to take responsibility into your own hands for your own career advancement, for like not being the one who's blamed when things go wrong, stuff like that. And it's seen as more heroic in that movie to actually take responsibility and to take Japan's fate into your own hands. So yeah, that's a big part of Shin Godzilla, and I like that part. Pretty good. So then they come up with a citizen-led plan to destroy Godzilla, and the boat scientist Jaws boat man, whose name I don't remember, he's got kind of Einstein hair. He's like, okay, here's our plan. We have this technology that this company has made that like allows things to sink to the bottom really, really quickly. And so we're going to wrap these around Godzilla and we're going to sink him to the bottom of the ocean. And if the pressure doesn't kill him, then we'll put these flotation devices on him that jolt him right back up to the surface. And then the bends will kill him. And everyone's like, well,
It's as good as it's as good a plan as any.
yes, because Oh, worth mentioning in the Jaws sequence early on, we discovered after they blew up a mine in his mouth that that hurt him a bit, but he has sort of regenerative capabilities that he doesn't seem to have in any other Godzilla that I've seen. Like fast acting, like
Yeah,
Wolverine from
yeah, like
X-Men.
Wolverine from X-Men. Exactly. I kind of like when that happened, the mine blows up and his like he just kind of healing factors back together. I leaned back in my chair in the theater. I was like, I don't remember that from
Well,
literally
it's
any other
definitely
movie.
new. It's
Yeah.
definitely new, and I don't quite love it, especially because of how fast acting it is. It's a little silly, but it's
Well,
fine.
and it's so it gets to like when it happens, he sees it happen, right? Our main character who will end up having a conflict of character over the fact that he didn't pull the trigger on that first encounter with Godzilla when he was in the fighter plane, and he had the trigger ready to go, and he just didn't do it. He ends up having this big moment, like, oh my god, like after the scene with the mine, where he goes, holy shit, I should have pulled the trigger because everybody else would be alive if it wasn't for me. He has no reason now after blowing up a mine in its mouth to believe that, and yet it's still happening. Like he should not believe that if he had pulled the trigger that it would have killed it
Yeah, that
anymore.
definitely resolves that part of his arc, right?
Right, it
But
should,
not
but it
not
doesn't
the
because
entirety of it,
it
that part of
happens
it.
a few scenes after he blows up the mine in its mouth. So he's still conflicted over not pulling the
What
trigger.
scene happens a few scenes
The
after?
scene where he confesses to Noriko that he saw Godzilla on the island and didn't pull the trigger, and so a bunch of people died.
Oh, right, that does
That
happen
happens
after.
after the scene with the mine, which I
Yeah,
did
that's
not
not
like. I did not love it that happens afterward
that's true.
because it
I
doesn't
agree with you.
really make a lot of sense that he would see this, like watch this happen. He has no reason to believe that it wouldn't have happened before. There's no reason.
Yeah, okay, so here's my question. I think I mostly agree with you.
Does the healing
Based on
factor come because of the atomic bomb or not?
that
That's
was
a good
that was the
yeah.
question. That's the question I was gonna ask, but it doesn't really matter for what the point you're making is that, like, why after taking the shot and blowing it up in his mouth and seeing that that of all things didn't do anything, is he still so hung up about not being willing to take the shot in that opening scene? Because that wasn't really the problem then. That wouldn't have done anything. And I think there's very good reason to assume that wouldn't have done anything, especially after blowing up a mine in his mouth. So that doesn't really take away from your point, but it is a question of whether his
Well, and
almost
yeah,
his basically magical regenerative ability
and
is
even
part
if it
of.
is a result, even if the magic regeneration is a result of the nuclear,
I think it
side
probably
effects,
is.
even if it is, the fact that a nuke did that and didn't just kill it probably should let you know that a gunshot wouldn't have done anything anyway. Like if it absorbed a
Yeah,
nuke, like a gunshot's not gonna fucking
I know
phase
what
it.
you
Like
mean,
you know what I mean?
and I think I do, and I think if anything, what he should still be hung up on is not that he didn't take that shot. That doesn't really work for me. I think because also based on the way the scene played out, it seemed more like he was smart to not take the shot. Like maybe it would have gone away if he didn't shoot at it.
Yeah.
So being hung up on whether he should have taken that shot or not. I understand why the other mechanic blames him. I just don't think he's right to, and I don't think it makes a ton of sense that our main character,
Blames himself
oh,
for it.
excuse me,
Yeah.
yeah, is still hung up on it. But nonetheless, the civilian plan that I'm sorry to say feels very like dropped in here out of nowhere and isn't built up at all is to like give him the bends real hard, give him so many bends. And so I'm like, all right, that's a perfectly fine plan. I like the idea of a
I
team of
actually really enjoyed the idea of
civilians.
just like let's just drop him to the bottom of like whatever trench is closest to Japan and then raise him up again real quick because that's just a really funny but fun scientific plan to go with. Like I think it's
It's not a yeah, like I
creative.
said. Yes, it is. And but the other question, okay, so I think they were smart to not say that he must have been living at
Desert
the
Eagles
bottom
can
of
shoot
the
through
ocean
anything,
already.
even a dictionary.
Wait, what's that from?
There was that YouTuber and his girlfriend who decided to see if a desert eagle could shoot through a really thick book, and so they put it like right on his temple.
Oh
Uh,
no.
yeah,
Fucking oh Jesus
he
Christ.
died. Spoiler alert!
I
It
can,
didn't
yeah,
it didn't go
yeah.
well for him.
Oh my
Um,
gosh. That's terrible.
yeah.
That's really dumb. Okay, so yeah, so their plan, it's creative, good for them. And then sort of running in tandem to that. Well, the other thing I like about it is that it's a bunch of civilians coming together independently to sacrifice their time and to put all their efforts into doing something, not because they're forced to by the government who's throwing bodies at the problem, but because they're putting their brains together, right? Putting their resources and their smarts together.
Yeah.
I like that.
When they're all
And
former
then
veterans.
yes, and then in tandem with that, our main character has convinced himself
Wait,
also, while you
well,
guys are doing that, I need to find a way to get a fighter jet to kamikaze into its mouth and then blow it up from the inside. And it's like, okay, that seems a little like perpendicular to what we're doing here. You know what I mean? But like,
so
okay,
I was very thrown off by that, right? Like when I was like, okay, so the rest, he's not convinced that the plan of giving Godzilla the bends is going to work. Sure, he's convinced that he needs to sacrifice himself. Okay, sure. I'm not really. I did not really like that the response to the woman, to Noriko dying, was that he just is more convinced that he needs to throw his own life away, that he needs to blow himself up in a plane.
yeah,
I wasn't a huge fan of that because I don't know, like I feel like realistically, if you're in that situation, you're raising a kid with this woman, like things change when one of the other people die, right? In ways that you don't
hmm,
expect. And he kind of expected that in the first half of the movie, that maybe he needed to, like, maybe he had maybe he had dodged death in a way that wasn't um
all bad or
yeah,
something.
yeah, yeah, like that wasn't on, on fate's agenda, for lack of a better term. But um maybe he's convinced of this, right? That he needs to, like, this plan's not going to work. He's going to do this. um I not really sure how to feel about the fact that he just doesn't tell anybody that he's going to do it, or that that's what he's planning to do. Um, he specifically seeks out the one mechanic who can outfit his plane with enough explosives to kill himself, because it's not a kamikaze plane. It's a, self defense, an island self defense plane prototype
Yeah.
that can't even fly. Right, so he's
He's
uh,
very committed to this plan. Like
really
he's like,
committed.
no, I have to be a kamikaze and kill myself in order to kill Godzilla. And it's like I mean, I like the way he's useful in terms of distracting Godzilla and luring him to a specific point as part of the overall plan, but that he, especially after everything that's happened to this point, is still like, and also I still gotta kill myself. And like I don't know. I start to not quite understand his character as much in some of these decisions. I get it on paper in the broad strokes, but some of, like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. So there's a line where he believes God doesn't believe he deserves to live a happy life as punishment for not doing his job.
Yeah, that's a line in the movie, but I don't think that's a great line. Honestly, I don't think
When
that
does he
that's.
say that? Remind me.
It's after Noriko dies, and when I think it's when he's talking to the mechanic. I think
Okay.
but I'm not 100% sure on that. I think it's when he's trying to convince the mechanic to come and help him.
So okay,
Um,
so here's my problem. I think part of the disconnect for me with him is that, like, I understand the lessons he's going to learn eventually, but at a certain point you wonder why he hasn't learned them already. So he has that line after he's heard the rousing speech from civilian scientist man about the problems with the Imperial Japan World War II machine and all that sort of stuff, and how we're going to do things differently this time. He hears that rousing speech, and then he goes and talks to the mechanic about how God is punishing me for not sacrificing myself for Imperial Japan. And it's like, I don't know about
I
that.
may be wrong. I may be wrong about where it comes in, but
Maybe the Wicker Man in chat
yeah,
knows
somebody
specifically
who
what you meant.
remembers better could refresh us on that. But I'm fairly confident that's where it would be, right? Like that makes either way. Either way, I
There's a
still don't.
disconnect I have with the
Yeah,
main character, and trying to pin down exactly what it comes down to, because I think someone described people have been describing the overall arc, and I go like, yeah, yeah, like I get that, I get what's there in the broad strokes, but I think how it all lays itself out. There's
is
something
it when
about it that
he's is it that
I
scene
stop
where he's
resonating.
like
I stopped
freaking?
resonating with the character about like halfway through. I don't feel strongly
It might
about.
be the scene where he's not sure, where he's conflicted about whether or not he's alive or dead. When he's not, he wakes up from the nightmare, and
Okay, that's earlier on then, right?
yeah, I'm not, I
That's the
can't remember
doesn't he
where it
talk
is. I really can't remember
he
where
talks
that line
the
is.
nightmare about he talks about the nightmare to
To
Noriko.
Noriko, yeah.
Yeah, Noriko. Um,
Which, that
there was
scene where
also
he
a
talks
line
about the
before
nightmare
that.
to her is a little, it's just a little, it's just a little too much, honestly. Like it's one of those ones to me where I'm like, okay, so he wakes up from the nightmare, and she kind of like, there's kind of a funny beat where like he wakes up from the nightmare and he's freaking out, and then we get this kind of a wider shot where she pulls the curtain back from between their beds and is like, "Are you okay? Like, are you all right?" Um, and then she makes him some tea. Some time passes. She makes him some tea, and then he starts freaking out again about whether or not he's alive or whether or not he's dead. And I don't know if there's that. There's a scene where I wasn't 100% sure what he was doing, but he like kind of climbs on top of her, and I don't know if he was. I couldn't tell if he was trying to, get some, like if he was trying to rape
I don't
her, or
think
like I don't know what he
I don't
was
think
doing
so.
there. I don't know what was going on there. There was a lot in that scene that was just a little too, because he says something about like how do I know if I'm alive? Make me feel alive when he climbs on top of her, and then she
Oh,
pushes him
maybe you're
off,
right.
and I
He's
like
going through it, all
he's
right?
going through it. He's going through a time. I understand that. Like not everybody's totally in control of themselves 100% of the time. But
I just
I
yeah, there's something
don't, there's a lot
his art.
there's a lot he's going through in that, and it's all very dialed up to the point where I'm not, I don't know, it feels weird. I don't remember exactly where it is. The line either way.
But I
But
also I also don't like that even after Noriko's death, he's just gung ho about I definitely need to sacrifice myself like a kamikaze pilot again. I feel like he like is making progress on an arc and then only like kind of reverts on it a little bit and does a little stuff like that. He'll end up in the right place eventually. But some of the decisions he makes and some of his reactions to things make me like not really like him a
well,
whole lot in
and
certain moments.
one of the things that I try to do is like I try to put myself in the characters, like I try to imagine myself in that situation, right, where there's like there's a woman who who I'm into, right, who's living with me, the child
Hmm.
that I'm raising with her. We're not together. That child is not mine, but clearly I'm invested in it, right? Because I don't want her to take a job in Ginza. I want her to, like stay at home and like stay with Noriko, and I'll bring in the
Hmm.
money, and I'm kind of enjoying the vibe and all that. Um she's dead now, right? She's been blown away in a essentially a nuclear blast. She's definitely dead. She's 100% dead. I am sure she's dead because there's no way anybody could have survived such a thing,
Oh,
right?
of course she's dead.
She's dead,
Yeah.
100%. And now I'm like, I don't know. It just seems to me like the natural evolution of that would be to be like, okay, well, now I'm raising the child. Like, I'm the only one that the kid has. Like, if he's
Yeah.
concerned about her before, why does the concern vanish after her death when he's the only one left to care for her?
But he's also it kind of ebbs and flows in ways that I don't quite understand because there's a while where he's like, "I'm not your dad. Remember, I'm not your dad." But then he does take care of her and stuff like that, and feels some sort of responsibility for her. I don't know.
Well,
It's
and
a little muddy.
when they're trying to smoke screen that he's going to kill himself, and he has the picture that she drew of him.
oh, oh, I love those. By the way, they're very funny.
So funny when like
Child
the
drawings were,
reveal of that,
yeah.
if, like after a couple of scenes where he unfolds it, he goes, "So this is this is me, you, and mom, right?" And she goes, "Yeah, that's mom right there." And then we see it finally a couple scenes later, and it's just the shittiest fucking drawing. It's just
Oh, it's
like a
great.
bunch of
I
circles.
love it.
It's so funny. Like this
Yeah.
movie really does nail comedy beats at certain point. Like it really knows how to hit the comedy
I
at
wish there
good
were
points.
more of them because I did like them a lot. I like there's some nice comedic moments between them on the boat, and I like the fact that the kids drawing is just like really
It's
simple
so
and stupid.
it's so stupid.
I like it a lot.
I,
Um, and so we're now basically at the point, well, they're developing the technology they need to try to give Godzilla the bends. He's trying to find his mechanic friend, see if he survived the initial. Well, he knows he survived. Sorry, he's trying to find the
the
mechanic
one
guy
mechanic
from
who
the beginning of
lived
the movie.
from
Yes,
the base that repaired the kamikaze planes, and
and eventually
this
he
is where
finds
the
him.
pacing kind of goes off the rails a little bit for me because I'm not really sure how much time passes between developing the plan and going and finding the one mechanic who he's convinced has to be the guy to help him. Like there's because he talks. There's a scene where he's talking with the guy on the boat, and he's asking him, "Oh, please just give me more time." And he's like, "Well, we can find you another mechanic. Like this guy, we don't even know if he's alive. We don't know if he
Yeah,
wants to be found." But I don't. How much time passes? Is it because he says like at one point he's like Godzilla could attack at any moment, but there's just
I'm not sure how much time passes there.
yeah,
Yeah.
like it's very foggy, like how much time we're spending looking for this mechanic, and
Remind me why it has to be this mechanic.
the only reason is theme. There's no other
Okay.
really good reason for why it has to
Okay.
be. It's just because
I
he's
sus-
convinced it has to be. There's no like, and
yeah. I
even in
suspected that was
the
the case.
script, there's no good reason given, right? Because like
Yeah.
the doctor even asks him, "Well, why does it have to be this guy? Why can't we find you another one?" He says, "No, no, it has to be him," but doesn't give a reason really, you know.
Gotcha. Okay. Eventually, he finds him, and they like he has this prototype plane that looks like it's backwards. It's like tail
Yeah,
wing
yeah.
plane. I
It
believe.
was that's what I think that's what it's called is a tail wing because it
Yeah.
has a propeller on the back, and they were designed to defend Japan from a mainland island invasion that never came. So
Hmm.
that was kind of a cool little historical, Easter
Yeah,
egg there. I liked it.
that's neat. Um, unless there's anything I'm skipping over, basically we finally get to the plan, right? Where they're final
Yeah, where they
finding the
finally
time to
drop
do the
because I
plan.
was waiting for a good while in this movie for them to finally drop the da 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 da, and they
Well, they
finally
when
drop it at this beautiful moment. Ah, perfect.
can I quibble with the use
Oh,
of that
please go
piece?
for it.
They ruin it slightly by cutting it short.
Oh, do
There's
they?
well, they cut from there's like an A section and a B section of that theme. There's the bum 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 bum. There's that part, and then there's a dun 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 like the stabs. That part, like that's like if you call that the B section, right? There's a couple bars that they cut short in this version that I think, without going into the finer details of the music theory, I think it kind of takes a little bit of the steam out of it. I wasn't happy about that because I really like that theme. I think it's really, really good. I was happy to see it come back in this, but the small change they made to it kind of weakened it for me.
Oh, okay.
Not a fan.
So in the chat, main character believes that he is the only mechanic who would be okay with turning his plane into a bomb.
Really?
I guess
That
so.
I don't understand that at all, actually. For the sake of
Because
blowing
he
up the
wants to
monster
kill
that's
him because he
destroying.
killed everybody on the island, like because he got everybody on the island killed By not
Yeah, I think
shooting the
that's weak.
monster that can regenerate. Maybe it couldn't at the time. I don't know.
That's weak. I think that's weak.
Uh,
Um, I think there would be enough interest in Japanese people in destroying Godzilla for
that they
someone
would
to
be
be
able,
like,
yeah.
yeah,
Well, and yeah. I mean,
I don't know.
this said mechanic is the one who ends up noticing that they actually built fucking ejector seats into this prototype. So,
Yeah.
I don't know.
So
Mm,
eventually, final
anyway,
plan. Let's just jump into that. So eventually, he Godzilla comes up on land, does he not? And he's going towards Tokyo. Oh no, he's gonna destroy Tokyo. Classic Godzilla. And so main character man uses his plane to like shoot at him and stuff and lure him back into the ocean. Right?
yeah.
That's
So can I just for one quick second be like, Godzilla destroying Tokyo, like he's gonna get to Tokyo, then he makes landfall because the initial distraction idea fails, right? Because like
mhm.
the main civilian idea is to keep him in the ocean or to keep him
Yeah.
occupied in the bay in order to make sure that he doesn't get to Tokyo. But then he gets to Tokyo, and now all of a sudden he's stomping through farmland when the main character uh
Yeah.
flies his plane in, and that's fine. It's just that Godzilla destroying farmland doesn't quite hit the same way that it would Godzilla destroying Tokyo. It,
Yeah.
the Kanto Plain is not quite the same scale as the Tokyo, urban district being wrecked by a giant lizard. But either way, I do like the idea that he flies the plane in. It's nimbler than a boat, like he says. I like that a lot.
Hmm.
Makes good use of the fact that he's a pilot and that he, distracts Godzilla and gets him to follow him out into the ocean.
Yes, and then their plan essentially involves getting him to a certain point, and then I forget the exact order of this. I think there's a ship kind of far away that starts shooting at him, and then Godzilla blows it up with a laser, right? Like his atomic laser breath. And then so it's like, oh, now he's used that. Now we can go in and try and tie him up and wrap him
Oh
up with
yeah, this is
these.
where they sort of do the thing where they're like, "Oh, it has to recharge." Uh,
Yes.
don't know how you know that, but okay, yeah, whatever.
I thought there was I thought I have the memory of that being evidenced earlier in the movie.
Oh,
Um,
that it has to
that
recharge.
that that it was reasonable to conclude that based on his earlier behavior, but because it didn't bother me when they randomly decided that that's a thing. But maybe I'm wrong. But I had the impression like that
Look,
that was a
it
reasonable
really it
thing
didn't
for them
bother
to do.
me that much. I was like, "Oh, of course, that makes sense. Yeah, sure, why not? It
Yeah,
needs to recharge." It's just I didn't I don't know.
maybe not.
Yeah,
Maybe I
I don't know how
invented
there
that
was
for the sake of
evidence
the
in the movie
movie.
to conclude that from there, but fine. Like the guy has been researching behind the scenes a lot, apparently.
Yes.
So I was like, okay, fine. He knows that, I guess. Sure. Didn't bother me very much. It's just
So he
one of
blows
those
up one of
things.
the boats with his laser nuke bomb thing, and then they wrap him up in these while main character man is shooting at him and distracting him. They wrap these cables around him that have a bunch of these devices that are going to shoot off a bunch of what looks like gas. It looks a lot like the oxygen destroyer from the original movie, but it's actually just some sort of chemical that's going to make him sink to the bottom. And so they wrap him up with that, and then they sink him to the bottom, and he's not dead. And they're like, "Oh fuck, we got to bring him back up. Do the flotation device thing." They shoot the flotation devices out, and he comes rising up quickly, but he stops. He doesn't quite make it to the surface, and then like
Then
he's
the
like
float.
pulling. Isn't Go ahead.
Well, the flotation devices all pop up and they're like
Yeah.
deflated,
Oh
and
fuck, that didn't work.
"Oh shit, he chewed his way out," but he didn't. Did he really chew his way out? Because he didn't
I mean, we don't see
leave.
it. We don't.
He didn't leave. He's still in the same spot. This
I
is
don't know.
yeah.
I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what the point you're making is.
Well, okay, so he's in the so when they activate that like the sort of like the oxygen destroyer thing, but not. It's a prison of bubbles, right? And
Hmm.
he's in that prison of bubbles. And then they activate the flotation device when he gets to the bottom because it didn't kill him. But when he's coming back up, he chews his way out of the
Flotations.
flotations and the things that were keeping him locked in there, right?
Well, the things that were keeping him essentially locked in place as he sank to the bottom stopped when he got to the bottom, because those need to stop doing that for him to be able to float up to the top. Because that thing that surrounds him that sinks him to the bottom, like you would need to stop doing that in order to float him back up to the top.
Right. Okay.
So
So
presumably
when he chews his way out of the flotation devices,
cables, yeah.
cables, he doesn't swim somewhere else. He's still in the same spot being held by the boats, because when the tugboats show up, they pull him back up in the exact same spot.
Oh, true. So what does he chew himself free from?
Right. Just the flotation
Oh,
devices.
okay.
Yeah.
I understand. That is a little weird, but
Like
that, I
like
guess
he
that's
chewed him.
what
He was awake enough to chew himself out of the thing that's bringing him up to
the
the
flotation
surface,
devices,
but not awake
the
enough
cables holding him.
to either chew himself out of the cables holding him in place or to swim away to a
Or
different
did he
part.
just? Is the idea that he just bit the flotation devices off and was still held by the
That is
cables?
confusing. He popped the flotation devices. That's all we know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Either way,
So that
it
was
didn't work.
yeah, it didn't work.
He seems to be disoriented and all that, but he's not dead. Uh-oh. Now what are we gonna do? And then he eventually comes back up to the surface. And then here's another example
Well,
of
he
the
gets back up to
VFX.
the surface because the younger kid who wasn't a veteran. I liked this dynamic a lot, where all the veterans kind of tell him to stay home,
Yeah.
and
Stay
then
here and build the future,
yeah,
young
but he
man.
wants to, he wants to go and help, right? He wants to go and serve his country too, like they did, and they're all like, no, 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 you shouldn't want to do that. You shouldn't want to go to war. You shouldn't want to have to be involved in this conflict. But then he's, the guy who leads all the tugboats out to, help them get Godzilla
They have
out.
their Dunkirk moment. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. I like it.
Yeah.
I like
I
that.
did like it. Yeah, because when they were like, "No, you shouldn't want to be involved in this." And it's like, well, it is okay to want to like
To
try to
protect your
defeat the
country, yeah.
evil. Yeah, to protect your country and your civilians from, this giant monster that's threatening to destroy everything. That's actually so at first I wasn't sure how I felt about them like poo-pooing him for like you shouldn't want to be involved in this. And it's like, I don't know, maybe it is actually heroic to want to be involved. But I did like that he gets to come in and help at the end, despite their wishes anyway, and that it's really valuable that he does. And so they eventually bring him back up, and if I remember correctly, he is disoriented, but he's not dead. Is that right?
Yeah, he is. He's kind of. He's disoriented but not dead, but he also. Before we keep going, can I just mention the fact that he seems to be standing on his own 2 feet? In like, how much must this guy be treading water over
Well,
the deepest part of the ocean? That he's like full, like half body out of the ocean with his arms up at first before
okay.
they even activate the device. Like,
So yeah, and I think that's a good point because at this point they sunk him all the way down to the bottom.
they sunk him.
There are
They sunk
other
him down to the
scenes.
bottom from that point, from that exact point where he's like half
Yeah.
submerged in the water.
Yes, they play fast and loose with this. There are other times when he's in a shallower area that I'm fine with him standing up and being like half out of the water. But there are several scenes where he should be, where they've even made a point of how deep it is because they're going to use that to try and kill him. That he shouldn't be he shouldn't be able to just stand upright in the water like that, but he does anyway because they don't really care too much about the physics of
He's
that.
just
'Cause he
his
would
tail's
have
a
to be-
propeller, basically. Like he's just treading
No,
water
he-
really fucking well. Those stubby
Yeah,
little
that-
Godzilla legs are paddling
would
like
be-
crazy.
That would be ridiculous. It would be ridiculous. So they just kind of play fast and loose with that, and it's whatever. It's fine.
It's fine. Yeah,
there's
just saying.
it distracts it a little bit from me, and then so main hero man comes swooping in the plane, and he's gonna do his kamikaze thing, and he there's another time where the physics of the visual effects don't really work for me. Plane flies into Godzilla's mouth and just stops immediately, like perfectly, like he's zoop. And it stops. Godzilla's head doesn't recoil at all. It doesn't come forward. It doesn't smash the plane or anything. It just zoops right into his mouth. And I was like, oh, I feel like the physics of that don't quite make sense. But that's fine. But then they blow up the plane, and you're like, oh no, main character man killed himself to blow up Godzilla.
Damn it.
Oh,
Wait,
but wait.
there he is. Ah,
He parachuted to safety because he must have hit the ejector
the ejector seat,
button.
which like so. I don't know how you felt about this, but when the mechanic told him, "Okay, pull this lever. That's the safety for the bomb. That's gonna, you know, that's gonna set unleash it.
Hmm.
That'll set it off." And then they kind of look at each other right after that, and then he goes, "Oh, and just one more thing." And then it kind of pulls back a little bit, and we don't hear what they're talking about as he's tapping on stuff in the thing. I'm like, "Oh yeah,
Yeah,
there's an ejector seat." And
obviously,
obviously there's an ejector seat. I did not need the second scene. Oh, well, because
No,
so after we like they're on, he's the mechanic's on the radio, and he's listening. And this is a little bit of like where the overacting kind of works for me a little, because the mechanic is like listening to the fact that the pilot got out, and he's like thrilled. He's like yeah, and like he's takes the thing off, and he's kind of crying, and he's like fist pumping in the air. I'm like, that's all I needed. And then immediately they go to flashback to, yeah, also here's the ejector lever. Like, maybe cut the ejector lever scene. I don't know. It didn't need it. We didn't need it. It's fine. I got it. We all understood what was happening the first time
yeah,
around. It worked really well, right up until we decide to, go and show what happened here with the ejector
I
scene.
agree. I think it undermines the scene a bit, and it was totally unnecessary. It, like, who would have been confused about the fact that he used an ejector seat?
But
Like,
especially because
they made
the
a point of
guy
it.
was talking like just a couple scenes before this all began, before this all kicked off. We had the guy talking about how the Japanese, we've suffered too long with the Japanese government uh not building ejector seats into planes. Like he
Yeah,
says that straight
they
up
make a point
right
of it.
there. They make a point of it.
You don't
Okay, so I
don't
get
need
it. Like, yeah, I understand
don't need the
exactly what we don't
flashback.
need to flashback. We don't need it.
That is probably textbook example of the lack of subtlety, kind of
Yeah,
undermining
that's
what
that's
would
the
have
big
been
one.
very effective scenes. It's not that the scene is bad now, but it's not as good as it could have been, that's for
No,
sure.
no, no, no. It's not overly detrimental. It doesn't ruin the whole thing because it still
No,
works really
definitely.
well. It's just
Yeah.
you didn't need it, and I would have
Nope.
preferred that it wasn't there.
Me too. Um, then that kills Godzilla seemingly, right? You muted. Yeah, Godzilla's dead. We blew up a plane inside his mouth, and now he's dead. We did it. Um, though there's a weird little moment where, like, immediately after that, everyone kind of like stands in somber like salute of the fact that they killed Godzilla, and it's like, I don't think this movie did much of the whole Godzilla's a tragic figure who doesn't mean to be killing people, and it's sad that he's dead. But the muted response to killing Godzilla in this, instead of cheers and all that sort of thing, was a little odd. When Hugh returns, I'll ask him what he thinks about that. What did the fine people in chat have to say? I think the important part of the second scene is that the mechanic telling him to live. It means a lot for the main character to hear that from him. Yes, though I think you don't need that. I think that's more or less given to you from everything else around it. That going back to show the scene of him telling him about the ejector seat, um, putting it in that moment like it's a reveal of some sense doesn't really work. I don't. If you want to have that scene, like if you really are committed to having the scene of the mechanic telling him that he needs to live, I don't understand why you couldn't have had that scene where it took place chronologically. I wonder what you think of that. It would be like if in A Dark Knight Rises they show the flashback of Bruce Wayne fixing the autopilot on the Batplane. That would be pretty funny. Yeah, there's a lot of movies do this sort of thing where they like flash back to a thing to remind you that feels a little bit like, no, I got it, I got it. Hugh, what do you think of the idea that the important bit to remember from that scene when we flash back to the mechanic is the character bit of the mechanic telling him he needs to live? Hello, are you
Yeah,
back?
I'm.
Oh, there you are.
I like that actually. I think that's good. I think the mechanic telling
Don't
him,
you? Go ahead.
well, because the whole since we've built the whole conflict between him and the mechanic as being that he was a coward and afraid to die in the first place, and that's
Hmm.
sort of been the theme of the character's conflict for the whole movie.
Yes.
The fact that this guy who he's attached a lot of importance to comes and tells him, like, I'm not here to kill
Yes.
you. I'm here to help you live. Right? I think that's
Yes.
fine. I think that works fine. So as long as we
I
keep that without the explicit detail of giving us the the whole flashback of the ejector seat, then yeah, I think it's okay. But I think
Well, let me. This is what I floated when I read the comment in chat who made that point. Why couldn't we have shown that chronologically when it happened?
I there's no good reason. Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, there's no good reason because I don't like the idea that we're like trying to bait like, ooh, because you can still bait whether he's going to make the choice to live or not in the end anyway. Because when you watch the scene the first time, you're like, oh yeah, he's telling him about the ejector seat, obviously.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing else it would be. It's obvious that's what it's going to be. So it's not a reveal to drop it later. It feels a bit more like a, oh, remember that what they were talking about then? This is what they were talking about. And it's like, yep, nope, I get it. If he had just told him right then in that moment, by the way, here's the ejector seat. And hey, it's coming, he didn't phrase it like this, obviously. He phrased it better, but like, hey, like you should live, and this is really important because it's coming from me of all people.
Yeah.
And like you have that bit, and then you're not sure based on his reaction in the moment whether he's taken that completely to heart or made the decision yet. He can still leave it up dramatically for whether he's going to listen to him or not. Like I don't know why you couldn't have had that chronologically. That's my take on that. Because
Yeah.
as is, I don't like the flashback there. I think
Now the flashback is just kind of
it cheapens it a little. That's all.
it's a little cheap.
Um,
Yeah. It's not that it's entirely wrong. It's just that it's not any stronger than it would have been, right? Like I don't have a problem. Yeah, when we were in those screenwriting classes all the time and they'd tell us, always, oh, never use flashback, that's not true. Flashback can work. It's just that you
it
if you
helps
can
when you're telling.
if you can
Go
do
ahead.
it without using the flashback, it's always stronger, right? Like that's just kind of how it works, right? Like if you can show us without having to go,
For the most part, yes.
yeah,
I think there's some exceptions with a lot of writing rules, but for the most part, I
usually,
agree
yeah,
with
yeah,
what you're
yeah,
saying.
yeah. Okay,
The other thing is that it when you're telling us the same information that we could have assumed from more the subtle way in which you showed it in the beginning. It's one thing if a flashback recontextualizes something. You know what I mean? That's
yeah,
different. This doesn't really recontextualize. It just fills in gaps that if we were paying attention, we already filled in ourselves. So it doesn't really give you anything new. Though I will say, I think there is a point to be made about the fact that the mechanic telling him he needs to live on is more meaningful, perhaps, than some of the other characters who have said it because
yes,
of their
yes, yes,
history,
yes, yes.
and that is worthwhile and worth preserving in the story. And so yeah, they killed Godzilla. The other question I was going to ask you when you got back is, how did you feel about everyone's immediate reaction to having killed Godzilla? Because it's a rather sort of muted,
Oh, you mean when
solemn.
they like
Everyone's saluting.
salute? When they all salute?
Yes.
Yeah, that was. I'm. So this is another, from in my theater, everybody like there were quite a few people who just immediately started saluting as well. Like everybody kind of put their hands up
How,
and did.
how old was the crowd that
They
you
were
saw this
all
with?
roughly around our age,
Okay. That
20s
that
to
almost
30s.
felt
Yeah.
in my head that felt like a senior citizen in a theater thing to do.
Yeah,
I don't know
like a
why.
lot of people started saluting at the same point. That's
I
that's
understand
a it.
this
I get it, but it is a weird choice, right? Like especially given the role Godzilla plays in
in
this
this one.
story,
Yep.
it's odd, right? Like that they
The
would start
solemn note,
saluting. Yeah,
like it's almost a tragedy that they had to kill him. It's like that doesn't fit this movie. It fits some other movies, but not this one. And like you would have thought there'd be more cheering and happiness that it worked and that they saved Japan essentially. But it takes on this solemn, tragic note that I don't think quite fits the tone of this film. especially
Yeah,
with
it's
the role Godzilla has played in the narrative. Yeah, the salute for being for the soldiers who gave their lives. Like I understand that, but there was a noted lack of like cheering and happiness, like the victory response. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
and
Because I feel like the time for the solemn note for all the people who gave their lives is after the immediate victory. Like, yeah, we did it, right? Like that
yeah.
comes later in
Well,
the order of
and
operations.
Godzilla being a product of war is not as big of a, it doesn't play as big of a role in this one, really.
No,
Like
it doesn't.
cuz we
Mm-mm.
get that scene at the very beginning where he already exists. He's just been
Yeah,
like he's just been grown basically. He's been exponentially increased by nuclear.
and even that is muted in this movie
Very
compared to the
muted. Yeah, very
original.
muted compared to the
Yeah.
original.
In terms of like laying blame for it on atomic testing and stuff like that, much more muted or just kind of implied lightly in this one. So the idea of him being a tragic figure that it's solemn when he dies doesn't really quite fit this one for me.
Yeah, it was an odd choice to go with. It feels more like
Yeah,
it's for the fans of Godzilla than it is for the people in the movie. You know?
maybe a little bit. Yeah, like I mean, because I like Godzilla. I've seen quite a few of these movies. I have a sort of nostalgic soft spot in my heart for Godzilla. But even with that, depending on how you show Godzilla in the movie, my like whether I will be sad that he's dead depends on what he does in the movie, right? I'm not bringing the emotional weight of all the other movies. Like if he's just a threat that you need to destroy, yeah, destroy him, dude. Get rid of him. Like I'm not a
Yeah.
in this movie they need to destroy Godzilla. Like, there's no real chance that if they do nothing he'll stop attacking people. Not in this movie.
No, no, no. This one
So,
he's not Japan's defender. He's not the one who's
no,
going to keep the people safe. He's just a
nor is he an
fucking
animal. Nor is
yeah.
he an animal like 98 who just wants to reproduce and feed and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's just there to fuck shit up, you know?
Yeah, it's a little bit. I don't know, cuz like what was Godzilla's existence like before the start of this movie? I'm not 100%
In this
sure on.
universe, I'm not 100% sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because he comes to this island to attack people, and it's like, oh, the locals call him Godzilla, so they port that in from the first movie. Um, but is this something he did a lot? Like, like I don't quite understand it. Because the implication in Godzilla 1954 is that like he's a thing that's remembered from myth and legend that hasn't appeared in a long time, which is not the case in this movie.
No, this
So
one it's like, oh, I've heard tell of it, but
yeah.
then it
So they
gets
kill
worse.
Godzilla, and he like sinks to the bottom of the ocean, or he sinks into the ocean. Yay, we did it. We go home, and he reunites with his child. And this is the part that bugs me because it should be about reuniting with his child and living on with the kid, and finally resolving the conflict over like not wanting to view the kid as his own, not wanting to be called dad, not viewing this as his child and living
Yeah.
on for the sake of the child because we reunite with the child and I'm so ready to be invested in what we do with
Yeah, and
resolving
I
that
just
arc.
I just want to so regardless of all the nitpicks that we've discussed here, I really enjoyed this movie. I really liked
Well,
the vast
hold on,
majority of
but
it.
hold on.
When we get here is when I start
Yes,
to
okay.
get a little just a little
Yes.
like maybe
Let
yeah.
me walk through it because he's reuniting with the child and I'm so ready for the emotional payoff of this. But then almost immediately we're told, "Hey, by the way, Noriko is alive." And
Real
so
quick
we go find.
before we expound on
Okay.
this, I just want to I like this is a an example of something that I actually like. I liked it couched in something that I did not like. So when when Noriko is dead, right, or presumed dead, definitely dead, 100% dead, definitely she's fucking dead. The
Yes.
neighbor is asked to take care of Akiko, the child. And
Hmm.
the neighbor has the neighbor has a couple of ups and downs. Like, I really liked her performance at the beginning. I didn't think it was too over the top when she, realizes that he was a kamikaze pilot and she starts blaming everything on him. But then she,
Hmm.
kind of rallies to him, even though she's belittling him a little bit, but she's helping him for the sake of the child and the woman that he's brought into his house. And she kind of becomes a major player. She ends up getting the care of the child turned over to her when he writes a note before he's aware that the ejector seat is a thing in the plane.
Or when he's convinced that he's going to have to kill himself and
Yeah. When
sacrifice
he's
himself.
when he's convinced that he's gonna have to die, he writes a thing to her and tells her to take care of Akiko. And as she's in his house, somebody shows up with a telegram, and her performance when the telegram guy asks if she is the Shinagawa, I think Shinagawa, Mr. Shinagawa, and she kind of just gives this subtle little like nod, and he hands her the telegram, and she opens it and she reads it, and it's she kind of gives, there's a look on her face like, oh, there's something important in that telegram, we don't know exactly what it is, but we're gonna figure it out in a couple of scenes, right? It's
Yes.
very well done. I really,
Hmm.
really like how they handle that. The information that's in the telegram is that Noriko is alive. She
Which I hate.
survived. I hated this
I really don't
so
like it.
fucking much. She, she
So let's
was
start with the obvious. Let's
blasted
start with
away by a
the very
shockwave.
obvious is that there is no way she is alive, period, based on what we saw. I'm sorry. She is dead. It makes no physical sense. It's actually a plot hole that she's alive. Like that's how obvious it was that based on what we saw that would have killed her. So she's definitely, definitely dead. But more than the fact that that's kind of because I could forgive that maybe, maybe, maybe. But what I don't like
Mm,
about it is that it distracts from the stuff with the daughter. And now the daughter is just a piece of furniture
yeah,
in the
she's
final
a
scene
prop.
where he gets to reunite. Yeah, she's a prop. He gets to reunite with Noriko, and it's about their relationship. And the daughter is just sidelined. And I'm like, the daughter is sidelined for the whole movie. We never give the daughter the focus, the narrative focus it should. The daughter never has the kind of effect it should on the main character. It's all just kind of like in the background, and I don't like it. I don't like the fact that her being alive brings attention back to their relationship at the expense of the daughter because we don't get the powerful scene we could have had with the daughter at the end because we got to go find her and then we find her in the hotel room and then we reunite and all that sort of stuff. I don't like it.
How did you feel about the radiation poisoning of Godzilla creeping up her neck in that little?
Is that what that was? I
I have
kind of
no
only
fucking idea what that was, but
so
it's like black goo from Prometheus creeping up her neck.
I wasn't sure what it was. I only noticed it at like the last second before it cut to black or it cut away. So like I didn't get a good look at it because I was too busy looking at their faces. But whatever that sets up in the future, I don't know. It's gonna be just as stupid as the fact that she's alive. You know what I mean? Like she shouldn't be alive,
She should just
but
have
she also
died. Just kill her and have him,
yeah.
have
And
him take on
let the
his role as a father. Like, are you
yes.
kidding me?
Let the
Why?
narrative have some fucking teeth. Let her be dead. She should be dead. This is for a movie about Godzilla and all the calamity and destruction he causes. No one of importance dies in the whole movie. Not even Godzilla.
Yeah, Godzilla doesn't even die. Spoiler alert,
Yeah.
Godzilla's healing
Spoiler alert.
factor outlasts, the bomb that went off in his mouth.
Yeah,
Shocker.
so,
I know,
so
considering the fact that they blew him up with a mine in the Jaws scene and he just immediately healed. There's no reason to believe that any of this would have worked, honestly. Like,
yeah. So, well, okay, I don't like that the Godzilla's alive in the end. I know they're setting up sequels, but I don't like it because it undermines the weight of what they did in this movie. It didn't work. And I understand why like, there's reason to believe that what they did wouldn't have worked really based on what we see of Godzilla, but like the whole arc of this movie in the final half is about how they're going to defeat Godzilla and then it doesn't work. So like no
The fact that you add the sequel bait in there renders the entire thing kind
Well,
of pointless a little
a
bit.
little pointless. Yeah, it undermines it. If pointless might not be the right word for the sake of the main character's arc, but it does undermine the weight of what they did and all that they sacrificed in order to do it because they wanted the sequel bait. So Godzilla didn't die, Noriko didn't die, the kid didn't die, main character didn't die, the mechanic guy didn't die, the young guy on the boat didn't die, scientist man didn't die. Only unnamed people died. Those are the people that sacrificed themselves. Everyone else lived. And I don't like that. I think this kind of movie should have teeth. It should let characters die. This is a tragic, violent sort of premise, and the fact that all the main characters just live in some of them in cartoonish ways, I think it's kind of lame.
How okay, so realistically speaking, how are we thinking that Noriko survived, right? Like so she took to go back a little bit, the kid on the boat, they call him the kid. He
Mhm.
gets injured by the mine like the shockwave of the mine explosion in Godzilla's mouth, and he is in a
Yeah.
cast for the rest of the movie. This
Mhm.
woman tanked what is the equivalent of the
He's dead.
shockwave
There's
of
no.
a nuclear blast and
Yes.
survived with like a minor concussion.
Oh God, I so here's another thing that's annoying as a trope is like this happens a lot when you have a female character who gets like injured or something like that. It's never in a way that makes them not pretty. So she just has like bandages kind of over her eyes. So like I don't know, maybe her eyes damaged, maybe she doesn't have an eye. Who even knows?
Maybe
You
that
can't tell.
half of her
But she's
face is
still
melted. Who knows? It doesn't like.
she's well no, she definitely not. She still has like a full face of makeup on underneath. So it's like she's not even disfigured, you know what I mean? She can still be pretty. It's just cheap. They do this all the time, and I don't like it. She should have died. It would have given everything else more weight if she actually died.
Yeah, I agree. So there are a couple people in or I guess it's Crow Raptor in
It's
the
only
chat who's
fair.
talking about how the mark on her neck is connected to like Godzilla's regeneration. Like the fact that she's alive means that Godzilla is gonna be alive.
Wait, really?
But I don't know.
I mean, that's not in the movie,
That's
but
not
is
in
that
the
your is
movie.
that a theory?
I guess that's the theory there. Like, but
No, you have more, she's gonna die in like a week from radiation sickness. Yeah, much more likely,
yeah,
for sure.
seriously.
Well, I mean, like it bears repeating. She should be dead. There's no way she isn't dead.
That
It's dumb. And
shockwave literally tore buildings apart right
yeah.
up until it got to her.
We
Like
saw her get yeeted out of the frame. Like we saw that happen.
get yeeted
The
head.
goo in her neck reminded me of the Shin final shot, kind of.
What is the Shin final shot?
Okay, so you'll like it a lot better. So we managed to essentially freeze Godzilla solid and kill him that way in Shin Godzilla. Remember, he's like a thermonuclear reactor inside of a lizard,
Oh,
essentially.
okay.
And so they managed to, instead of nuking him and giving him more power and all that stuff, they managed to like freeze his like they like coagulate and clot his blood so he can't use that to cool himself anymore. I don't know exact the science is a little mumbo jumbo-y, but they kill him that way, and now he's like this frozen giant statue thing. There's also an implication that like the raw material and elements that we can pull from his corpse will like help us technologically and all that stuff. Like so
Okay.
he's also kind of unlimited potential as well as unlimited power, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
so they defeat Godzilla, and at the very end we get this shot where we're zooming in on his tail, right? And he's got this very, very long tail, which I don't love as a design choice. It's a little too big for me. But anyway, we zoom into the tip of his tail, and there are like, it's like this horrible, like mutated, charred, like fused mess of a whole bunch of, it looks like a bunch of different bodies. If you look at it really
Ah.
closely, it looks like little mini Godzillas. There was an implication earlier on that it can reproduce asexually and that it has a whole bunch of like it could make a whole colony of more creatures like this. if left to its own devices. That's part of why they have to kill it. And it looks like at the very end, like the implication is that like, well, they could do more with this narratively, but the implications seem to be from when I watched it that like all those were coming out of him and they stopped it just in the nick of time. And there's all these kind of like mutated, grotesque, morphed Godzilla looking bodies coming out of the tail. It looks like a weird, demented sort of totem pole like thing at the end.
Jesus. Okay.
It's really cool. And as far as sequel bait, it doesn't go, ha, Godzilla's still alive, but it leaves you on this weird, ominous note, like there could be more to the story if they wanted to continue it. And it's just kind of a really horrifying image to end on. I like it. I think it's neat. It's not the same kind of sequel bait, but
Yeah,
it
not
is
like this. Not quite like the
No,
like
definitely not.
the completely fucked up body of Godzilla just starting to reanimate like Wolverine. Yeah, just like
Yeah,
regenerate.
and that was a little lame. Like I'm not that doesn't make me go, "Oh, I can't wait to see what happens next." It makes me go, "Oh, so what happened already didn't really matter all that much." Okay.
Yeah,
So
it's a little lame. It's a little bit of a letdown.
the ending especially, and I think all my favorite stuff essentially all my favorite stuff in the movie was in the first half. And so by the end, I didn't quite love the movie. I think thinking it through and talking it all through now, I would happily say that I liked it and
Yeah,
that I
me
would
too.
recommend it to Godzilla fans because it is one of the better Godzilla movies. But I
It's
wouldn't
good. It's a good movie.
I wouldn't
There
call
are
it great.
yeah,
And
great is pushing it. Great is pushing it.
no, I would not. I would pretty comfortably say it's not great. It's like no, there's too many things that hold it down. It's good. It's good for a Godzilla movie. Whether it's very good for a movie generally, I don't know. Uh, I think it's worth the watch. But when some people seem to really love it, and I just I don't quite get it. I don't quite get the hype.
Let's hold our horses here just a little bit. Like it's not quite, groundbreaking, but it is pretty good. It is I do enjoy it. I think it has some of the better human drama in any of the Godzilla movies that I have seen. Although I am going to go watch Shin Godzilla after this. That is
Well,
something.
what I think you'll find about Shin Godzilla is that it doesn't have the sort of emotional character arcs that this has, and is more and focused entirely on people trying to solve the problem. So it's kind of a different movie, but
Okay.
I think if you combined the best of the Shin with the best of this,
You'd have a
you would
pretty good
have
movie. You'd have a pretty
like an
damn good
actually
Godzilla
great
movie. Yeah.
movie. Yeah. They're doing very different things. Obviously, you couldn't just fuse them at the hip, but um, yeah. So I like the emotional character arc of this movie. I just wish it was executed better, and I wish there wasn't some things kind of
Yeah, there's
holding it back.
hiccups, along the way. But
You there?
yeah,
Nope.
sorry, I'm reading the chat. Really like the main character's arc. Don't really agree with your criticisms of it. That's that's okay. That's fine. It's okay.
I think I know I'm not the only one who found some things about the main character kind of like unlikable is not the right word, but like I found him much more compelling in the beginning, and then as it went on, I'm like I kind of lost the feeling that he was super interesting as a character. Like some of the decisions he makes and like what lessons he learns and at what time, I didn't feel like all flowed together
I
exactly.
think
It's
I'm
not
with you
bad.
on that. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's bad. I just don't think it's particularly, you know, fantastic.
I like the idea of it a lot more than I like the execution of it. Like if like when you describe his arc on paper, I'm like that sounds great.
Yeah,
And but then like actually watching it, it was
it's
like
just little
that could
things.
have been better.
It's just little
Little
things where I'm like, the bones of it are really solid. Um, it, and
I
it's just
think
the
you like it
execution.
overall, not his arc specifically, but just overall. I think you like the movie a little bit more than I did.
That's
Um,
probably true,
I'm
actually.
I'm on the fence about whether I think, regardless of how it compares to other Godzilla movies, which I think in general are worse than average movies, at least by volume, right? Uh, like how this compares to, like, I don't know, some of the other better and worse movies that came out this year. It's I don't know if it's in I don't know if it's near the top for me. It's like a little above average maybe. I don't know. How it compares to other movies, I'm like it's good, but I wouldn't go much beyond that for me.
Yeah, I don't think I'd.
Like if you were thinking of a number out of 10, what's your gut?
6.
Yeah, I'm like more like a 5 or 6.
Yeah. I'll give it
I
a
think.
solid 6. I think there's enough good in it, and that it's entertaining enough that
Yeah.
really I appreciate what it's doing. I just wish it was doing
You
it.
know what? I'd give it a 6 too. I'm
Yeah,
thinking about it,
it's
I'd
like
give it a 6.
a 6 out of 10. It's not a bad movie by any stretch. It's actually quite entertaining, and I recommend watching it. I just
There's a lot to like about it. There's a
Yeah,
lot to like about it. There's just some things that like,
it holds it
ooh, if
back just a little bit.
yeah, and if they fix it's tweaks that would make this a great movie for me.
You give this to a
Not
better you give this to a better director, and maybe somebody who knows screenwriting just a little bit more, like dramatic screenwriting just a little
It's
better.
just tweaks.
Yeah,
It's
like
just tweaks for me.
I think you'd probably have a well, it's tweaks, and then it's the deployment of the way that, like, some of the CGI just really kind of takes me out of it a little bit. Like, I don't
Yeah.
know.
Well, it would have been great if it had a higher budget because I think it has enough in it to that I wish they gave it more money because like you know what's kind of funny? I've seen people say like, "Oh man, I can't believe this movie only cost $15 million," and I'm like, "Oh, I
I
can."
can.
Like
Yeah.
it doesn't. And I've also heard. I think the director. So the figure that was floating around was that it cost 15 million for the production, but the director said something to the effect of, "Oh God, I wish it was 15 million. We had peanuts." So
Oh,
I don't know what
wow.
the exact number is, but I think the claim by the director is that it was actually quite a bit less than that. Um, if we find out
You know what,
eventually what
Topaz,
sorry,
that's fair. Like, the directing is pretty solid. The writing could have zigged when it zagged. Yeah, I agree with
I
that.
think
Yeah.
that's a good description of it. If we ever find out what the true budget was, I could find myself saying, "Wow, for that budget, this looks pretty darn good." But I don't think it looks great in general, objectively. I just, it looks a little cheap. There's some things that just don't look believable. They don't look real. They don't look like they're in the environment. They don't move the way they should with the proper weight. Things like that that just bring it down a bit. Things that that's like basically the only stuff Godzilla 2014 had going for it. So, you
Yeah.
know, if you
Yeah.
took all the best stuff from all these movies, you'd have a
You'd
pretty
have a
good
pretty good
film.
movie. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, but
Ain't that just the way?
I did think this was actually a rather weak year for movies on the whole. So I think this probably earns its place in the top uh half of movies that I've seen this year.
I mean, I enjoyed it quite a. I enjoyed it enough, I enjoyed it.
There's definitely some things that I know you said you liked that I didn't quite like as much, like his design in this film.
I
I
do like the design in the film, and I don't mind the. I actually kind of like the spikes popping out of him when he charges up the laser. I don't know. I think it's just interesting to me. It's an interesting visual to go with, and that's one of my favorite parts about 2014 is that scene where the light charges up his tail and goes up to him. It's a really good like cut in the darkness when you get to see that little blue flash and follow it, and you know what's coming,
Mhm.
and the
Yeah,
tension builds up a little bit. And I enjoyed that part of this a lot.
yeah.
I will say that when he kind
I
of
need to put
sucks in his breath and then snaps forward, it took me out of it a little bit because it doesn't look natural, right? Like when
yeah.
when that happens, I was like, what the like what the fuck am I looking at? You know, like
Yeah.
that's a really odd, like almost video gamey kind of thing to have happen.
Yeah.
And I
Hmm.
wasn't thrilled with that part, but I thought that it looked really like in the scenes where it shows his spikes popping out, I thought it looked good.
Yeah. I do want to push back a little bit. The Wicker Man, you said, I mean, better CGI than modern ones today. Are you talking about modern Godzilla movies? Because I don't think that's true, frankly. I think Godzilla 2014 has better CGI than this, and it came out almost 10 years ago. I don't think, even compared to a lot of modern CGI, that this looks especially good. I think it looks its budget, which is fine. I think for the budget they had, if it's even less than 15 million, there's
Yeah,
something impressive about this.
it
But I
it
don't
looks
think it's on par with a lot of modern Hollywood blockbusters right now.
no.
It just, no.
It has that, for lack of a better term, it has that very foreign feel. You know, like it's good for a foreign movie on the CGI stuff.
Yeah, CGI. Yeah, we've come a long way, and I just feel like this is lagging a few years behind. It's fine though. Yeah, like I said, with the budget in mind, it's quite impressive.
Yeah. And Topaz, it definitely does look better than King of the Monsters and Godzilla versus Kong. I will give you
I'd have to
that.
watch it again. I don't want to, but but I get the feeling that the CGI does look better in those movies.
What, in King of the Monsters and Godzilla? Well, okay,
I
maybe.
believe the CGI looks better.
They
Yes,
definitely they definitely are more fluid and things look like they have more life. Um
and more weight,
yeah.
and all that sort of stuff. Look like they're more in the environment. What was the other thing I was going to say? Toho said, you asked, Topaz, sorry, asked at one point, if I've seen Godzilla Final Wars, and it's like, I know I did when it came out, but I've not seen it since. It's not one of the ones I
I do
rewatched.
not have any recollection
I'm
of that movie at all.
I'm a bit curious about some of these, some of the many Showa and then Heisei and then Millennium movies. There's a lot of versus movies in that range that I ignored for this stream, but I'd like to pop in for some of those and just see what's going on.
Maybe a Godzilla stream part 2. We just watch a bunch of Toho.
Oh, okay. So if you're comparing it to like The Flash, sure.
Yeah,
Uh,
okay. That's fair. That's fair.
that movie looked like absolute ass, but that was remarkably ass for
Or like
modern
Thor Love and
blockbusters.
Thunder. You know, that movie looked like shit too, but you know.
Yeah, that did look like shit. Yep.
And on almost 100 times the budget, right? Like it's a
Yes.
yeah.
There is that.
So
So,
it's proof of concept for, like, you know, for a $15 million movie at most, at like the far end of the spectrum, the high end, that
I would give them
this
more
can look
money.
good.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd be like, and in the trailer that I used that you'll see in the background of this video, it says something in the trailer crediting the director as part of like the main person behind the VFX too. I don't know exactly how that works, but if you look at it, it's like VFX, directing, and writing or something like that from this guy. So I don't know if he had a big hand in that as like an auteur man. I'm not sure, but I would like to see this guy
I
do
know you
other
told me
stuff.
he worked on anime before this, and that tracks.
Yeah, well, a lot of modern Japanese directors did. I'm pretty sure the guy who did Shin Godzilla did
Yeah, no, I'm
an
pretty sure
anime
the
as
Shin
well.
Godzilla guy was also the same guy who did the live action Attack on Titan movie.
I'm not sure. Chat will know. I don't. I'm not an anime person. I don't know any of
Well,
that.
neither. You know.
Well, I mean, you can say Quantum Mania too, but because Quantum Mania didn't have great CGI, but I mean, not in terms of design choices, but the CGI did look better than this. It did look more professional. It wasn't good, but this looked a little cheap, and that's fine. You know, yeah, yeah, really. No, no, really. The CGI looks cheap in this movie, and in Quantumania, it looks like cheap for the budget, but not as cheap.
Neon Genesis Evangelion. Okay.
Oh, that's the
I
one.
know that
Yeah.
one through you know, anime fans, and I won't be I won't be visiting that one anytime soon. I know quite a few people who quite a few people whose opinions I respect who are like, yeah, maybe you probably wouldn't like it. So
Who did the Attack on Titan movie? Was that someone else?
that I am not sure.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so did you have any concluding thoughts about Godzilla Minus One and in the state of Godzilla films generally?
We're almost there. We're getting there. You and I have been talking for a while about how we're all like we just need one good Godzilla movie, and we're getting there. It's almost there.
I don't.
You piece
Yeah,
Shin Godzilla with -1 with a little
and a bit of the
splash of
original.
2014 and a little bit of the original, and we'd have
Yeah,
something magical here. We'd have our we'd have what we're looking for.
I
But
think what I've concluded after watching a bunch of these recently is that I don't love any one Godzilla
yeah,
movie.
no, one of the two
Honestly.
directors who did Shin Godzilla did Attack on Titan live action.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah, I was right. Suck it, chat. Suck it. Suck it.
Oh, and in response to Nunya
Suck
Bidness,
it.
who said Quantum Mania looked worse to me, but I'm fixated on MODOK. I think what you're fixated on is the design of MODOK, which looks horrific. But in terms of like him looking like a thing that exists in the space, like that's not in the way he moves. That's like not the worst part of it. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
just that MODOK design. It's like, what the fuck did you guys do? Like
What the fuck is wrong with you?
he's-
Why? What did you do to his face?
We need a wellness check on whoever designed MODOK. Is he okay? Oh god, that movie was awful. Yeah, Quantumania. Oh, what a fever dream that movie was. Horrendous.
Yeah, Nunya, I'll take your word on Neon Genesis, the show. I don't like anime in general. So good anime is not usually like it doesn't usually it's not a good argument in I would like it kind of thing. So if it I'm
It's just
happy.
not for you. Is that what you're saying?
It's just not for me. Anime I've struggled to find anime that I actually enjoy, even if it's the ones that people consider good. So
It's kind of funny. People often ask the EFAP guys to like check out anime, and other ones are like, they're not gonna like it. Why do you bother? Like, just like, not
yeah,
everyone needs to check it out. It's fine. You probably don't want their opinion on some anime, especially if it's ones you like, because I don't
I
know if they're gonna. I don't know if they're gonna dig it. That's how I feel a little bit too. It's like sometimes people are like, "Oh, you should watch this." I'm like, I don't. The style. I just it repulses me a little. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe it. I don't care for it.
normie friendly anime. I so Topaz. I tend to I tend to err on your side of the spectrum here. I think I probably would dislike it a lot. I've seen Ghibli films. Yeah, I've seen a few of them. I don't mind them.
I've liked some of them.
I like
I like
Spirited
Spirited
Away.
Away.
I like Princess Mononoke enough, although I'm not huge on it. I like Pompoko, actually. I'm gonna go with that one. Pompoko is probably my favorite because it's about Tanuki using their giant ball sacks as weapons against humanity's encroachment upon the natural world, and I'm down for that. You know, balls out. I'm here. And yeah, I mean, yeah.
And
Well,
well, there you go. Thank you guys very much for
go
hanging out
watch
with us this week.
Pompoko. They use their ball
That's
sacks as hang gliders, and then they drop bombs out of them. It's fucking sick, man. I wish I could do that.
that's the conclusion.
That's my
Go watch
conclusion.
Pompoko
Go
for the
watch
balls.
Pompoko. Big
Balls out for
balls.
Pompoko.
Balls out for Pompoko. Oh boy.
Oh, it just popped. It just flashed on screen again. So I do want to highlight that I think the Toho production logo is one of the coolest out there.
Oh yeah.
Great. and I have
Japanese movie
strong
credits, like in like Japanese language, like whenever you watch a Kurosawa movie and you see those credits, those things look fucking incredible.
hmm I really like the Toho logo. Obviously, it brings me back to the Godzilla movies I watched as a kid, but also, like the really good Akira Kurosawa samurai movies and stuff like that. All have that great logo in front of it, and it's just such a cool logo. It's like with the like sort of shimmering light behind it. Great, highly props,
Yeah.
good stuff.
Uh,
Are you
have you?
guys
So
hyped
Jamie, have you
for
seen?
Poor Things?
Oh,
What?
yeah. No, we'll go with that one first.
We're being
Are we
asked if
hyped?
we're hyped. I am cautiously
Hyped?
hyped. Yes,
Hyped is a
because
strong word. I mean, we
okay,
okay. So let's talk about Yorgos Lanthimos for a second. Which Yorgos Lanthimos movies have you seen?
I have seen I've seen Dogtooth, The Lobster, Killing of the Sacred Deer, and The Favorite.
I have seen all of those as well.
Um he is a person who I think one day might make an actually excellent movie if he can ever figure out how to end a story. His endings
His
have a
endings are
tendency
trash. They are so
some
bad.
I don't like the end. I don't hate the ending to Dogtooth. I think that's his best one that I've seen. But for reference, the ending of the Killing of the Sacred Deer is awful.
The ending of the
Terrible.
lobster sucks too. I'm sorry, it's terrible.
He likes ambiguous endings. What that essentially means in practice is that hardly any of his movies have satisfying endings to them. Rather disappointing.
Like you can be ambiguous and also have a decent ending to the story that you just told. You don't have to waste
Like
everybody's
Dogtooth.
time. Yeah,
Dogtooth has a decent I like the ending of Dogtooth, and it is one of those ambiguous endings where you can assume two different outcomes, whichever one you think is more interesting. The favorite, see, but all of these movies have things I really like about them, but a lot of them don't stick the landing. So the favorite has really good stuff in it. Even the Killing of the Sacred Deer, the first 2/3 of the movie are pretty solid. I really liked it.
it's
He's
just
like
the ending.
stylistically, The Killing of the Sacred Deer feels like the closest thing to a successor to Stanley Kubrick that I've seen. I really like the aesthetics of that movie, but the story is lame. That's how a lot of his movies are. There's a lot to like about them, but they don't come together in the end for me. So hopefully, Poor Things finally does it. Like I would still recommend people watch like Dogtooth and The Lobster. Just I would warn them ahead of time that the ending is not the most satisfying because there's a lot to appreciate in there, but it doesn't all coalesce into one solid thing, which is what the point of art is. So I have to knock off a lot of points for that.
Fair, fair. Yeah, I'm excited for Poor Things in the same kind of way. Like I'm hopeful that he's finally figured out how to end stories well. Other than that, uh, cautiously optimistic. But the one that I wanted to ask you about, Jamie, have you seen Perfect Blue? It's an anime movie.
No, but I've heard of it. It's been recommended to me before. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't I don't think it's a particularly solid example of a solid movie. There's a lot of no the fact that I'll just say this. The fact that Christopher Nolan and Darren Aronofsky have taken a lot of inspiration from Perfect Blue makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Like
I'll okay.
if do you remember,
I think I get
like the whole thing with Mother being like it sacrifices logical believability for an allegory. Perfect Blue kind of does something like that as well. Yeah.
it. Okay. That could still be good in the right context. Who knows?
It,
Maybe I'll
it,
check it
it
out at
can
some
be,
point.
but I like it right up until like the big reveal is what I'll say. 'Cause it's a
All
thriller
right.
movie, and so there's a reveal, and so like when you get to the reveal at the designated point in thriller movies when reveals happen, that's sort of
Mm-hmm.
when the movie sort of drops
Gotcha.
off.
Let's see. uh, there seem to be general questions about upcoming movies and stuff like that that I'm excited for. Poor Things is one of them. I don't know a lot. Like, what else is coming out
Dune
at the end of this
2
year?
in March.
No, that's next year. Well, yeah, I was thinking like before this year's up, but I did want to
I
highlight a
haven't seen the
couple.
holdovers yet. I do want to see
Oh,
that.
it's good. You'll like it. You got to see it. It's good.
And
It's one of
then
my favorite of the year. It's just a nice little movie. I like it a lot.
Boys in the Boat, maybe.
What the fuck is that?
It's George Clooney directed it.
I never even heard of
It's
it.
it's about a rowing team during the Great Depression. They compete for they compete for the gold medal at the Olympics in Berlin. Um,
Okay.
I might be going to see that this year on Christmas because my family goes to see movies on Christmas every year. So it's either going to be that or the holdovers. So we will see. Uh,
Gotcha.
yeah, Wonka or Aquaman. No,
Oh God.
no.
I do not have interest in either of those movies.
No,
No.
I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna go see either of them. Jamie might if EFAP makes him. So we'll see how that goes.
Oh
You
yeah, because I have been on those.
you've been on the DC ones, yeah. So it's
Yes, but I didn't
eat
do.
shit,
I
buddy.
I lucked out of not being forced to watch The Flash because I wasn't available to be on that EFAP, so I didn't have to see it. And what a blessing in disguise that was. Um, but I don't know if I'll get roped into Aquaman 2. I hope not, because I didn't even like the first one. It has some personality to it, but like I don't like it. I think it's really stupid,
Yeah,
and I don't
that
expect the next one to be good either.
I would be sad if my first EFAP appearance happened to be on Aquaman 2. That would break my little heart.
Tragic. Have you replaced Southpaw? Well, that would be an upgrade, if nothing else.
I
Um, well, unless
think
there's anything else you'd like to tell the fine people at home, we'll just thank you guys for joining us for this nice, long, hearty Godzilla discussion. I hope you're having a wonderful Christmas season and with the holidays coming up, and that everything is wonderful for you and your family. Thank you for tuning in. We might do another stream before the year is out. I was hoping to do an end of the year one, like a best and worst of the year discussion, something casual like that. Maybe invite some friends. We'll have to talk about when we'll do that, but that's on the table. And I'm really trying to push to get devs out as soon as possible because we're pretty close. There's not a lot left to do, and so if it might depend a bit on how copyright treats it. We typically fly in the face of copyright detection, but usually what we'll end up doing is rather than trying to re-edit it to get it past the copyright system, we just sort of appeal it and let it, because I don't like having to do the rigmarole that like I had to do with Mahler, and Mahler has to do where like he likes to make sure it gets past copyright, so you can never show any clips longer than like 3 or 4 seconds now, and that really it's annoying to have to deal with. I like to just let the clips play and then fight the copyright claim in the
fight
appeals.
the
So
power.
that's what fight the power, man. So when that's done,
Oh God,
you'll
we do have
probably
to go
get
see Civil War, don't we? We've roasted Alex Garland so hard on this
yes, we
channel
do.
that we're gonna have to
We
go see
do.
that fucking
What
movie.
I just wanted
Uh,
to finish that bit. It'll be done soon, and then it'll likely get copyright claimed, and then it'll be ready essentially as soon as they let go of the appeal once they realize that it's fair use. So you should expect that soon. I don't know if I can promise before Christmas or before the end of the year, but it should be soon. It's gonna be fun. I'm really looking
it'll
forward to it.
be
It's really
very soon. And if he
it,
doesn't
it
get it
you'll
out
be
before
alive.
Christmas, I'll break his legs. So
Yes, it's true. Who needs legs? Got to get
oh
devs
my
out
God.
before. Yeah. Oh, it'll definitely be out before Civil War, but
Oh my
that's
God, dude. Like, so I
definitely
watched 28 Days Later this October for my
okay.
Halloween month. I don't understand how he has gone so wrong. 28 Days Later is a pretty solid script. He didn't direct
Yeah.
it. Danny Boyle is the director behind that movie, but like it's a
Hmm.
good script. What happened? Ex
I don't
Machina
know.
seems pretty solid. I mean, granted, we've seen the pre-shooting, like the pre-edit Ex Machina
Hmm.
script, and some of the problems start to come out, right? With like over explaining
Yeah.
of shit. But like, what happened, man? Like,
I don't
how
know.
does Alex Garland
I don't know.
get to the point where people are afraid to tell him no?
I don't understand.
He's
The other
not
thing
good
that's
enough.
weird, no, and the other thing that's going to be fun for A24 about this new Civil War movie, I don't know if you've seen this yet, that it's the most expensive A24 movie of all time. Did you
What?
see that? $75 million budget.
75 million?
Yep.
You gave Alex Garland $75 million. An
Yeah, it's gonna bomb.
adaptation that was a memory of a book.
Well, one of
75
the things,
million? Oh my god.
one of the things, I was talking to some people about it in Muller's Discord, and so I said it's definitely gonna flop because of course it's gonna flop. And someone's like, well, it might break even, and I was like, okay, for reference, Everything Everywhere All at Once is A24's best performing movie of all time. That made $140 million at the box office. Civil War would need to make at least that to break even. It's going to flop. It's going to flop. Absolutely, it's going to flop.
As
There goes A24. See ya. No,
Bye.
it might not. I don't know if it'll bankrupt them, but it would be pretty funny if it did in a Schadenfreude sort of sense. I don't want A24 to go
No,
down in flames.
A24 makes me happy in most cases, minus, Men and Lamb.
Or at least
and,
many cases, yes.
Yeah.
It's not about the money, it's about sending a message. Alex
my
Garland.
God.
It's not a I watched the trailer for Civil War and I don't understand how it cost $75 million. So I suppose we'll see when it comes
what
out.
you would need $75 million for. Like paying Jesse
A lot of
Plemons? Like
I like Jesse Plemons.
I like him
though.
a lot. I don't think he's, I don't think okay. I would pay him to be in my movie. I don't think he's like top dollar kind of actor, right? Like
no one in this movie is top dollar such that the movie has to be at least $75 million. That's just not the case.
Yeah. And they're all, most of the other ones are his friends, right? Like Stewart is in it. Stewart from
Nick
Devs.
Offerman's in it.
Nick Offerman, Nick. Oh
Kaylee
God,
Spaney.
Kaylee Spaney, excellent choice. Nick
She'll be
Offerman
in-
though. Nick Offerman
Yeah.
as the president. Really?
Oh God,
It's
No,
not
he's-
working. I'm
it's a
watching
bad
the trailer.
choice.
It's a bad choice for the It's
Yes.
really bad.
Yeah, as Topaz mentioned, there might be some bigger action scenes, which might be where a lot of that budget goes. We'll see.
It better be.
I've also seen a lot of people. I'm glad I wasn't the only one to pick up. Like this has been clowned on quite a bit already online. The fact that Texas and California form an alliance and form their own country.
Yeah, what the fuck? That makes no goddamn. That only makes sense if a British person wrote this movie. Yeah,
Yeah, there's no real other explanation.
There's no chance Texas and California put aside their differences and become one country with Arizona, New Mexico, and all that and Nevada in between them to make this work.
Yep.
Like really,
Nope.
really. Fucking Brits.
If Texas
coming over here
seceded
and
from the
telling us how to
United
do what we
States, if Texas seceded from the United States, even if it was with a bunch of other states that were politically aligned with them, they'd still go rogue because that's like their whole thing.
Yeah.
They've been wanting to do that for ages.
They joined the Union, but reluctantly.
Yeah. I think Civil War, if I had to make a prediction, knowing what I know about Alex Garland and the streak he's been on, I think Civil War will be my least favorite movie of next year. So that'll be fun. Men was one of my least favorite from last year. So yeah.
Oh boy.
A Civil War prediction stream. That could be fun.
Did you watch check out the comments under the Civil War trailer on YouTube where people were like, man, I really wanted to like even fans of Alex Garland are like, man, I really wanted to like Men, but as soon as he started giving birth, I was out. It's like, dude.
You know what? We maybe we could do a short stream one day, one that doesn't go like 4 hours like this one did. A short stream where we watch the trailer and talk about it. That could be fun. Know,
I'm fine with that.
knowing what we know about our boy Alex, I feel like we might be well poised to make some of the most accurate predictions about this movie.
You're
So
pretty well versed in the
I
lore of
am,
Alex
yeah,
Garland. This trailer really shows the divide in America. Of course, somebody on Twitter would say that.
yeah. Uh,
Oh God.
I've also seen a lot of revisionism is not the right word, but people coming out are we all just gonna pretend like Annihilation and Devs weren't great? It's like, no, they weren't great. They were
No, they
terrible.
weren't. They fucking sucked. Actually, they were fucking terrible.
Devs more so. Devs more so than Annihilation, yeah.
You haven't read the Annihilation books yet, though.
No, you lent them to me to read, and I gotta be honest, I wasn't a big fan of the writing style, so I stopped.
Well,
I didn't
okay,
get
that's
very
fair.
far.
But I like this. I like the story of the Annihilation novels a lot more than I like the story of the movie, and it really pisses me off that he did not do them any justice whatsoever by failing to reread them when he was adapting the script.
Oh yeah, Daily Dose mentions in the chat that Sitch and Adam did some sort of reaction to the Civil War trailer that dropped. I'm assuming they focused on the political angle to it, but yeah, they'd be fun to talk to
They
about it. I'd
would
love
be.
to chat with them about stuff. I haven't actually had the pleasure yet, but I like them generally.
Lopez doesn't like the Annihilation books, and I didn't mind them. I thought they were okay. I
I don't know.
enjoyed the weird like naturalist sci-fi.
That's not a bad way
Dune
to describe it.
honestly Dune's prose is way better than Annihilation. Okay, look. Okay, Dune the first Dune book is a masterpiece. All right, Dune Messiah is a shit show. And I have not gone back to read any more Dune because I'm worried that Children and God Emperor, as fun as they sound, are going to ruin the rest of the series for me. Dune 1 is pretty goddamn great. If the Dune 1 prose is very similar to like a Song of Ice and Fire. So like you'll be okay. It's pretty close to something like that. A little bit more
To the
psychedelic.
to the person in chat talking about Annihilation's like prose and writing style, it wasn't so much that it was too dense to make sense of. It's just that I didn't think it was especially well written. I didn't, I don't know. I don't know how to be any more specific about it because I haven't read it in a while. But I did not care for the way it was written itself. But maybe that's just me. Who knows? Who knows?
Dune Messiah slander will not be tolerated. I'm going to slander some Dune Messiah the more we go on.
Wait, so okay, you know Dune a whole lot better than I do. I'm relatively excited for the new film. Is that part 2 of the first
That
book
is part
still?
2 of the first book, yes. And part 2, look, the first book is a masterpiece. Absolutely recommend it. God Emperor is the one where somebody turns into a giant worm. I wanted to get to that point. I really, really want to get to that point because that just sounds fucking fun. You know, that just sounds like fun to me. The psychedelic. He's on a lot of drugs by the time Dune Messiah comes around, and it only gets worse from what I understand the further into the series you go. So I'm not particularly excited after I kind of got, you know, roadblocked by Messiah a little bit. It's very psychedelic when he's writing in Messiah. It's a lot harder to penetrate than the first book. Yeah, I want eventually to make it all the way through God Emperor. But I hope that it's not quite like Messiah. Although people have mixed feelings on Messiah because Messiah was very much meant to be a gap bridger between 1 and 3. So it's a little. Some people find it clunky, some people find it brilliant, and there's really no in between. is really the thing.
All right. Before we wrap up, just gonna plug two movies that I saw recently that are good. Blackberry, one of my favorite movies of the year. It's really, really funny. It's really good. Go check it out. I watched it on a plane and I laughed out loud far more than I intended to. It's good. Go check it out. And then the other movie I just watched last night or the night before was May December, which I liked more than I thought I would. That's pretty good. That's on Netflix. It's that movie is about your favorite Hugh, Natalie Portman, plays an
Oh boy.
actress who is meeting with and interviewing a woman who was at the center of a very high profile older teacher, younger male student uh, scandal that is like living and married to that student as an adult now and trying to like understand her for the sake of portraying her in a movie. It's this very uncomfortable sort of character study about that sort of scandal and relationship and what it does to the people involved, and I thought it was
Interesting.
pretty good.
Okay.
I
All
liked
right.
it.
All right. I'll check that. How many crying scenes does she have though?
This is not the sort of movie where Natalie Portman tries to win an Oscar by crying really hard. I don't think she cries once in this
Oh,
movie.
wow. That's restraint. Okay, I might have to check that out.
I
Uh,
I know
I'm
how
just
much
gonna
you.
respond to Dak Kija in the chat real quick. My opinion on Shawnee's role in part one. Um, I think they did her more in flashback than the Jihad because they're number one, not sure if they're going to be able to make a Messiah movie, which I think Denis Villeneuve wants to as part three. He wants to do Dune part one, two, and three, with three being Messiah. And they're trying to set up the love story more than they are the Jihad thing. Um, I think it makes sense in the context of Dune Part One not being a entirely finished product. We'll see what they do in Part Two to try to lean a little bit more into that. So I'm excited for that, and maybe he'll make Dune Messiah um, into a movie that I care for. How about that?
We shall see. Looking forward to it. All right.
So May December.
I think we should wrap this up. Thanks again one more final time for hanging out with us. It's been a pleasure
We
chatting with
always
you
appreciate it. Very, very.
about Godzilla films, and we'll catch you soon on the next go round whenever we talk about whatever we're talking about next. Glenn
Yeah.
Howerton is hilarious in Blackberry. He's one of the best parts of it. You should go check it out. It's a very funny movie. It's like The Social Network, but if it was a more straightforward comedy. It's good. I liked it. All right.
All right.
Goodbye, friends. Toodaloo and happy holidays. We'll see you next time. Bye bye.
Goodbye,
Goodbye.
friends.